Today on Divorce Court.
My husband walked out on me about 2 months ago and I want some answers.
I'm just tired.
I want the judge to tell Frank that we need therapy and some anger management classes.
Her health problems have been getting too bad. We've been having a bunch of financial problems, and I just need to get away from her.
Sometimes I do feel like Frank has given up on the relationship, and then sometimes I feel like he hasn't. When my husband walked out, I was very angry, betrayed. I would really like to work things out in the long run.
It's gone downhill to the point where I don't think I can.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Nancy Pickle and Frank Pickle. Mr. and Mrs. Pickle, you have been together for 10 years, married for 6, and you have 1 child together. You do not want to be together anymore. Mrs. Pickle, you are seeking transitional support as well as the dog because you both have a canine and you both want him. Before we talk about that, Mrs. Pickle, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
About 3 months ago, my husband, Frank, left me without warning, took off one day and didn't come back. And that's one of the main problems.
Well, why don't you give me a little history or background
Sure.
of how we got to the place where my man just left?
Well, my husband used to be in the Navy, and when we first met, he wasn't really working or doing anything, so I encouraged him to join the Navy because I thought it would better him and us. And he did really good at it. He excelled. We were happy. And then it kind of caught up with us, with me mostly. It was very hard on me, losing my identity and following his career and, quitting school for myself because I had to travel with him. And then it became a problem after the deployments and never being home and getting pregnant. And, those are problems people have hard time enough with, but being in the military makes them equally more challenging.
Okay. Mr. Pickle, what is your take on what she's talking about? You did enjoy the Navy, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
But it didn't sit well with her. How did she respond to it?
It basically, like the long hours, like I did think it was taking a toll on her, of me, and never being home. And then I think she started to resent me, after that because she thought I was picking the Navy over her.
How did her distress manifest itself? What was happening at home where you knew that it was a problem?
I noticed a change just because, example, a family member came to visit us, and Nancy just stayed in the bedroom the whole time. Didn't want anything to do. Didn't want to go out and do anything.
And engage. What was your response to that? What did you do when you saw what was happening?
I just...
Not a damn thing.
Just continue.
It's basically the answer to that one. So how did your dissatisfaction manifest itself in the marriage? What was going on? Did you start to bicker? Did you get
pregnancy?
Were you depressed? What happened?
The pregnancy and the hormones is where it started for me.
What happened? Well, tell me about it. Give me a story.
I went a little crazy loco for like a little bit there.
When you say loco, again, that's a description. Tell me something.
I felt that way.
I understand that.
Because I was jealous a lot, and I never been jealous of other women before. Like, I would say, you were looking at her. She looks, I never was a jealous kind of female.
Tell me some other stories about your behavior at that point in time.
I'm not proud of it.
Okay.
But one time we were at the beach, and I was probably about 9 months pregnant, and I had gotten fed up with him looking at other women right in front of me. I mean, men look, but I just felt it was disrespectful, so I threw my ring in the ocean.
Never let your emotions manage your money.
I cried for days.
You know what I mean?
After that.
I would take it off and put it in my purse, but it would not see the ocean. Mr. Pickle, when you noticed that she was distraught, distressed, emotional, whatever going on, how did you respond, or did you?
I would try to say, hey, it's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna work out.
Can I help you out, Mr. Pickle? And I'm gonna help you out, and I think I'm gonna help all the men in the world. I have found that men don't do well with a woman's distress. They don't do well with a woman's illness. They don't do well with hospitals. they don't do well with things that they don't know how to fix, manage, and control. So either they get mad about it or they ignore it. I ain't mad, that's just what happens. Got a house full of men. Figured this out. A husband, 6 sons, male dog. I know what's up. Here's the thing. The way to help a woman in a situation where you feel lost is to say, talk to me, baby. How do you feel? Then you kick back and you absorb what she said. Then you ask questions about it. Well, why did that make you feel that way? You don't have to fix it. You don't have to micromanage it, but you have to let her share how she feels with you, because the hearing of it, in and of itself, helps resolve our distress, okay? That's just a lesson for you. Now, I want to go forward to the crazed activity that occurred at the hospital right after the baby was born.
That was crazy.
Nancy, she flipped out, started yelling at the nurses and doctors and everybody, and she locked herself in the bathroom. Said, I can't deal with this anymore. And the nurse came in.
You mean the military men with big guns that were intimidating?
Who called the police? There was some bizarre behavior at the hospital after you had a baby. Please tell me what happened.
I don't know. I just the hormones, and then he would come in and I'd give me dirty looks, and I'd just be like, you giving me dirty looks and I just had your child. Why are you giving me, I just was so upset how I was being treated after, just giving birth. And he said I was imagining it. I don't know those looks because I still see him every once in a while. So I know that he was doing that. I just want to know why. I don't know why he was doing them.
Was he saying anything to you?
No, it was he like, like a look. That's mostly what happened.
No, it didn't.
No, Your Honor.
Oh.
Not at all what happened.
I don't know what he said.
You tell me what happened at the hospital.
The labor went fine. It was quick.
Right.
We were so happy. A second day, the doctors said that they needed to keep the baby overnight. And one more night, I had to run some more tests on her just to make sure we could bring her home. Nancy, she flipped out, started yelling at the nurses and doctors and everybody, and she locked herself in the bathroom. And said, I can't deal with this anymore. And then, I was like, okay, just calm down. They just want to keep her overnight. Hey, just one more night, we'll be home the next day. Then
the authorities got involved, did they not?
Because
the next day, we got into a verbal argument. And
then you went and told the police.
And then the nurse came in.
Then who came in?
And the nurse came in.
You mean the military men with big guns that were intimidating?
Who called the police?
And the nurses. They called the MPs in.
So what happened with the baby after that?
Well, his close family member, unbeknownst to me, he was talking to them, came down and intervened with taking the child away behind my back.
Did you give your family member permission to take the baby?
I thought, yes, Your Honor, just because CPS was getting involved and they were about to put, I was afraid that they were going to put
him in foster care, so you thought this was a better resolution.
So no one would see her.
Right.
And I did that.
Did you consult with your wife before you did that?
Nope.
Wow.
No, just because it was two things were happening at such a fast rate that,
because you let your close family member control your
okay. I also understand that as a function of what occurred that day, you eventually lost custody of your baby, and I want to figure out how that happened. It's not only was it a legally crazy circumstance, but on a personal level, for instance, that family member had a birthday party and didn't invite you.
Nope.
That upset
and I had
me
to explain to my daughter why I wasn't coming.
I was very upset at this family member.
And what'd you do about it? Did you eventually lose custody?
Guardianship, yes.
Guardianship. How did that occur?
Well, he signed Frank signed temporary guardianship to the close family member. and I didn't sign anything. And then there were some court dates and hearings that I had no idea about. I was pretty emotionally not there. I needed somebody really to help me with my goings and comings because I was distraught, and that's mostly why. And then the judge just ordered it permanent guardianship up behind my. I had no idea.
So were you just so disengaged, not purposely, but because you were emotionally unprepared,
depression, maybe, or something like that? I was just.
You didn't know what was happening around you.
No.
Mr. Pickle, what happened? How did guardianship get transferred to someone else?
I traveled with our daughter, with the family member, under the understanding that it was going to be temporary, a guardianship, so that when things had calmed down and back at home, that we would get her back.
Right.
So then I ended up having to come back and to go to work still at the Navy, and then that's when I found out that the judge had granted the family member a permanent guardianship, which totally threw me off.
How do you find something out like that out? There are proceedings, there are documents, you read them, you go to court, hey, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Because courts are not really fond of taking kids from their biological parents.
We lived in Virginia.
There had to be opportunities. Weren't you paying attention? You know what I would have done? I'd have sold all my clothes. I'd have sold my car. I would have sold everything. Got me an attorney.
That's what I did.
And bopped my little behind down there.
That's what I did.
And went in there like Johnny Cochran.
Yeah. I agree.
My understanding is not only was it a legally crazy circumstance, but on a personal level, for instance, that family member had a birthday party and didn't invite you.
Nope.
That upset
and I had
me
to explain to my daughter why I wasn't coming.
I was very upset at this family member.
And what did you do about it?
It's not in the best.
What did you do
interest.
about it?
Nothing.
Not a darn thing. It's because I couldn't. This whole situation is just totally. You couldn't even make a Lifetime movie out of it.
You know why? Because you actually have to have people who participate. You didn't participate. You know what I mean? I don't think she was able to participate. I think she should have participated more, but I think she was having an emotional issue situation, some postpartum depression. Something was way wrong over there. And you didn't step up and say, this is my kid, I'm handling the situation. You just let it happen to you. I don't even understand.
This family member has a major impact on his life. Always has, his decision making. So, yeah.
Do you have the baby back now?
No, I'm in the process of still fighting for it. Like I said, it's really expensive. I've had to do, like you said, sell.
Right, yeah, sell
all
everything.
That. Yeah. Right now, I'm working on it, going back.
Are you helping getting that baby back?
He lives with her.
I'm doing whatever I can. You
don't care if she gets custody or not, do you?
I do, ma'am. I do.
You're with the baby, so you're fine.
I do, ma'am. I'm not. You don't know how bad I want her.
I think he wants to now. I think he thinks I'm not a bad mom or anything. But I don't.
She gets visitation.
You don't stand up to this person that has her enough.
Despite what I'm seeing here today, my understanding is that Mr. Pickle has an anger problem, there are alcohol problems, and money problems. Let's talk about those things. Do you think he has anger management issues?
The anger is still there, but it's not as bad. I'll give him that. Before, he used to prevent me from leaving by jumping on cars, punching holes in walls, screaming at me. He hasn't done that in a very long time. But now it's more, he goes from highs to lows. Like he's in a good mood for 1 second and relaxing, and then something goes wrong. He's like a Hulk.
Yeah. Psychologist.
Yes,
psychologist to figure out why you and your family has such control over you, why you didn't fight harder for your wife and your baby, why you jumping up and down on cars, and why you come in here with a complete lack of affect. Psychologist.
And I have a
now. You're fighting over, you want $3,000 in transitional support,
yes.
And there's a dog at issue.
Yes,
Why don't you tell me about both of those things?
Well, we both got the dog at the same time together. He's more attached to me a little bit, and I've raised...
What kind of dog is he?
He's a Chihuahua Beagle.
Oh, okay.
And I've been around him more because he's been deployed in the Navy, you know, doing all that, and he's more attached to me, and I'm more attached to him. And
Ms. Pickle, what about the $3,000 in transitional support? Tell me.
when he left me in that spot, I had no place to live. I'm still going through Airbnbs and all that, and he's got a stable
Had he been the
environment.
primary breadwinner throughout your relationship?
Yes, mostly. But when he got in the Navy, I worked 3 jobs, and before he joined the Navy, I worked 2 jobs.
Okay.
Until he
Mr. Pickle, when you walked off, did you do so without any regard to her financial situation?
At the point we both didn't have anything,
Yep.
and she had just wrecked our only means of transportation, a transportation for me to go to work and back.
Are you working now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you working now?
No, ma'am.
Do you feel any obligation whatsoever to help this woman out? The
Yes.
baby's gone, you're
Yes.
gone. Do you really want this dog?
And the dog, I'm giving him a temporary home until we both get back on our feet.
You're already more on your...
Mr. Pickle, you need to get a spine so you can stand
one
up
with
to
me.
your
That's
family
about
and be
it.
the man that you told her you would be when you promised to marry her. You need to get some motivation so you just don't let things happen to you and allow your family to be shattered. You know, everybody goes through difficulty. Everybody goes through psychological and everything, and then you just like, well, it happens, da-da-da-da-da. And you need to get a conscience and a moral compass to see what has happened to this woman and feel horrible about the situation she's in and move heaven and earth to make her feel better. That's what you need to do.
And Judge, I said the same exact thing you said last night. Almost the same thing. That's why I sent chills.
Yeah.
The empathy is, I said, this big problem. I need to see empathy.
He has none. Mrs. Pickle,
Yes, ma'am.
you're stronger than you think. You're more intelligent than you believe. And you're more valuable than you accept. And I want you to believe that every day. You are not what happened to you. It's you are how you respond. And I want you to respond like a queen.
Right.
You know what I mean? Respond like a queen. So what you'll need to do is take this $500 a month that he's going to be giving you until he's got $3,000, and you need to take that money, you know, get stable, and buy some dog food, because the dog is going to be yours. This matter is adjourned.
You. I feel like I deserve to have my daughter back. I'm a good mother. I think my circumstances with the marriage is what hindered it by myself. I'm not sure if we're gonna work out or not, but for our daughter's sake, I'd like to try, but I think on my own, I would do just as good as well. He's a good person. We just have to see what the future holds. But my daughter's number one, always, with any decision I make.
Today on Divorce Court.
Yeah, you know, since the last time we was here, you know, I honestly listened to the judge and I backed off. Okay, but you know, you still a little guilty. And this is probably why you brought me here, but it's okay.
Today we are back in divorce court to find out if Matthew is mine. I have serious doubts.
You know that's your baby. Come on now.
Well, it's sources that say otherwise, so...
Don't do that.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Malcolm Virgil and Olympiada Jackson, Ms. Jackson. And you two were here before. I remember you. You're back again. We always love to know what happens to people, so I love it when they come back, but you have a new issue altogether. But before we get to that, I'm going to take a look at what happened the first time you came. For the first 6 months, you trusted him. And then you got pregnant by accident, right?
Well, no.
On purpose?
It wasn't on purpose. It's just, I mean, we wasn't using protection or anything like that. So I knew it was going to happen. So
I was always the black sheep.
Black sheep, in what way?
Not so much as nobody wanting to, just be there for me when I need them to be there for me. He does that sometimes, but sometimes it's just like, whatever. And when he be like that, that makes me want to just, grab my bag and just go about my business.
I remember you, Ms. Jackson. I remember talking to you after that was over. And I remember telling you to get a broader and bigger and better life, and that you were more than the sum of what has happened to you in the past. Did any of that sink in? Did any of that help?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad to hear that. My question now is, Mr. Virgil, what seems to be the problem now?
Well, Judge, after we left, after the show aired, I found out that some messages in her cell phone stating that from one of her exes, that that I'm the baby's father. Her family also contacted me and let me know that she was cheating on me with the ex around the time that she conceived.
Ms. Jackson, were you aware of these people communicating with him, telling him that he's not the father of the baby and that you've been cheating?
Well, ma'am, the family members here talking about don't really want us to be together anyway. Mm-hmm. So that part.
Why don't they want you to be together? Just
for no
reason.
The age difference, so.
Yes. And just to be clear, he's 21 and she's 35.
36.
36 now,
36
okay.
now. Yes.
So what about the ex? Did he, in fact, contact Mr. Virgil?
Not so much Mr. Virgil.
Uh-huh.
He did come through my Facebook page, but...
And what did he say when he did?
He said that my son could possibly be his son, but it's no way. Like, it's no way.
Yeah, and I got pictures. The baby is light-skinned. I'm dark-skinned.
That's fine,
And the ex was also light-skinned as well.
So you think because the baby is light-skinned and she's dark-skinned and you dark-skinned, that could be yours?
Where the light coming from?
Oh.
Yeah, to look at that baby. That's his baby. Regardless of the skin color. Baby. That's his son.
I tell you, my last son, my husband, same color I am. My last son looked Asian. I swear, he was just really like straight hair and just.
He says he looks Mexican. I don't see it.
Yeah, you can't tell. They don't like that. Genetics are deep. Stuff jumps around and kicks over and lays down for a minute and pops back up. That's how that kind of thing works. You think he's jealous of the baby? Explain that to me.
He is. It's been so many occurrences. I was giving attention to the baby when a family member came over. He got upset, pushed stuff over, left out of the house. It was the time I was feeding the baby ice cream at the restaurant. Oh, you got it good, Gomez. I don't get that, Now,
Mr. Virgil, I have heard of this phenomena before. Do you feel a little left behind, number 3, because she's got the baby?
No, I don't. I mean, I say that, but it's not to make her, it's just conversation. It's
true.
It's not.
No, hold up. People don't just have conversations like that about why are you in the back with the baby and all that kind of stuff. You do kind of feel that way, right?
Yes, I do feel sometimes she does go a little bit overboard when it comes to the baby,
Give me an example of overboard when it comes to the baby.
Well, for instance, if she decides we have something that we need to do as adults, sometimes we do have things that we need to do that a baby can't participate in.
Right.
So the baby needs to go to a babysitter.
Right.
She does not know how to take care of business and, just let the babysitter do his job. She has to call 24/7. She has to,
check in
all the time. And it's like, okay, well, how do you plan on being try to be in a relationship?
Baby?
He's 10 months old.
He's 10 months old. Ms. Jackson, your response said this is not your first baby, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It is your first baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there you go. That's it. We lose our minds with the first one.
She also calls me a part-time dad because I have to go to work and, take care of business. I mean, you can't provide for a baby without, going to work. So she feels as like I'm a part-time dad. But also, a part of me, honestly, I'm kind of scared to get really close with him because I don't know if this is really
He's not
my
attached
child.
to my son.
Really? At any time, has she done something suspect with this ex or anybody else where you think, she's cheating on me?
Well, I feel like when he inboxed you that and you did not respond, that's basically telling me that why wouldn't you respond? I mean, if it was me and somebody inboxed me and say, "Oh, I'm the father of your child," I'm gonna defend my. No, you're not. She didn't say anything.
Because
this is a millennial issue, and I'm gonna address it right now. People poke at you. They mess with you. They can do it because they can do it from their house. They don't have to even get dressed to get it done. And they start a little mess. And they make a little comment over here, and they got a little this over there, and then they draw you in. It's called trolling. It's what folk do who are unhappy, and they want you to be unhappy too. You do not engage trolls.
I just have a hard time trusting him.
Lately, here, Mr. Virgil is not Mr. Virgil.
Who is he?
He's some type of credible hawk or somebody, because the slamming of the stuff, the kicking cars, and screaming out
So
loudly.
now you're telling me he's all of us become a man with a bad temper?
Yes. Yes.
Do you have a bad temper, Mr. Virgil? Now, as I recall, Mr. Virgil, I asked you to stop flirting and focus on her because she had a big hole in her heart. Did you do that?
Yes, I did. I did do that until, I don't talk to any other women, but as far as, us like living together in a relationship, no, we're not there because I don't feel that she's ready. I don't think she's ready.
You don't think? Now, you're 21. You don't think she's ready?
No, I don't. I don't think she's ready.
Tell me why you don't think she's ready.
Because, for one, I feel like she still hasn't, she doesn't do anything. She doesn't, she's not working. She's not doing anything to fill that space. She's
just existing day to day.
Right, and she is getting a lot better with the, checking my phone and stuff like that, and she does do, but I feel like she's doing it for me, but I want her to do it for herself. You
don't want her just not do it because you don't like it. You want her not to check your phone because she trusts you.
Right.
And you want her to become a woman in her own right that has her own passions and her own desires, and you think until that time, you don't want to commit in a relationship.
Correct.
Showing up grown man over there. Now, Ms. Jackson, I do believe my advice to you was to live a more passionate, full, engaged, and multi-layered life. Did you, in fact, pursue that?
Yes, ma'am. I actually went and did the nursing,
Yeah, we talked about that. You went to nursing school.
Yeah, and on the day that it was time to sign up for classes and actually, go, I gave birth to the baby, so I couldn't pursue right away.
Right.
But I am.
Did you go back? Because the baby's 10 months now.
Yeah, well, I didn't rush back, but I got it in the works.
Shouldn't it be a little more than in the works, 10 months down the road?
Yes, ma'am. But I did get a little, sidetracked because Mr. Virgil, he's still up to his old, and
tell me what he's still doing.
He's still flirting with women, new women, different women on his little social media, tell them how beautiful they is and good morning, princess, and all this stuff. When I feel as though if I'm doing what you're asking me to do, and why do you feel like, you need to still conversate with these women if I'm here? Yeah. I'm here, but, after I had the baby, he did, I did find some stuff, and lately here, Mr. Virgil is not Mr. Virgil.
Who is he?
He's some type of, I don't know, credible hawk or somebody, because he's crazy. I never saw this
What kind of crazy is he?
Whew. The slamming of the stuff, the kicking cars, and screaming out
So
loudly.
now you're telling me he's all of us become a man with a bad temper?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Do you have a bad temper, Mr. Virgil?
No, I do not. I give her, my opinion into
No. Tell us the right verb. You trying to clean it up. That's all right. Go ahead.
I just give her advice, as far as what, needs to happen, because, like I said, as of now, we're not in a relationship, and the goal is to get back in the relationship, but like I said, certain things need to happen before that happens. So, for instance...
So, what you're telling me is you want to be in a relationship, but you don't think she's ready, and that certain things need to happen before you do. First, you want to know who the baby's father is. Mm-hmm. And we're going to find out, because I know we had a DNA test done. And then you want to list for me all the things you think she needs to do in order for you to re-engage. Do you really think that baby's not yours?
I don't know. I have my doubts. I mean, she is 14 years older than me.
Impregnated me.
She could have been asking me for my money. I don't know. I don't know.
You got money?
I have business, man.
So tell me what it is you need to see change in Miss Jackson before you can get back in a relationship with her.
Well, first and foremost, communication. I try to give, Miss Jackson some advice, the better way to go, but she seems not to never listen. And then, when we do have a disagreement, she needs to realize that she can hear my side. She just goes straight into, no, it's my fault. It's not always my fault. I can't do things for her. For instance, one time I asked her, did she take her medication? And she said to me, no, because you forgot to pick them up out of the drawer. And I just didn't understand how that was my responsibility. Well,
let's ask her. Let's ask her, Miss Jackson. Did he remind you to take your pills and your retort was you forgot to pick them up out of the drawer?
Honestly, he didn't ask me. He more so told me, did you take your medicine? It's like, if I have the baby and I asked you to pick him up out of the bottom drawer, I can't go to the bottom and have the baby at the same time. So I'm not saying 100% is his fault. I should have,
Your medication is your responsibility.
Right.
I usually yell at dudes about this, but I'm yelling at you now. Your medication is your responsibility. And babies don't preclude you from action. You tuck them up. I mean, I can cook a meal, not a good one, but I can cook a meal.
You're right.
Pick up a pill, pop it in my mouth, do all of that with a baby. It ain't like that.
She doesn't want to clean the house. I leave for work, and I tell her, I say, listen, can you clean the house? Since you're visiting over, since you're trying to be back in this relationship. But I'm not going to clean after
his friends.
No, wait, hold up. You're not living together?
No.
So you want her to come over and clean up your house?
His issue is I didn't do the dishes after the roommates. I didn't sweep up and vacuum after the roommates. I didn't take the trash out. I'm not the roommate's company. I'm your company.
Oh, she got a point there.
So his space is clean.
Yeah, she's not a living
whenever we live together,
but
the
if
house
you're in
is
the
always
same room,
clean.
she take care of your space. She's not supposed to take care of Bob, Danny, and Tyrone.
Exactly.
The big issue, though, I think you can work through all those things. You say you are just not going to stay in the relationship or even attempt to continue this relationship if that baby is not yours.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Do you really think that baby's not yours?
Your Honor, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I have my doubts. She is 14 years older than me.
Impregnated me.
I have, like I said, my grandmother always told me, the older the wiser. But, she could have been asking me for my money. I don't know. I don't know.
You got money?
I have business, man.
Woo!
I had my first business since I was 18. So, it's not many people who can say that.
Yeah.
So,
and
I'll just put it to you like that.
And I've been working 616, honey. Don't need your money.
Well, listen, I'm going to answer that question, and I'm going to answer all the questions. So, I'm going to let you know. So, I have the DNA results. So, we're going to just look at them.
Yeah, honey, can I ask you a question before you read the results?
Uh-oh.
No, not like that. I just want to know that once he get the results, will he stop calling my baby Gomez and all these extra Spanish names and stuff? Because this is a Virgil. We're talking about a Virgil.
You call
here.
the baby Gomez?
I did.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with the name Gomez if that's your name.
No,
But that's not his name.
It was just a conversation we had, and I did say, I was like, he looked like a Gomez, or because he when the baby first came out, he did look like he was from
he looks Hispanic.
Yeah, he did look like he was from Hispanic, but I don't just walk around every day calling. I know his last name, because he has the same last name as me. Gomez.
Now say the right thing when you see this. Only one right thing to say. Don't mess it up. Say the right thing.
I'm waiting.
Think it through.
I apologize to you, Ms. Jackson.
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted.
I'm sorry that I put you through this.
So can we fix it now?
Yes, we
Can
can.
we fix it? Hallelujah.
I think he looks just like you. I really do.
Yeah,
he a little
that's
lighter,
him all the
but those
way.
eyes, I think he looks just like you. And I think he's probably going to look more and more like you as the days go on, but that's your baby.
His first word was dada.
I'm ready to...
Ready to be there?
I'm
You
ready
know
to
what,
be his
Mr.
dad.
Virgil? You are one of the most mature 21-year-olds I have ever met.
told you.
And I just wanted you to know that I really appreciate
Thank you.
that sense of self that you have about yourself. You carry yourself well. You're dignified. You're thoughtful.
I try to be, Judge.
And I don't get that often in here. And I just wanted to applaud you for that. And I appreciate that. Some of the things he's telling you aren't too far off. About how you need to get yourself together, not just focus on what he's doing, but focus on your life and your growth. Because he doesn't want to hook up with a woman who's going to anchor him.
And I'm
He
gonna
wants
fix
to
that.
he wants to
I'm
hook
gonna
up with
fix
women
it.
who can rise up with him.
Right.
And you got to show him that he can be that. You understand
You're
that?
right. You're right.
And I'm not going to tell love and take care of that baby because I know you will, because I know who you are. Congratulations,
Thank
and this
you.
matter is adjourned.
I'm very happy that, the baby came back that was mine. It took a lot of weight off my heart.
I already knew that.
But I still don't feel like, we ready to, propose. I'm ready to propose yet. I think we still got a little bit more work that we need to do.
And you have some work too.
I agree. That's why I said we.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today because there's a lot of trust issues going on in my relationship.
His lack of trust in me puts a big damper on our relationship.
I want Christy to gain her self-confidence back.
I had a gastric bypass 4 years ago, and I'm uncomfortable because I have a little bit of extra skin from the weight loss.
I want Christy to get a job.
It makes me very anxious when Charles nags at me every day just to go out and look for a job.
I see myself staying with Christy forever. We pretty much think for each other.
If we cannot hash out the issues and the problems that we have right now, I don't know that I can see myself with Charles forever.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I have here before me Charles William and Christy Taylor. The two of you have been together for a year and a half, engaged for the last 6 months, but you can't really decide whether or not marriage is a good idea. So you've come before me on a before your vows. You gave me your license with permission to tear it up should I think your union is ill-advised, and you also filled out my compatibility test. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Williams. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you've come to see me today?
Well, first and foremost, Your Honor, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present my case before you today.
You're quite welcome, Mr. Williams.
Because I want to address the issue of trust.
Okay.
And the reason why is because it has a lot to do with me.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a past relationship.
Yeah.
In this relationship, it was very abusive. There's a lot of drugs and alcohol and everything, which made me end the relationship. Then after 6 months, after what you call protection of abuse release, this individual came back to my home, intoxicated, because I was going to give them some items that her and I accomplished during the course of the relationship.
Right.
However, at this time, she came intoxicated, as I said. And an argument broke out. I asked her to leave. I thought she left. She hid in a closet. I continued to pack. I went to the bathroom. Next thing you know, I had a knife in the back of my neck.
Yeah.
Through my throat. As I turned around, straight to my throat, and I fell. And I had to crawl my way out the house, throw myself down some steps, go from one neighbor to the next, you know what I mean, trying to get in, trying to get some medical help. No one would help me. Finally, I passed out in front of the building. I come to find out that I was resuscitated, flew to the hospital for 4.5 months. I fought for my life. I had a trait. I lost like 30, 40 pounds. And it took me like a whole year to get my life back together. But nevertheless, I'm healthy today and I'm blessed. So I thank God for that.
Here. Oh, we're so happy to see you, Mr. Williams. We really are. We just thrilled and excited. And I just want to put it out there. Men get victimized during domestic violence as well. It's not just women. You can't hurt people. Not the people that you claim to love or were once in love with. You just move on. But
thank you.
God, I'm so happy you're here. I don't know what to say.
Thank you.
I hope I can help.
I hope so, too.
So you got trust issues.
Yeah.
Who could blame you? Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship history with her?
Okay. Well, Christy and I, when we met, it was beautiful. Okay. I like how we met. We met on the elevator. She did this little thing that I liked all the time and give me this little nod. And so I'll get all cool, and I give her a little nod back. And the next day, she asked me for $5. I gave her 10. She gave me a kiss and a hug that I haven't felt never in my life. I was really happy. As the relationship continued on and continued to progress, I noticed that she'd be on her phone a lot. Mm-hmm. Just recently, she was on the phone claiming she was texting her mother. Something just told me to look at her phone. I happened to look at it. I see some pictures. Naked pictures, Your Honor. I said, well, where did these come from? Oh, you took them. I took them when? What day was this? So, and I never got them. She never sent them to me.
So yeah, who took them and where were they going?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
Let's ask her.
So I asked
Ms. Taylor,
her.
hang on. Who took them and where were they going?
Well, Your Honor, that's where he's wrong because they weren't naked pictures. It's two pictures that were taken that he thought was pictures of my rear end. And here, it wasn't. It looked like it, but it wasn't.
What was it?
He took it because he picked up my phone one day, and he put his fingers right in front of the camera, and it snapped the picture, and he didn't realize that he did that.
So he took a picture of the pads of his fingers.
He didn't do it. He didn't know he did it.
Accidentally. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
And Ms. Taylor, I want to talk to you for a moment because you have a very interesting backstory as well. You used to weigh 350 pounds.
Yes.
You underwent gastric bypass surgery.
Correct.
And after that, your man left you because he liked bigger women.
Yes. Yes.
And now you're here with Mr. Williams. Why don't you tell me how you're feeling and how coming off it? Because he told us about coming off that horrific story. How do you feel coming off of that history?
Coming off the history of the gastric bypass, the gastric bypass was very, very, not only a big physical change, but it was also, had a lot to do with mentally, the way I am. It was very hard with my ex leaving me after I had the gastric bypass. The weight loss I thought would give me more confidence, but actually the weight loss really hasn't given me that much more confidence. I'm a little uncomfortable about my body still because I have a little bit of extra skin. So,
well, you look fabulous.
Well, thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Well, Your Honor, if I could just interrupt here, Your Honor. Let me show you something, Your Honor.
Okay.
That
was what you used to wear?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. Good for you. But I understand that the weight loss in itself may have transferred one issues from the plate to a bottle. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Tell me about that.
Being that I was not able to eat much after the gastric bypass, I was only able to eat baby food.
Right.
2 teaspoons if I was able to eat anything at all. And even then, it made my stomach sick. I had a lot of depression because I was very tired. I didn't have all the nutrition that I needed. So therefore, that just led me to, if I would pick the bottle up and drink, to me, that gave me a little bit more confidence. And I was actually drinking more so than I should have been eating. So I kind of replaced the eating
with alcohol.
Correct. Because when I was bigger, I used food as a way to cope with many feelings.
Right, right. And now you didn't have that anymore, so you self-soothed with alcohol as opposed to food.
Right.
And so we've got two people who have been greatly traumatized, different kinds of trauma, but both trauma trying to make it together. So we're going to talk about the issues of your confidence and why you're saying it is interfering with the romance that you would like to have in this relationship.
When we get intimate, okay, a lot of times she will shy off. I said, baby, take off your shirt. You know what I mean? It's something I want to love your whole body. But she won't let this happen. You know what I mean? She'll be like, oh, no, she don't think she's good enough. Well, I'm like, what is wrong with you? Let me love you.
So she lacks confidence, even though she's lost all that weight and looks great. You say the absence of confidence has stymied your romantic relationship. Why don't you tell me about that?
Well, when we get intimate, okay, a lot of times she will shy off.
Right.
Like I said, I love the way she looked. When I met her, she was, you know, kind of thin or whatever, like she said, about 120 pounds or whatever. But a lot of chicken and fries and collard greens and all that. You got her some thickness there, and I love my baby.
Right,
you hear what I'm saying?
Right.
But anyway, as I said, so when we get intimate, I said, baby, take off your shirt. You know what I mean? It's something I want to love your whole body. But she won't let this happen. You know what I mean? She'll be like, oh, no, she don't think she's good enough. Well, I'm like, what is wrong with you? Let me love you. And so it, like, caused a lot of problems. And then it has me thinking, back to that foolishness again. Because, as I said, I was always accused. And so when I'm being accused, I know that's always the accuser that's doing something.
Right.
And I love this woman with all my heart. And all I want her to do is just appreciate the love that I have for her.
Are you concerned that Mr. Williams doesn't trust you?
Yes, very.
Why don't you tell me what it's like and the things that have happened that have caused you distress because of his lack of trust?
For example, whenever I go on Facebook or I speak with my mother via text, he actually thinks that my mom's number is somebody else, that it's some man that I'm seeing.
That you just put under mom's name.
Yes. And I tell him, you know my mom's number. How could this not be my mother?
This is it. Right. Now, Mr. Williams, are you having trouble separating what was from what is?
No. I know what I see. I see texts to her mother say, I miss you very much, and all this other stuff, or she called prayer hands, but it's a whole bunch of kisses and hugs and all. Not to your mother. Come on. And then she told me on the phone.
Yeah, you kind of do.
No. She already told me I got to learn how to work my phone to put people on a group text so they can all have the same number. Huh? That's what she told me. I got you.
Yeah, that was a little light. But this is a portfolio vow, so I need you to do two things. Go through your compatibility test and get a professional love and see how well you'll do, and that's what I'm about to do next. I went through your compatibility test, and when I read the part about what's wrong with you, I had lights and sirens in my head. I am afraid. Worrying, fear, anxiety. I went through your compatibility tests, and Ms. Taylor, when I went through yours, and my favorite part of the test is what's wrong with you and what you think is wrong with the other person. And when I read the part about what's wrong with you, I had lights and sirens in my head. I am afraid. Worrying, fear, anxiety, can't get anything done, can't get out to get a job. And then when I read what you said about her and what was wrong with her, You said she asked too many questions. That's a sign of a person who is unsure, not wanting to go places. Again, a sign of someone who is afraid and unsure. Finding a job. Again, she can't get out there because she's afraid and she's unsure. Not applying herself. Once again, lack of confidence. Taking too much time on a project. Stuck, depressed, low. And I think oftentimes that comes off as just lazy and not well motivated. But it is a sign of a deeper, darker thing that's going on there. And if you read the literature about bariatric surgery, you often find that people who have gone through it, though there is a fix to their weight, the pain that generated their weight to begin with still has not been dealt with. So they don't have food, so they pick up something else. She picked up a bottle. That's what happens. Then she had to put the bottle down. And now she doesn't have a way to self-soothe. I'm not being mad. I'm explaining to you the nature of the dark that's happening. Am I on it?
Yes.
The nature of the dark that she is dealing with. It is very difficult to understand that sometimes when you're looking at it from the outside. And I just wanted you to hear me tell you that so you know what all that not doing and not going and not loving is all about. And when you respond to that, you have to respond to it in a place of, I got you. I'm here. I'm with you. You don't want, we just going over here. I got you, baby. Let's go. It's fun. It's not an argument. It's a go. And when you let him lead you onto a path of light. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what path you're on. I used to be on it. You know what I mean? It's dark over here. It really is. You know, and everything's cloudy and gloomy, and every next step is off a cliff. I know where you've been. And there are a couple of things you can do. One is go see somebody about it. I don't know what the underlying pain or issue is, but they can deal with it. You know, sometimes all that dramatic weight loss messes with your serotonin levels. They got stuff to give you that helps the serotonin. Say, ooh, SSRIs, you can do that. It's not that kind of drug. It don't make you high, it just makes you, oh my God, it's not horrible anymore. But all I'm saying is, that's the path that you need to take because there's a low, slow, sad that is simmering in you. And until you feed that, until you figure that out, no matter how much he loves you, it won't work out. You with me on that?
I agree.
Okay, so now I want you to tell me why you believe Mr. Williams is the man for you.
I believe that Charles is the man for me because we are so compatible in the ways we think about things that are when we're emotional. Say, for instance, Your Honor, we will get ready to do something, and we have the same thought automatically. We look at each other. We have that look, and we know when we're about to say, we say the same thing.
You're simpatico. That's what they used to call it, simpatico. Now, that very good. Why is she the woman for you? Very briefly.
As she
What's
said,
about her?
as she said, we could be laying in bed and both of our hands to do just like this here at the same time. You know,
Right.
We go to the store, we could be shopping, and I'm standing a certain way looking at something, and I turn over, she's standing the same way. And it's almost we buying the same thing before it even happened. You know
so
what I mean?
you were of one mind, you headed in the same direction,
yes.
you're on the same page.
Love of my life.
What a lovely thing that is. Let me tell you how to work. Let me give you my best advice on something like that. I've got two good people in front of me who have had bad circumstances. And the one thing I would hate more than anything else is allow what's broken in you, find what's broken in her, and let that whole thing mess up the relationship. Everybody's got to know where they're weak. Everybody's got to know what's not going well. You've got to learn to trust. You have to remind yourself that your brain will go to the worst case scenario because you had the worst case scenario. And you have to give it a beat. and you have to give it a step, and you have to give her one, because your brain is leaping to something that may not be there. And remember, if she does run off with you, you don't become less of a man or a person. So don't be jealous every day on an off day that one day she might go off with somebody else. Love her for who she is, and let me tell you, she's not going nowhere. She loves herself some you. Okay. And she's not going to do anything about that. So don't let whoever that individual was, I don't know her, don't know her name, don't know nothing about her, don't like her.
Thank you.
But don't you let her run you. That's all I'm trying to say. Love her past that. And Ms. Taylor, you need to go see somebody.
I agree.
Because there's so many levels that I can't even get to. I don't know what's happening. You don't know what's happening. But until you can self-soothe and you can find out what's hurt, you won't be able to be successfully married, because what's broken you will continue to show up before what's well in you. And then your relationship can't survive. Remember, though you have both been broken, neither one of you have been shattered. So lean into one another. Love one another. Go to see somebody. And after that, go take this marriage license and marry that man, because he loves you. This matter is adjourned. Thank you.
Well, after today, I believe that we can move forward.
Yes,
For
I
sure.
believe so too.
I mean,
Today definitely was an eye-opener, I think, for both of us. And Judge Toler really gave a lot of good advice, and it means the world to me.
And that's all I want.
And so does he.
This is all I want from my baby, to just believe in herself and, you know what I mean, and just be here for me. I love you to death.
Previously on Divorce Court.
In our first year alone, his family would attack me, his family disrespected me, his friends didn't like me, his friends disrespected me.
A year into our relationship, she ended up leaving and cheating on me, and I didn't see her for a week.
He really wasn't supportive. A week later, after I had my miscarriage of 3 months, we were arguing, and he left, and he started adding other females, looking at other females' Facebook a week after my miscarriage.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is a continuation of the matter of Jonathan Chavez versus Kelly Condori. We have discussed a number of matters, very difficult emotional situations. I have called Karima Capret here, who is Mr. Chavez's sister. A great deal of the problems in this matter, I think, is the hurt that Ms. Condori felt throughout the relationship from your side of the family, because she did not feel accepted and that she felt her son was alienated and distanced. Ms. Capret, I'm going to talk to you. Tell me a little bit about what your family felt, why they felt that way, and how your interactions with Ms. Condori evolved.
Okay. As mentioned, she came into the picture. It was pretty surprise on all of us. He was in a relationship, which, yes, granted, we all got along with the other girl very well. I think on behalf of all of us, it was more so the affection towards the child. When a child is involved, it's hard. I'm sorry. So that's where it hurts me. You know, now you're in the same predicament. I guess it wasn't that we didn't like her, but her attitude was very, I've been in this picture. You guys just don't know who I am. I've been a high school sweetheart. You know, so that's when we were just like, we never heard of you. We don't know who you are. They felt very strongly that they didn't want us to speak with the ex. And, you know, it was hard on us, you know?
Right. Were you less than welcoming to her son, though, Ms. Condori's
Honestly,
son?
I don't believe I was.
She was.
Okay.
There's more.
Okay, Ms. Condori, why don't you tell me your version of that story, of those events?
All right. What she just said, the quote of me being a high school sweetheart, is when me and her started talking 2 years prior already in our relationship, I told her that. This is 2 years already. We're going on to a year and a half.
I got you. Tell me a little bit more about the things that his family said or did to you that made you feel so unwelcomed.
All right. It's not particularly Miss Cabret. It's more of her brothers. Her brothers were really disrespectful. They would come into the house and not give a crap about what I have to say. They would.
When you say they don't care what you say, give me an example.
As in, like, his brother came upstairs, asked him for something, and he denied it. Jonathan Chavez denied it.
Said no.
No. We closed the door, and his brother then proceeded, as my son was sleeping in this apartment, proceeded to kick the door multiple times because he was upset with what's going on. I opened the door, and I came launching because it's already 1 o'clock in the morning. You're banging in my door. My son's sleeping in the apartment. There's no need.
Did that happen, Mr. Chavez? You didn't take care of that
her
situation?
son was. We had like a railroad apartment, so her son was sleeping in the far end of the apartment. Now, my thing is, if I have we're only dating, we're only going out at this time. We're not married. Mm-hmm. If I'm having a discussion or
yeah, that's not your place.
It's not, ma'am, but that's my apartment, and my son is living there. If I would have done something like that to any of them, I would have been the bad guy.
I'm telling you what works. Mm-hmm. Your life ain't worked out. I've had 4 stepsons, a husband, 30-year marriage. I'm gonna tell you what works. It doesn't work when a new girlfriend jumps on family. Don't work. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Cabrera, I'm going to talk to you, and then I want to move forward on to another topic. Go ahead.
You hit it right on the head. That's one of, well, 2 other things, pretty much. One is the fact that she gets into sibling fights, which to me, and I've told her this before, I've told him, I tell my brothers all the time, we fight. We're family. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, we're going to start talking an hour later, 2 hours later, a day later, whatever it is. We're brothers. That's how it is. When she would get in it, I feel like now you're making it worse because now he's going to defend you. Mm-hmm. Now he wants to fight for you. Right. You weren't even the issue. Why get in it? Mm-hmm. You know, I had an issue with him regarding the Charger incident where he came in and he was very, we're animated. Mm-hmm. So as you can see. Yeah. So he was slapping his hands and talking regarding with my son. So I got in it. Yeah. I said, look, I'll help you out. I got you, Gordo. I got you. Then, me and him started arguing. She got in the middle of it. And I was just like,
you are a loud and poppy family. And you get loud and you pop off.
Yeah.
And all I'm trying to say to you, Ms. Condori, I've been the interloper. And whenever they got into it about something that involved me, I'm tiptoeing out the back door as quick as my little feet can carry me. And I'm just saying, I'm not mad. I'm just saying, just absorb this. It's a better way to do business.
When she would tell me, like, oh, you're not defending me or they treat me like this, obviously I would tell my brothers, like, yo, you're disrespectful, we would get into it.
Was he supportive with his family, or do you believe he really didn't stand up for you? Before we talk about the finances, I want to put a cap on the family issue, at least a little bit. My understanding is that part of the problem that the family had with this relationship is that you believe he kind of married her behind your back without telling you and not involving you in that. Tell me why you believe that.
Yeah, well, I think it is a little strange on that because they were planning a wedding with everybody.
Right.
It had a whole theme, everything. We were all going to dress up. It was going to be fun, cute. Okay. All of a sudden, I guess almost a year after their marriage, once again, another fight. And it comes up, she's my wife, or he says, that's my husband, I think it was, something like that. So you guys will never know, or it was just some weird statement that we were all like, what? You got married? What do you mean? When did this happen?
Yeah, Mr. Chavez,
we're a year now.
What happened? And then Ms. Condori, I'll ask you, what happened?
A lot of people were putting input. Usually females grow up, they know what they want and how they want to get married. All these things. I'm all for it. I want to make her happy. But a lot of people, like I said, I know a lot of people. So the closer ones were putting a lot of input and trying to tell her to tweak things and stuff like that. And she just was like,
sick of it.
We're not going to do it. Let's just go and get married civilly.
Okay. Right.
With all this, there was still the problem with, me. I defended her. So I would me and my brothers would be always on edge with each other.
Mm-hmm. All over the wedding?
Not over the wedding. No, this is just several things throughout the whole time.
When she would tell me, like, oh, you're not defending me or they treat me like this, obviously I would tell my brothers, like, yo, you're disrespectful, and we would get into it.
Ms. Condori, was he supportive with his family, or do you believe he really didn't stand up for you?
He was supportive at some point. And then he'll like, when I talked to him about it, I just needed to talk to him about it. And he would just give me that's my family. Don't talk crap about my family. Don't talk crap about my family. And I didn't need him to go and react to it or do something about it.
You just want to vent.
Yeah, that's what I try to tell him. Like, I just want to vent to you. You're my best friend. I should be telling you these things. But he didn't want to hear it.
Now, when you vent about his family, do you vent like, I'm so frustrated with them, or yo, blah, 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 blah,
No, I wouldn't.
Which way did you come?
It would be both. It wouldn't be like, your brother's this, that, and third. No, it would be like, why is your brother doing this? Like, I would tell him specific, like, which one. It wouldn't be like, your whole family's this. No, it would just be like, why is your brother's doing this? Why is your brother doing that? Why can't, you know what I mean? It would be specific, but it's just me venting to him. And then when he would defend me, it would be, we would get into arguments afterwards, because I'll be like, why did you do that?
If you want to vent to somebody about what's happening, you don't go in, why would you do that? You know what I mean? It's all about tone and tact. It's about you know, your brothers are doing this, and I don't understand. It's hurting me. Please, you know what I mean? Because when you come with a why is somebody and what da 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 da, that's an attack on personal family. That's attack on him. He's defensive. You know, his adrenaline starts to going, and he wants to fight. So it doesn't give you the response you're looking for. I'm just trying to help. I know you feel beaten up right now. You know, so I'm gonna leave that alone. I want to switch topics altogether and talk about finances, and then we're gonna try to conclude this in a manner that makes you not feel like you're shattered, because I don't want you to be shattered.
Every time I would give him some money, like, to pay rent, he'll be like, oh, we're gonna double it up. We're gonna double it up and I'll pay rent later. I already knew we were at $3,000 of deficit because he wasn't paying rent. They're gonna ask me all these questions and I don't have the answer.
You don't have the answer,
He's the one with the answer, so why don't you go?
Ms. Kadori, do you want to tell me about the financial problems, or will you want a minute to get it together?
No, he's doing a good job.
Okay.
He could do that too.
Okay. Tell me about your financial issues.
Well, it's always been a problem. Financially, we've never really been fully stable.
Right.
We had to move out so quick out together. We put money together. But I've always been working in a relationship. As far as a 5-year relationship, I was working for about 4.5. She likes to live lavishly in the sense of like going out to eat or going to the movies. She has a son. You know, she wants to be able to dress well, decent, you know, to go to school or get haircuts or whatnot. And I would do these things. I would do these things even when we didn't have sufficient amount of income. We would get backed up in rent because I would do these things. And the fights would continue, and I wouldn't be able to keep a job.
Ms. Kadori, tell me how you felt in that circumstance.
The problem with our financial problems that I didn't know, like I didn't pay mind to it, is because every type of money, it could be a quarter in my pocket, he will want it. You have to give me that. Okay, I had no problem, because yeah, he's right. You're my husband. If I want something, I'll ask it. I have no problem. I'll do it. You know what I mean? But if you are over here telling me, if I ask you for a $30 trinket that's gonna be laying in the house and you're like, okay, let's go buy it, and then at the end of the day, you're like, we have no money because you wanna live like this and you wanna buy that, yeah, it's gonna be an issue. You have to let me know. You have to communicate with me and let me know where we at in money-wise, so I'm not asking for things. Or you could just easily be like, no, babe, we can't afford it. And I would understand, because we have to pay rent. Yes, I'd rather.
Now, were you big man in it and big time in it? You know, you asked for something. Were you ever just say, hey, babe, you know, I haven't got it? Or were you big time? Yeah, baby.
Occasionally, I would tell her we didn't have it, especially when I wasn't working. And that was the problem. Like, I would have these jobs, and she would cause arguments at 3, 4 in the morning, knowing I had to wake up at 6 in the morning, and feuded arguments, kick me out, where I have to be up at 6 in the morning to
go to work.
To go to work. And then there was even one time that she had to go to an appointment for housing, and she told me to go, and I was in the middle of break, and I was like, I can't make it. You know, I mean, you're not working. You could go a little late to work, because at that time she was working,
But she didn't go, or what happened?
She said she's not gonna go, and that I have to go, because at the end of the day, if not, then
what happened there, Ms. Kadori?
He wasn't paying rent. as it was. He kept giving me the runaround every time I would give him some money, like, to pay rent. He'll be like, oh, we're gonna double it up. We're gonna double it up, and I'll pay rent later. I'll pay rent later. And I was like, okay. Now at this point, I didn't want to go to the housing appointment because I already knew we were at $3,000 of deficit because he wasn't paying rent. So how do you expect me to go show face, and they're gonna ask me all these questions, and I don't have the answer. You don't have the answer. He's the one with the answer, so why don't you go and show face?
I got you. I'm gonna turn to the money that you're asking for. I'm gonna talk about the things that you want her to return to you, address that briefly, and then I'm gonna say as much as I can say to help as much as I can. All right, you're asking for $8,000 from Miss Condori because you say that when you left, she kept your clothes, and you were unable to get dressed and go to interviews, so consequently you've been out of work for 16 months because out of spite she kept your clothes away from you. Is that accurate?
It's more like 6 months. It wasn't,
6 months?
Yeah, it was 6 months.
6 months.
6 months, not 16, yeah.
Oh, you know you're right. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Condori, you say, yeah, you might have hung on to stuff too long, but it's not my problem. He can't find some clothes and get a job, correct?
He has his stuff in my basement because he has no space in his mom's house. He could come any given time to come and pick it up. He wants to pick it up when I'm not there, and he wants to pick it up when we're arguing. And he's like, I want to go get my stuff. Okay, you get your stuff. Can you please bring a police escort, though? That's all I ask him. We've been separated for a month and a half. His stuff has been in my house for a month and a half.
I'm not going to give you any money because even if you got to borrow some money and get a suit, one suit, go interview. Right. I mean, she's not responsible for the fact that you don't have a job. I am going to write an order that within 2 weeks you are going to be able to pick up your clothes with a third party. Are you comfortable with her coming?
But I want them to pick up all his stuff.
All his stuff. You get yourself together. If you got to borrow money from her, you got to borrow money from some brothers who's got to borrow money from some mama. Get a little something together. Get it together. Within 2 weeks, you're going to pick it up. You're going to give her at least a week's notice, okay? You're going to call, and you're going to let him in, and she's going to be there. And we're going to do an order to that. Now I want to talk. Mr. Chavez, I think that you're more culpable than you claim. I think that you give as good as you get. I think that she's a very emotional person, but I think you get right in there with her and tangle, as opposed to being above it, calm, cool. If you have a very emotional person in your life, it is incumbent upon you not to be equally emotional. You come in here, you all rational and this, that, and the other, but I don't think you run rational with her. I think you give as good as you get. I really, really do. I really, really do. And you think you should because she takes you there. She upsets you. You get emotional. Men always say, I'm not emotional. Yeah, when you're angry, that's an emotion. She cries. Oh, she's all emotional. And I don't like it. That's an emotion, too. That's just your emotion. Okay?
Got you.
Ms. Condori, I want you to feel better. I want you to feel safer, and I want you to feel more secure. And the sign of a person who is solid and safe and has a hard, meaningful center is a person who's not upset all the time. I think you get very hurt very easily. I think that in response to that hurt, you get very angry very quickly. You feel very distraught about how dare somebody make me feel this way or that way without empathizing at all on their end, how they're feeling, because you're so overwhelmed with how you feel. You're not a bad person. You're just young. You're a little immature, and you're very, very distraught. And what you need to do is control you, to handle who you are, how you feel. The world will rock and roll as the world rocks and rolls. People will do the wrong thing. People will feel this way. But you've got to have a center that is so strong and so stable and so secure, it can't knock you over. You could get sad, but it won't take you over. You with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to feel empowered and strong. You're beautiful. You know what I mean? Whoa. Are you with me? That's what I'm trying to hand you. Ms. Capret, I think you read it correctly. She needs a lot of love and care. I hope that you remain in her life in that way. And Mr. Chavez,
if she'll
when you
accept
deal
me,
with her,
she knows
remember
I'm there
what I
for her.
said about leveling up. You with me?
Yeah, definitely.
Level up. Good luck to you both. There will be no recovery in this matter other than the order for the pickup of the clothes within 2 weeks in the company of Ms. Capret. I will give you an order in that regard, and this matter is adjourned.
It is what it is now. It's a little late. At the end of the day, I think we could have probably taken a little slower, more communication between us on what we wanted.
Been 15 since we were 15. So yeah, he's my best friend. He's all I know.
Today on Divorce Court.
Cheddar race is crazy. My clothes torn up, truck scratched up.
If you weren't doing what you was doing, I wouldn't be enraged. I'd be my sweet, humble self.
She don't respect my privacy. She's always going through my phone or riding down the street trying to figure out where I'm at.
How can you invade a married person's privacy?
She asked me was I cheating. I went ahead and told her yeah.
He wanna have this chick, that, that, this, that.
So why would I throw 21 years down the drain? Because I messed up for a few months. Might as well just keep it going.
He told me he married me because God told him. So if God told you, why we in divorce court today?
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Charity Griffin and Dante Griffin. Mr. and Mrs. Griffin, you have been together for 21 years, married for the last 2.5, but you do not want to be married anymore. Ms. Griffin, upon your departure, you are seeking $700 for a broken cell phone, and you are countersuing for $1,500 in car damage and $100 for a broken statue. I can't wait to hear about that. But before we get there, Ms. Griffin, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Your Honor, we're here because I've been with my husband for 21 years. He's my childhood sweetheart, and my husband has been living a double life. One example is, well, Christmas time was coming, so Mr. Griffin called and asked, are you going shopping for the kids? Why are you asking me am I going shopping for the kids? So he didn't come home till 6 o'clock that night, dropping off presents, telling me to wrap the presents up. So he left, he was gone. He didn't come back until Christmas Day at 6 a.m., all distant from me, the children, the kids opening up their present. We give him his present. He just grabs it and put it down as if he was just somebody that was there. He didn't care at all. Another example is my husband, he graduated from welding school. I'm proud of him, happy for him, so I wanted to give him a surprise graduation party. So I tell his friends, the ones that I know about, and when he comes to the house, he's acting like a male diva. I mean, he's acting crazy, Your Honor, because his friends are at the house. So he said, you want to have a party? I'm going to give you a party. He disappears. 2 hours, Your Honor, come back and still have attitude. You know, kind of distant with his friends. But he said his excuse was because I didn't invite the people who he went to school with. Who does that? On our anniversary, my husband returns home at 11 o'clock in the morning with flowers and candy and balloons. And then he sends me a text message saying, I know you have an attitude. I wanted you to have an attitude, but we're going to start off fresh. We're going to start off new. But what's the problem? What's the issue? What's the issue, Dante?
Okay. Mr. Griffin, you can start with any one of those 3 stories and give me your side of it. Well, you got the Christmas Eve,
as far as the Christmas Eve, Your Honor, I mean, yeah, I did my daddy Santa thing. I did take the gifts to the house, but even then, I wasn't even staying at the house much. So when I did take the gifts by, I spent some time there. But even time I'm at the house, she's always invading my privacy. She's going through my phone. She's going through my truck. Even just for one time, I'm staying at the house early morning. She wakes me up at 5 in the morning. She took my fingerprint and opened my phone and went through my phone to check and see what's going on. So after that, she's throwing cupcakes in my face, telling me to get out the house. When she does that, I ask for my keys so I can leave. So she threw my keys out the back door. I go to the back door to get my keys out the backyard. She locked me in the backyard like I'm a dog. So we have a fence back there in the back.
Hang on, let him finish.
She tells me to leave the house, and so she said if I'm gonna leave, I have to jump the fence. Look, I'm not a tall guy. So by the time I find some tires or something to stand on to jump this fence, I jump the fence and get to the front yard. There she is tearing my clothes up. And not only that, if I'm gonna have a party, if I'm just graduating from welding school, don't invite my other friends. Let me invite these guys that I graduated welding school with. She didn't invite none of them. None of them were there. We already had plans. That's why I disappeared for 2 hours. Y'all left and went to the guys that I just graduated with. But she just tried to go ahead and do the plans that she wanted to do, the things I'm gonna like it. I didn't like it. So therefore, I was gone.
What do you think he's doing when he's not at home?
Yeah, living a double life. He's living a double life. He says that I go through his phone doing the touch ID. Well, if I don't, I wouldn't know nothing. When I did, Your Honor, this is what I found out. I went through my husband's phone. My son's birthday was the day before. I was a little distant from him, so I'm feeling bad.
Let's let Mr. Griffin take a look at that so he have an opportunity to explain what happened there. Just keep talking while he's reading.
It was my son's birthday. So I felt a little distance from him, so I felt bad. So the next morning I get up, I said, okay, I'm gonna give my husband some special attention. So I said, but before I give him some special attention, let me see all the suspicions that I've been thinking about is true.
Hang on. Tell me what was going on that day. Could you bring me back the evidence that she had?
I don't remember writing
what was
at
going
that point
on?
in time when I did do that text message. I thought it was her. I didn't know who was texting my phone.
You thought it was her?
I was asleep. I was sleep texting. I didn't know. All I saw was good night, baby. I don't know.
Where were you sleeping?
I was at the house with her. I was on the couch.
So you were on the couch, so you thought she was texting you, good night, baby. I'm sorry I fell asleep. Good night. Love you too. Call me if I'm locked out of the car.
I was sleeping.
You thought that was
That's a lie.
But she's always going through my phone.
That's
I don't know what she found.
Even though
I had a friend. The guy used to be my friend, and I found out she done tried to befriend him and try to find out things about me that the lady, about this other lady that I was seeing. Yeah, I told her when she found out I was cheating. I told her I was cheating. I didn't deny it.
That's a lie. You did not tell me. I found out
Once you found out, I did deny it.
I found out.
Hey. So you were admitting to one cheat, but you told her about it, and that was it.
Yeah, and that was it. So she tried to befriend one of my friends and tried to find out more information, and this guy was the one that even hooked me up with the lady.
I see the road that we're on. Let's try to find out how we got on the road, who this side chick is, and how long she lasted.
My husband smashed my phone.
Let me see the phone.
When he believes that me and his friend was having an affair. I did not have an affair with his friend. Did his friend confirm everything that I was talking about? Yes.
So, Ms. Griffin, we understand that there was a side chick. I'm not quite sure how. He says he admitted to it. You say you busted him. You tell me your story, then I'll get yours.
Okay, that night, he was asleep. My husband, he sleeps very hard. So I grabbed his hand and put his hand on the phone, and it came open. The first thing I saw was, good night, baby. I love you. I saw, I love you, and it crushed me. I said, but before I go any further, I'm gonna go to Facebook and see if she a thought. The name matched, it matched the phone, the number that I put in social media.
Oh, and the pictures led you to believe that she was engaged in thought-like behavior.
But she does that all the time.
She admitted, me going through the messages, she admitted that she's in love with a married man.
Mr. Griffin, do you know the thought about whom we speak?
I know the person that she's speaking about, which it was a lady that I was dealing with, and which I gotta tell you, when she did bust me, I did admit to it. But she always,
hang on. How long were you with this side chick?
For a few months.
And had you not been busted, would you not have admitted to it, and would you have continued to see her?
I probably would have, but once the time I did get busted, I was relieved of it. I'm not gonna say I was, because I was tired, because it was like you said, I was living a double life. I'm back and forth from this house to this house. This house.
Now, Mr. Griffin, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. How come? Was it just she was available? Had she been running after you?
Were
things not good at home? Give me a reason why.
Well, she's just always so predictable. Every time I mean, there's nothing. She didn't change it. Now she looks different. She started to change a lot of things. She didn't do her hair. She didn't do her nails. She would sit at the house all the time. She was just so predictable. There have been times where I wouldn't even have to call home from work and ask her what she's doing or where she's at. Because I know she's at the house sitting there, either taking a nap, playing on an electronic device, or watching TV, or just sitting there.
Okay,
So
I got you. Now, Ms. Gray does nothing, and I mean nothing, excuses what he did. But what he's telling me is that things just got monotone at the crib, that you were no longer engaged in loving one another. You were just kind of living together. Did you allow the marriage to become mundane and uninteresting? And do you see how that might lead to, though nothing justifies it, a failure on his part?
Nothing justifies it. Just as well as he's saying I was predictable, so was Mr. Griffin. But he's barely at home. He's barely at home. He would rather hang out with his friends instead of being a husband to his wife and being a father to his children. It was just me.
Yeah.
If I talk to him, it's the attitude.
Because she don't talk to me, she always got questions.
Your Honor, I can't even ask my husband, how was his day?
When, why, where?
How was your day?
She always got a question. And I'm not the type of person, I don't like to be questioned. You got to talk to me, tell me what you need, I'm going to make it happen.
How was your day?
I think I see what's happening here. I think I see what's happening here. I want to bring up one more major issue before we devolve into this argument, and that is about how you two address raising your daughter, and then we'll figure out where we go from there.
But my son being rebellious, he did it anyway. Mr. Griffin comes home, he shaves our son's head, not just shave it, bald.
He wanted to be grown, so I gave him the George Jefferson haircut.
You say he's too strict. Why don't you tell me why you believe that?
One example, Your Honor, our son, he had asked me one night, Mom, can I get a tattoo? He said, I'll get your name on it. No, because we previously discussed one time, you know, while the kids are at home, they are not allowed to get a tattoo. But my son being rebellious, he did it anyway. Mr. Griffin comes home, he shaves our son's head, not just shave it, bald. He had plugs, like 4 or 5 plugs in his head.
He just jacked up his hair.
Yes.
He jacked up his hair. Mr. Griffin, why don't you tell me your version?
Because that's how these kids are. You know what I'm saying? His whole thing is his hair. You know what I'm saying? You know how these kids got the little their hair. What I did, even before the barbershop movie came, he wanted to be grown, so I gave him the George Jefferson haircut.
Your Honor.
You got to give him points for ingenuity, don't you think?
I tried to try something different.
I agree with him, totally.
I want him to go and have his tattoo removed. Because just like he said, he told her about the tattoo before he even got it. So why she'd even mention it to me before he went and got it? Therefore, I could have been on him before he went and made that decision, go and be rebellious and do it.
I also understand that there's an issue with respect to your daughter.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Okay.
So I can have an overview of the problem.
Okay, like I said, Mr. Griffin, he is extremely strict. Our daughter, she was on the phone talking to a boy, and Mr. Griffin, he takes her phone, and he also takes the hinges off the door. So she's a girl. I mean, if you want to take something out, just take the knob off. Don't take the whole door off.
Down.
Okay, so I understand.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Griffin. Was there a rule in place that you can't talk to a boy?
Yes, my children know how I am. You know, of course, I didn't want my daughter having. contact with boys at this point. So yeah, I took her phone. So as me taking her phone, so if I take one electronic device, why do you feel free that you should go ahead and use another? So I pay the bills in my house. So I bust through the door, and you know what I'm saying, here she is on the iPad, still socializing with these kids, with these boys, whatever. So yeah, I took the hinges off the door. I paid for the door.
Girls gonna talk to boys behind the parents' back or...
Let me say this. I've got no holler for Mr. Griffin because he's a philanderer. Yeah. But I'm gonna say this. I'm behind him on that. And let me tell you why. You set a rule. The rule is what the rule is. I'm one device taken. I wouldn't take the devices out of the room. I just take the plug so you can see the device, but can't use it. You see what I'm saying? I've taken out beds, dressers, I've taken doors off. I believe that when you're in my house, you do what I say. I'm not hitting you, I'm not popping you, but I ain't giving you nothing so you can mess up on my watch. You want to mess up at 18? Have at it. But when you in my crib, you go by my rules. I'm feeling him on that. So now we got to get to the money and call this thing a day. Ms. Griffin, you are seeking $700 for a broken phone. Why don't you tell me how it got broken and why you believe he owes you $700 for it?
Your Honor, my husband smashed my phone.
Let me see the phone.
When he believes that me and his friend was having an affair. I did not have an affair with his friend. Did his friend confirm everything that I was talking about? Yes.
I got you. Mr. Griffin, why don't you tell me why you're seeking $1,600, $1,500 for car damage and $100?
Because she scratched up my truck. She also broke my statue. I have a video of my truck. She not only just scratched it with a key, she went down the side of it with a brick. And I didn't have any type of damages on it. That statue, that was
so all of this is the damage that she did. Do I have a video here? You said you had a video?
Yes, ma'am.
You better be happy.
See, this is what she did. She did one long scratch all the way from the front of my truck all the way to the back. You see the scratch right there? If you follow it, it go all the way. She didn't stop. Then she ain't no regular scratcher. She don't deal with no key. She took a brick. And I guess that's how she got the dents in it. She took a brick and scratched it all the way down, then hit my door with it.
Lord. And the statue, what happened? Oh, she just broke the brother in half.
Yeah, she just broke my statue in half. That statue meant something to me. It came from a dead relative, and I liked my statue. I love my statue. She broke it.
Ms. Griffin, did all that occur?
I didn't intentionally do it. It was...
She threw my statue on the hood of my car. It probably got dents in it, too.
Because it's a symbol of our last name.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Let me tell you two something. I'm so glad you're getting a divorce.
Thank you.
He is not at all interested in your well-being. He's interested in his well-being. And I hope that you can co-parent meaningfully. And when I say co-parent meaningfully, I mean you have to discuss the issues that you have and make decisions like, not I am the king and my word goes, but to discuss, this is your idea, this is my idea. I know when to come forward and back up. Sometimes I back up and let my husband handle it. Sometimes he lets me come forward and handle it. There are two parents for a reason. There's a yin and yang to it. Don't just Bigfoot it. You know what I mean? Two-foot it. So I will give you that. I am not going to give either one of you any money because I am quite sure you both did damage to each other in great store and great extent from beginning to end. And I so hate to reward a cheater's behavior. You ought not have scratched his car. You ought not have broke his phone. I don't know how much it's worth because anybody bring me an invoice. I know it all happened, but I'm going to call it a wash. It was an ugly thing, but I hope tomorrow that you have a better future that involves two people who can co-parent children in a meaningful and loving way. So glad you're divorced. This matter is adjourned.
If the divorce is what happened, it is what it is. We'll have to just co-parent with our children.
I love Nante. I'm sorry I was regular. I'm sorry I was predictable. But the only thing you had to do was talk to me and not shut me out. We wouldn't be where we at today. You said you loved me. You should have loved me harder. but I love me better.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here on Divorce Court today because my husband Michael is a liar and a cheater, and I needed to stop now.
I do admit to cheating on my wife in the past, but that's when I was young, and that's not me anymore.
He is fascinated with prostitutes.
I do have a fascination with prostitutes. It's just one of my upbringings.
He thinks he's a pimp. How are you a pimp and you're not getting money and you're sleeping with them? They're your girlfriends.
I think Danielle is paranoid because something's wrong with her psychologically.
I want the judge to tell Michael to grow up and stop the lies.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Danielle Grant and Michael Grant. You have been married for a brief 7 months, and you're here already. Nick, do you want to know what their primary problem is?
What's that, Judge?
He's a wannabe pimp. And the wife don't like it. Mrs. Gant, why don't you tell me what's going on at your house?
My husband Michael is a liar, a cheater, and the worst part of it all is he has a fascination with prostitutes.
Your Honor, could I say something?
In a minute, go ahead. Tell me about the fascination with prostitutes, because I'm fascinated by that fascination.
Yeah, he's had homeless ones. He's had homeless ones. He finds them on the streets. The last one he just had very, very recently, I found out because we were having a birthday party for one of my kids, and he said, "Hey, I gotta go real quick. I gotta go pick up this girl's kid."
Hold on.
So I'm like, "Whose kids?" So he calls a car to come get him.
Right.
I ask him where he's going. He doesn't say anything. He just gets in the car, goes. So I hurry up, get my shoes on, get the keys, get in the car, go follow him. I'm following him down Las Vegas Boulevard. He keeps going and going. Finally, he stops. Okay, so I'm like, he's stopping. I see a car coming. He's running to the car. So I'm honking the horn. Stop. The girl got the window up. She won't put the window down. Finally, she pulls the window down, and so I'm asking her what's going on. She says, "I know my place," and they drive off. So I go to his house. Her kids are there. So now I realize he helped taking care of a prostitute's kids.
Oh, come on.
Then he gets her pregnant. About probably like
knock it off.
2 weeks after that happened, she's pregnant. By him. Prostitute. Pregnant.
2 weeks.
By him.
Mr. Gant.
I object, Your Honor.
Stop. Tell me your side of that story.
Okay, first of all, I'm a big fan of yours.
Well, I'm glad about that, but I'm no prostitute, though.
That's right. I don't use that word prostitute. I say escort or women of the night. That's what I like to use. But first of all, I love Danielle.
Right.
That's my girl. First of all, I come from a family full of pimps. My granddaddy was a pimp, my uncle was a pimp, so it's been pimping since been pimping. I've been doing it for a long time.
Oh, Lord.
She's just an assistant pimp. This is one of my road dogs. She know how I've been getting down. She know what I do.
Well, what are you doing with these women? I mean, are you making money off of them?
We making money. We trying to make as much money as possible.
To buy what?
Clothes? You wasn't tripping when I came through with a little money.
Mr. Gant, let me ask you this. Don't you find that a distasteful profession to make money off of the work of women while you just sitting there with your hand out?
First of all, I ain't never seen her act like this before. She totally cool.
No, you the one that claim you got pimp in your DNA. So I want to know,
talk about that,
does that bother you at all that that's how you make money?
Come on with it, because you got a lot to say.
You know what? It does. It is untasteful. I mean, it is untasteful. You know what I mean? I'm a hustler. But at the same time, she wasn't sweating me when the money was coming through. You know, see, that's the thing she don't tell y'all. What? I gave you... What?
So you're not only a pimp, you're just an unsuccessful pimp.
Man,
I'm trying to figure out what you do for a living.
Okay, this is what I do. First of all, I don't just do that. I do a lot of other things around the house. I help, I clean up. You know what I'm saying? I make sure everything is copacetic. She just talking about one thing. Just one bad thing. I got a lot of good qualities.
That's a big bad thing. Did you get the other woman pregnant?
Who?
The one she was just talking about, the one she chased you in a car.
When? You know what?
You paying attention, Mr. Gant?
You know what? I'm gonna own up to that. I'm not sure if I got her pregnant because it could have been a lot of other people, but I'm gonna tell you this. I did get her pregnant. I think I did. I think you did. Listen, I wasn't absolutely sure at the time, but you know, women be lying too. You gotta be careful. Because they'll lie to you. She might have got me for $500. I ain't seen the girl since. So I don't know what's going on.
I don't either.
Pimpin' might have got pimped.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. You say that she ought to trust you, despite the fact that you got pimp in your DNA. How is she distrustful, and what do you think she ought to change?
One time, me and my boys, we was going out, you know what I'm saying? We was dealing with some prostitutes at the time. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with it. But I thought I seen a silhouette of her head in my car. So I'm driving. I'm like, damn. I mean, do you see a head in my car? So me and the homie, we tripping, going back and forth. So I get up. We get to the girl's house. You know, 2 or 3 of them call me, knocking on the door like, hey, somebody's hopping out your car. So I'm scared as hell. So I run outside. And it's her, and she ain't got no shoes on.
So she was hiding in the back of your car when you were in the car?
She popped out the car like a mercenary. You know what I'm saying? She was in the trunk, right, with the jack in the spare tire. You know what I mean?
You were in the trunk of the car.
It's SUV, so the third row, you know, it's open.
She's in the trunk.
I got you. Yeah, I didn't go into the closed one because I'm claustrophobic. That wouldn't have worked out. But yeah, I went into the
So she hopped out the trunk like a serial killer. Then she started chasing me down the street. I didn't know what to do but start taking off running. So she chased me for about 15 minutes. And after that, you know, it got real weird for a minute. We sat down for about 4 hours to talk about a relationship. But it's something we do on a daily basis.
I don't hide in the trunk. I need to catch my breath. But I got caught up in the story. But before that story, you said, yeah, I think I got this prostitute pregnant. Damn. That means you're having unprotected sex.
First of all,
women that you think are out and about making money doing that.
Why you gotta bring that back up? Second of all, I wasn't having...
Let's talk about the unprotected sex with the prostitutes.
Okay, no. I gotta catch my breath. Or recollect myself, and then we're gonna move forward.
He is cheating with his best friend's sister, right? Yes, honey. Come on, man. He was cheating with his best friend's sister, got her pregnant twice.
Twice?
Oh, Lord.
Despite your admissions, Mr. Gant, you say your wife is paranoid and irrational. Could you tell me a couple of stories that would lead me to believe that is, in fact, the case?
Okay, Your Honor. It's a lot of paranormal activity going on with her. Paranormal, right? I mean, she's scary as hell.
Not what I said, but go ahead.
She started to scare pimping. You know what I mean? I ain't never been scared in my life.
Give me some stories. What has she done?
Okay. One night, I was talking on the phone with a prostitute. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie about it, but it was about business. See, that's what she's not telling you. Everything is not. A lot of it's platonic. So I hear some footsteps, you know, walking down the stair, but I didn't hear nothing for about 45 minutes. So I'm like, damn, I wonder if baby up or what's going on. So I walk out my son's room and I walk into the living room, and you know how you can just feel the presence of paranormal activity going on. So I'm talking to the girl. And I say, and I just feel some presence, like a energy on my back. So I turn around and I see a silhouette of her, looking like The Grudge.
Looking like The Grudge?
The Grudge, the movie. Scared the out of me.
You know The Grudge?
I haven't seen that.
You ain't seen The Grudge? No. Y'all gotta see that movie, man. Y'all go check that out. But I flick the light on and it's her with a silhouette, just standing there looking like, you know, the Exorcist. You know what I mean?
Now, Mrs. Gant, let me ask you. I understand you hacked his phone and catfished, apparently, one of his ladies. Well, tell me what happened.
Well, I had to. Because, okay, so the smart guy right here, this smart guy, he get fired from his job, right? So he said, oh, baby, they fired me. They said I was on the phone all day. So I started thinking to myself, we ain't really talked on the phone. How you get
Who you talking to?
Who is you talking?
Stop.
Shut up. Thank you.
I got it, Mrs. Gant. I got it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I tell my son, give me the code to Dad's phone. So he gave me the code. I open it up. Oh, it's a full thread. It's a thread. That thread going from the top to the bottom to back to a whole nother page, another page. Anyway, it's I love you, all this stuff. Come to find out, he is cheating with his best friend's sister, right? Yes, honey.
Come on, man.
He was cheating with his best friend's sister, got her pregnant twice.
Got her pregnant twice?
Got her pregnant twice.
Here, man.
Then on my birthday, he invites me to go to the club.
Outta here.
Don't tell me that the wench is at the club before I get there. Oh, Lord. I get out the club, go to my car, and my whole...
She ain't disrespectful.
Stop. My whole car. I'm talking about the hood, the doors, keyed, scribbles, keyed. I'm like, what the... This ain't my car. This can't be my car, right? This is what I'm thinking. He give me the phone number to call her. She say, I wouldn't do that. I would never do something like that to somebody's property. I put that on my kids. No, better yet, I put that on your kids. And that's when I told him, take me to her, but he wouldn't.
Your Honor,
Mr. Gant, what is your explanation for that?
You know what? I'm going to say this. We don't got full proof because nobody seen the security cameras. That could have been somebody she was messing with. I don't know what's going on.
First of all, I don't get down like that.
Stop.
Can I talk? And then second of all, I ain't got a lot to say on that one because I was messing with my friend's sister. But she my best friend's sister too. That's another
one. We are in so much trouble here. You say, Mr. Gant, that she's got a bad attitude and talks too much. We'll talk about that now. So you working on planes?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm already afraid to fly. Now let's get this news. What would you do if your partner was obsessed with prostitutes? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Tell me about the vegetables. I figure that's a safe topic, vegetables.
Okay, basically, she told me to go get some vegetables from the store.
Right.
She ain't tell me what type of specific vegetables I was supposed to be getting or nothing. I asked her 5 times. I said, baby, what kind of vegetables do you want? And that's how she is. She's indecisive. So I go to the store. I go get a whole bunch of potatoes because we got like 19 people living in our house. So I go get a whole bunch of potatoes. I come back. She come outside, I hand her potatoes outside the window, handed her a pack of potatoes, and she gonna tell me in front of my kids, damn, daddy's an idiot.
Ms. Gant, how come do you have 19 people living at your house?
Okay, it's like
she's a person hoarder.
A person hoarder.
People, yeah.
Do you hoard like family members or
she's the
just random folks?
Because I feel bad for people that need my family that needs somewhere to stay.
So you just bring them on over to your house?
Can I say something, Your Honor? But she giving me these...
How many people living there now?
There is 11.
1,200.
11 people living at your house. Are you feeding all those people?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Are they working?
Working on eating. Can I say one thing?
Yes, Mr. Gant, what would you like to say?
She gives me, look, it's 12 people. When we first got together, I was getting fat king plates. Now she got me, I'm damn near getting Lunchable plates at dinner. My plate is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I mean, she giving me party plates.
You bringing in any money?
I've been bringing in money my whole life.
Oh,
I come from a family full of money. We got some money. She know I be contributing. I do a lot.
You do a lot?
I do a lot.
How much is a lot on a monthly basis?
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't count it. She keeps.
You don't count it.
I don't count. I just give it. I just boom boom. What you want? What you need? Bam bam bam.
Now you know that doesn't make any sense, right? You talking about you making it rain at your crib, but you don't have any money except for potatoes. And you a pimp. Who gets his product pregnant? I mean, I'm just saying. You're not much of a businessman.
You know what? I feel ganged up on a little bit, but I'm gonna tell you something. Let me just tell you a little something about my story about what I'm going through.
Please do.
Okay, she clingy as hell.
Tell me how she's clingy.
She okay. I was on a contract because I do aviation mechanics too. I'm an aviation mechanic. That's why I bring a lot.
See, if I had a job, I could pick pimp, aviation mechanic.
But that was the old me. I don't
aviation
pimp no more.
mechanic. Aviation mechanic. That's beautiful.
I don't pimp no more. I'm pimping airplanes now.
You say he doesn't pull his weight around the house. Does he or doesn't he? Is he bringing home a check or isn't he?
He did not before that because he wanted to be a pimp, but he didn't make no money, like I said. But I'm not gonna lie, he did just get the aviation job in his contract, so it lasted like a couple of months, and he did help within that time period.
So you working on planes?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm already afraid to fly. Now let's get this news. What are you doing with the planes?
I ain't doing nothing but doing composite work and nothing safety wise.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. What is the one thing I could do for you from her for you to say this marriage is going to work out?
Just one?
Just one.
Okay,
Well, you think about it, and then I'll ask her, and we'll try to work something out. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if you were worried your partner couldn't stop cheating? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Usually when anybody comes in here talking about being a pimp, I call them a parasitic bottom feeder. But I'm not going to do that here because I don't think you really were one. I just see you just playing out there, love to talk about it, and it was funny. So I don't believe that's what you were doing. I think you're running around on her. I think you're running around and having babies, not paying attention, and all that kind of stuff. You need to cut that out. Too old for that. Seriously, I want y'all to stay together. Okay. I don't want neither one of you loose in the community. Okay. So if I can keep you together, I've done my part for America. So tell me what it is I can get her to do for you.
Stop drinking.
Stop drinking?
Stop drinking.
We didn't even get to the alcohol.
We didn't get to that. Hennessy is not her enemy. It's a friend of her.
Mrs. Gant, if there's one thing I could get from Mr. Gant to give to you to keep this union together, what would it be?
I say stop with the prostitutes. I'm sick and I'm tired. Lord of the prostitutes.
Escorts.
I just went through his phone. He was just talking to some more. Talking about, baby, you know I gotta get another one. What, you gotta get another one pregnant? What, you gotta sleep with another one? What you gotta do? You might as well pay for them. Because you're just like the tricks on the streets looking for them.
You damn.
I'm sorry.
I know you a lie.
Anyway.
You know you wrong for that.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
That hurt me.
I enjoyed talking to you. It was an interesting day. I don't know what y'all gonna do. But I'm leaving. This matter's adjourned.
Are you ready to give up the ladies of the night?
You know what? I think I'm gonna hang my jersey up, bro.
Retiring?
I'm gonna retire.
I mean, that seems to be your biggest complaint. You believe him when he says that?
Unless the game needs me. And I'll be back.
Can you shut up? It's hard to say whether I believe him because he keeps doing it. So we'll see.
Well, you gotta believe. She gotta believe. Tell her you gotta believe.
I gotta believe, but actions speak louder than words.
Hey, words speak louder than actions. If you.
Okay, all right.
today on Divorce Court.
Alicia is controlling because she wants her way, and that's her way, and that's it.
What I do for Charles to keep him on track with his finances, his paycheck, I take it.
Alicia controls the money around the house, and she only gives me $25 out the check.
So in the beginning when I met Charles, he was very attentive to me and was very obedient, if I could say obedient. Not like a puppy dog, but still obedient.
I see myself with Alicia for the rest of my life because I truly love her. The last year or so, it's kind of like I'm in hell.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Charles Barge and Alicia Tate. The two of you have been together 4 years, and you're here for reasons I have yet to ascertain, but I'm sure I'm going to figure it out along the way. And so I'm going to start with you, Mr. Barge. Tell me about your relationship with Ms. Tate and why we're here in divorce court today.
My relationship at first with her was great, wonderful.
Right.
But now it's kind of like it's just going downhill right now.
What I get from this is that she's a control freak.
Yes, control, definitely.
Give me some examples of the things that she does that are so controlling.
Well, first of all, she wants that money, so she can control that.
Do you both work?
Yes, we both work.
Okay. And who handles the money?
She does. She handles all the bills and everything.
So what does that look like? You guys put your money in a community pot? Tell me what that looks like.
Well, we put it in just for, like, business-wise, making sure that she handles all the business, so that's why I give her all the money like that. But at the same time, it's like it's still a control, like it's an abuse of control now, you know, like the verbal talking, the disrespecting, the...
What did she say to you that's disrespectful?
Well, she just all calling me stupid, retarded, like all types of stuff, you know. It's just, sometimes I just feel like what am I doing wrong, like...
Right.
And I'm more respectful, like, but what am I doing, you know, to be treated this way?
My understanding is she demands 100% of your paycheck every week.
Yes.
Which is around $2,100.
Yes.
And gives you $25 a week back.
Yes.
Is that accurate, Ms. Tate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you explain why it is you're comfortable keeping him on such a short leash?
Well, I am comfortable with keeping him on a short leash because of the things that he likes to do with his money. We don't have a community pot. The community pot is right here in my pocket. He go catches his check, he come home, and he brings it to me. What I feel like he needs, he gets it at that point in time. He has recreational habits that I don't concur, so therefore he gets what I give him to spend.
Woo! Woo!
And
you've been doing this for 4 years?
Yes.
Do you care about how he feels at all?
I sure does. I do care about how he feels, but I also care how my household is ran and where the hard work and money goes.
So $25 a week you think is enough for this man to get?
$25 a week is just basically for his food, but if he need gas because of the company that he works with, they supply that for him as well. So yeah, $25. If you need a little bit more throughout the week, come tell me about it, and then I'll go ahead and make the arrangement. But I take care of Charles all the way down from the head to the toe.
Ms. Tate, I understand. After knowing him for a day, you moved him in.
The next day.
The next day.
Correct.
Explain that, because you have children, right?
Correct.
Explain how you were comfortable enough with a man within 24 hours to move your children, move him in the house where you have children.
Well, it was the demeanor. I went and picked him up from his mother's home at that particular time, his grandmom, who raised him. I met his family the first day when we did go out in public with my kids alone. Just the atmosphere itself, the attentiveness, the honesty that I had, the background that I got from him, and a couple of questions that I do ask upon meeting somebody. And at that point in time, I was like, hey, driver's license, job, you know, no real criminal background, no real felonies. We can get you somewhere. He good.
Yeah. Let me tell you why you're wrong, and so clearly wrong, and why I have to speak on that wrong. You know, the instance of abuse goes way up when you have an unrelated male in the home. It just does. Right. Ted Bundy was a charming somebody. Mm-hmm. He'd be nice and charming, funny, bright, right before he hit your head with that pipe and it strangled you. You don't know anybody well enough in 24 hours to put your children in harm's way like that. I'm not saying you a bad guy. I ain't saying that. I don't know. I mean, you put up with a whole lot more than I would,
Yes.
but you know, but you can't do that. Your children have the right to be free of assault and injury, and you can't make that assessment knowing somebody 24 hours. Shame on you, Ms. Tate. Shame on you. Tell me some other controlling things she does.
Oh, well, you know, I try to go get my hair cut done different times, like if I'm getting off work and everything, and I say, hey, well, I'm finna go and get my hair cut, but I gotta go to the east side of Atlanta, you know, to go do it.
How can you afford a haircut? Ms. Tate, are you treating him like a kid?
Yes, I am, because if you go somewhere and you come home and you done tore up my cars, yeah, I want to know. And then you can't explain why the whole side of my car is gone, why my brand new car have 2 flat tires on the same. When I ask you what happened to my vehicle, you say, I don't know, some ran in front of me, I might have hit a pole, and this is $5,000 or $6,000 of damage that you're bringing cars home. You done tore up 2 cars, 2 brand new cars. You
tore up 2 brand new cars?
No, one just...
There's one there.
One, yeah.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Did you hit a pole?
No, it was on the side of like a little ditch or something like that, and I hit something, like I got out and looked at it, it was like a boulder or something. Like that, so.
Hit something.
No, and I explained to her, and I called her and I showed her that.
Okay, now, that's one accident. You've had another accident.
No, just with the tire. This on
what happened with the tires?
The Charger. The tire blew out on the road, and I told her. And that's all I did is got over, and I called her just like I do all the time. When I'm at work or anything, I call her and say, hey, this is such and such happened. And I called her, I said, I got a flat.
You talked about it like he's out there, you know, just riding and running things down. He had one accident and his car and a tire went flat. How is that making him irresponsible?
Because you can't tell me the same story twice about that car. When you brought the Charger back, it wasn't one flat, it was 2 flats on the same thing. Then the windshield wiper had it. I'm asking you what is happening. You can't give me a straight answer all the time when I ask you.
Yeah, you hard to talk to, Ms. Tate. I don't blame him. Mr. Barrs, I believe, my understanding is you believe she's cheating on you, so I want to know why you think that.
She has gone out with this person at night, saying that they were just doing business transactions, but these are things that she
you think she's sleeping with this famous rapper?
Not think. This is something she told me.
So, Mr. Barrs, you believe that Ms. Tate is cheating on you. Why do you believe that?
First of all, I have the evidence right here.
Okay. Now, what am I looking at?
Those texts come from her sister saying that she was cheating with some guys and going out and all that stuff. And at first, you know, I didn't believe it because I was at work, minding my business, working. I do tree service, so it's dangerous just looking at a phone 90% of the time and everything. So I seen the text and everything. I actually put it down, didn't worry about it, but I started getting phone calls, you know, repeatedly, like both on back and forth, like she called.
Saying what?
Calling. Well, she's calling saying that Alicia doing stuff, you know what I'm saying, calling me out my name and all that stuff and dogging me out and all that. And she's calling me, telling me that her sister...
Don't believe that.
Yeah, don't believe it.
And this is her sister right there, Kiwana Poole. Why don't you come forward, Ms. Poole, while I ask your sister, Alicia Tate, what do you have to say about his allegations that you're cheating on him and calling him out his name and talk about him like a dog?
I do use names when I speak to him when I'm angry and reach that height. As far as me cheating, I never cheated on Charles. The text messages that was sent over from Kiwana Poole was actually out of anger of money that she said I owed her. So when she texted me previously, she was like, if you don't pay me my money, I'm going to send Dro text messages and tell him you're sleeping around with someone that I know in the industry that he doesn't like anyway. She knew this and she played upon him because she know how he feels about me and the relationship me and him have that she don't have.
Ms. Poole, how are you?
I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm just fine. So why don't you tell me why you believe Ms. Tate is cheating on Mr. Barge?
Well, the first thing is that I was at an event. She called me when this famous rapper here in Atlanta was there in the car with her. They ride around all the time. And he spoke to me. She introduced me to him, and she said, say hello. I said hello, and so that is not a belief. That's what happened.
Well, that's not cheating.
Well, no. Did he know about it? He didn't know him.
It's a little shady and tacky.
Thank you.
But it's not cheating. Any other kind of proof, anything you've seen, anything you got, anything.
She has gone out with this person at night, saying that they were just doing business transactions, but these are things that she
So you think she's sleeping with this famous rapper?
Not think. This is something she told me.
That's not true.
Did you tell her?
No, that's not true, and that's not how it started. She chimed my phone to talk to me about the phone bill she's speaking of. When she called me, I answered my phone. She told me she would call me back. I'm like, okay, I'm in the middle of moving. I do a lot of stuff. I own my own company. I'm doing a lot of things in Atlanta. So when she tried to call me back, I couldn't answer the call. When she tried to call me back again, it was 10 o'clock at nighttime. I didn't answer the phone. The next day, she started harassing me and texting me about the phone bill. Then she said if I don't answer her phone, she was going to send him out text messages about me and the rapper guy. So
This is a hot mess in a broken bottle.
It is.
I'm going to try to solve the mystery of the famous rapper and the cheating by getting some down-home proof next.
She talks about how stupid he is. He's slow. She's done that, you know, around her children and talked about how slow he is.
Do you talk about him like that? Would you ever consider moving in with someone after knowing them for only one day? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Now, Nick, I want you to take this over there to Ms. Tate. Ms. Tate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my understanding, because I had to have somebody explain to me because I didn't get it, is the conversation has occurred through emoji and GIF in which a waterfall, which you posted a waterfall, which means you're in a state of sexual excitation.
No.
I don't understand.
Right. And I get it, and that's what it looks like if you don't pursue anywhere further with your mind. This was actually one of the pictures my mom didn't send me, but because I move around a lot and because I go from 0 to 120, she sends me meditation things. So some of the things that she may send me, I may send out and say, hey, you know, I know your schedule is busy, you're flying here to there, you're always out. Hey, you might want to try this meditation tactic, do this. Because when I send you stuff, half of the time you don't get it and understand it.
You don't send me nothing, period.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Don't send me nothing.
That's the problem.
I don't want to talk about this anymore because I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if she's fooling around or not. Why don't you tell me, does she treat him poorly?
Yes, she does.
Can you give me some examples of some of the ways in which she mistreats him?
She talks about how stupid he is. He's slow. She's done that, you know, around her children and talked about how slow he is.
Do you talk about him like that? Do you say things like that?
I do.
And what makes you think it's okay for you to do that?
It's not okay. When I do get angry enough, it's the dialogue that me and him is having.
Do you talk about him to other people and use those terms?
I have to my sister after we reunited because if I hold it in, I'm going to go crazy.
Okay, let me tell you something, Ms. Tate. You can fast talk all you want to, but there is class and there is lack of class. And that lacks class. He's your man. He's your man. You don't talk rude about him. You don't talk rude to him. If you're irritated, if you're irritated, you behave like a grown woman and not a child who's in a playground calling names because you don't have any more sense than that. That right there is a sign of a slow mind.
Well, if you
no. There's no fight in that one. If you're on text anywhere calling people names, that's because you don't have capacity and ability. Put that finger down. I don't want to see it
I'm
again.
sorry, I don't text
Thank you
names.
very much. I was alluding to someone else. We all know who doesn't know how to act right.
Okay. And may I say something, Justin?
No! Please have a seat.
Okay.
Do you want to keep her?
I mean, I've been going through it since day one, and it's right now, like I said, it's shaky because I put a vow into her daughter, you know, that I was going to be there. She asked me to be there, and she asked me, and every day that I come home, every day, she tell me she love me, and when I leave, even when I'm going out the door, she want to come with me. That's how she's seen, and that's how she been with, and she knows that. And she know that I would never hurt her. She know that I would never turn my back on her. She turned her back on me several times, and I stayed there strong, go to work every day, and still come home and give her the money with no problem.
All right. I can't fault you for being a stand-up dude.
Yeah. But treat me like a doormat, like I'm...
Yeah, I'm going to talk to her about it. I don't think it's going to do any good, but I'm going to talk to her about it.
Yes.
Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner demanded your paycheck every week? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. For the remainder of this proceeding, it is me and it is all me. We used to call you a toner guy back in the day. Back in the day, we'd get a guy that's stand-up, good-looking, got a job, got it all together, and the woman isn't treating him right. We would run out of toner. That was the ink that we used to use for our emails, because women would just flood us with phone numbers, addresses, and pictures, and go get them. They're going to blow up our inbox over you. There's a difference between self-confidence and being crass, and you're crass. It is unfortunate that you have caught the attention of a good man who loves your daughter so much, he is willing to put up with the rude, unkind, destructive, demeaning behavior you send in his direction. I don't know how you can look at yourself every morning and do this to somebody else. I don't know how you can take a man who's taken on your life and your daughter and given you your paycheck and come in here with your fingers all up in the air talking about how stupid he is and this, that, and the other thing and think it's okay. I don't know how you can do that. I don't know how you can speak badly about your man to somebody else, even in the heat of the moment. I don't know how you can speak badly to your man in the heat of the moment when that guy is coming across as cool and as good as he did. He makes a little bit of error. You pretend it's a whole lot more than it is. You need to be a better person. You don't deserve him the way you are now. Mr. Barge, if I were you, I would puff up and stand up a little bit. You don't have to give her the whole check.
Yes.
You know what I mean? She said, and I know what she said, that if she don't get the whole check, you can go bye-bye. Yeah. She ain't gonna let you go.
No, she ain't gonna let you
can't
go.
get nobody else.
Nobody else.
That's not true.
So that's cheating.
I hope
then.
you're a better person one day that deserves the guy that you got. Being crass and rude and ridiculous is not a way to keep a man, and one day he'll get sick of it.
Thank you.
This matter is adjourned.
Judge Lynn said he could do better, that he should move on, and he deserves better than this. What's your reaction to that?
What I do in my household, it just is what it is. If you don't like it, you have free will. I'm gonna keep moving and keep progressing with or without him.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, pleasure.
today on Divorce Court.
Me and Rayvon did meet on Instagram. Originally, we were just friends.
She slid in my DM. I've seen her pictures and everything.
That's just how he is. He likes to talk to women on social media, but you're married now, so just give it up.
Sometimes I'm not even on social media when she thinks I'm on social media.
I get really frustrated every time I see him on social media because I know what he's doing.
I do cheat every now and then, but it's because, you know, I'm damaged.
If he doesn't stop cheating, then I'll just have to walk away. I can't take it anymore.
This marriage could work. It's just she has to trust me.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Taylor Welch and Rayvon Welch. The two of you have been together 4.5 years, but married for 4. So you got married soon after you met. You have 2 children together. You are in trouble. Mrs. Welch, why don't I start with you? Tell me why you're here in divorce court today.
Well, Your Honor, I'm here today because I just can't take the social media, the constant entertaining of other women on social media that my husband does, and it's driving me crazy. If he doesn't change soon, I'm not going to have any choice but to walk away.
Walk me through some of the most egregious errors that he's made on social media.
Oh, my goodness. One of the things that he's done was he caught himself being the Uber of Facebook. So a woman would post, oh, I need a ride. If anybody can, you know, I'll give you $40 for a ride.
God.
And they're these beautiful single women. I'll give you $40 for a ride. My husband inboxes them immediately. Where are you trying to go? And I'll tell him, that's unacceptable. I don't like it, and stop. And of course, it'll happen.
Is that a thing now?
Never heard of that.
Is that a thing people doing off the books, raggedy, you know, fake Lyft driving, ride sharing thing?
Dangerous.
It's very dangerous.
Is it a thing?
I guess so. I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't put myself in harm's way.
Are you taking women places?
Well, Your Honor, it's like this. Taylor has trust issues with me being of what I do as far as me trying to run my own business.
What do you do?
I'm a music artist.
You a musician?
I'm an engineer.
You're an engineer?
Yes.
So you produce beats?
Yes. And I produce live shows and everything. So with that being said, it's a lot of women, you know, that's gonna be like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look at the smile
It probably
on your
will.
face.
Absolutely. There probably is women that's like, oh, Rayvon, I just love your music.
But you're not just
you're
gonna
a married
take
man.
anybody to where they gotta go. Well, I don't know where she calling it, a Uber or
The Facebook
Lyft.
Uber.
Facebook Uber.
I got you.
I don't know.
Tell me some other mistakes that he's made that you've caught him in.
So this woman, he tried to make me feel comfortable. Oh, this is the only thing I'm doing. I'm just giving her rides. This is what it is. And I accepted it. I said, you know what? I'm going to let my guard down. I'm going to trust my husband and what he's telling me. I stumbled, she left her phone in his car one night, and it was late.
See?
It was late.
Allow your wife to finish.
It was late. She left his phone in the car. He came home, passed out. I don't know if they had drinks or what it was. But she texted his phone and said, hey, I left my phone in your car. And I'm like, so I'm going through the messages, and prior to the day, he said, hey, something to the effect, don't worry, Daddy's gonna come over there and take care of it. And she's like, oh, thank you, because Mommy's gonna have your back all day. Well, I call him Daddy, and he calls me Mommy, so why is it that you and another woman are talking like that? It shouldn't be that way.
Mr. Welch, would you like to respond to that?
I don't know what she's talking about. And maybe it's an exaggeration.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
But as far
right
as...
here,
What is that, Photoshop? What is that, Photoshop?
Yeah, that's what he said. If you gonna run around, at least be slick about it, you know.
I mean, you know...
Those are the things that are happening, right?
It's so much as, you know, it's just like when I'm having a conversation with another woman,
right,
as far as on the business level, they kind of get carried away, you know, you know what I'm saying, by saying extra things and everything. But
did they get carried away or did he get carried?
That leads her to believe that I'm flirting back when I'm really not.
When you're really not.
Right.
So you have not stepped out on your marriage at all in the 4 years that you've been married.
I'm not gonna say that I haven't because I have. When we first got together, everything was like we was inseparable. Like, you know what I'm saying? She made me macaroni. I love her macaroni. You know what I'm saying? And
is that enough, Nick, just to make your macaroni and that's it?
Good. Yeah. But, you know, it's just like, she does everything for a wife's supposed to do, like, you know, take care of home and everything. But what leads me to my actions is because, you know, she had one of her ex-boyfriends she used to write letters to, saying how she used to miss him. And
while you were married?
A few weeks after we got married.
Did you do that?
I did. I wrote a letter to my ex. It was about a month after we did get married. And
what for?
I don't know. I think that I was just like, oh my God, I just got married, and what if I walked out on the person that I should have been with? And it was.
Isn't that something you do before you get married to decide whether or not the last cat you were with was the cat you wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
Holy cow!
I admit it. It was a mistake. I apologized to my husband. I told him that I saw the way it made him feel. It hurt him deeply, and I regretted it. I told him that I would never do anything to ever hurt him again, and I stood by that word.
Did you really feel that way, though?
I don't think I did. I think I was just scared and was like, okay, I'm finally moving on now, and I think I was just scared of that because when you spend a lot of time with
she was still into her ex.
I understand, Mr. Wells, pay attention. I understand that you believe that whatever infidelities you committed were a function of the fact that you were hurt by that letter. That I believe. The question we have to answer now is, what is the extent of your infidelities? And I understand you have a videotape of the actual sex act with another woman. Did you actually find a videotape of your husband having sex with another woman?
I did find a videotape of him getting a sexual act.
It wasn't you?
It wasn't me.
So, Mrs. Welch, did you actually find a videotape of your husband having sex with another woman?
I did find a videotape. It wasn't of sex. It was of a different act. His friend's birthday came up, and he said, hey, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna take your car and go hang out with my friend for his birthday. I said, okay. And I would say probably about 2 or 3 days later, I went through his messenger on Facebook, and he sent a video to the friend that he was supposed to be with that night, a video of him getting a sexual act.
Oral sex.
I don't recall.
Oral sex is sex. That's why they call it oral sex. It's just with a different orifice. But it wasn't you?
It wasn't me.
So I guess I just made it up.
I don't know what she talking about.
I made it up.
Probably a picture.
It was a picture too, but
I don't know if
it's
it's a video. Probably a picture, but it's probably like, more like she contacted that ex, set fuel to the fire, so they got to arguing. And so she sent that video to her.
I don't even know who the woman in the video was.
I got you. Mr. Wells, you said that because of that letter, you did do some wrong stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
What wrong stuff are you willing to cop to? Is there anything you're willing to say, yeah, I did that? That's against the code.
I know, but, at the end of the day, she hurt me. I wanted to make her hurt as much as she hurt me.
And I get that. How long does that last?
Right.
I mean, how many times do you have to hurt her back because of that letter?
Because of a letter.
I mean, it's more to that. It's deeper than that letter, what she said about, about me to that ex.
Right, yeah. And how long does that last?
I don't know.
I don't know. She called you a B and an H and an idiot and a fool and an ignoramus. Anything she could have called you. That was almost 5 years ago. I'm asking you, how often are you going to be able to hurt her before you feel even?
Oh, I'm not trying to hurt her no more. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to move past that.
When's the last time you did something inappropriate outside of your marriage?
Probably like a year and a half.
A year and a half? Has he been cool for a year and a half?
I think that he hasn't physically cheated in a year and a half, but about 3 weeks ago, he was just texting some chick on Messenger, calling her mommy and what you cooking me for, what you cooking. And
do you do that?
You can't deny that one, really.
I don't know what she talk about. I don't know if she talking. Unless she could pull another paper up saying that she... I don't know what she
You
talking
don't know
about.
nothing.
No.
You don't know nothing.
Wow.
What do you think is the primary problem in this relationship?
She more like, you know, she's controlling, insecure. You know, she don't trust me as far as me stepping out the house for like at least 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe so.
But you admit that for about 3 years there you did mess around on her.
Yeah.
So that's like saying, you know, how dare you bleed on me after I shot you? You shot her and you shot her and you shot her. Every
Still
time
bleeding on her.
that she saw somebody else, you shot her. So she's bleeding. That, you know, when you cheat on somebody, you lead them to believe that you're a cheater because that's in fact what you are. And therefore, they have no reason to trust you. So you have no one to blame for her lack of trust but you. I wanted to come out here and show some compassion for you until you came out here with all this who shot John about that letter. Grow up! Would you write a farewell letter to your ex after you got married? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
Okay, Judge Lynn, another viewer's question, ready for your judgment call. I tried to sleep with a guy on the first date. He asked me to Netflix and chill. He ended up putting me out and told me I should have more respect for myself. Do you think he might be gay?
I don't know if he's gay or not, and I don't think it matters. The question is, what are you doing going to some man's apartment that you don't know and willing to have sex with him on the first date? Are you crazy?
All right, Judge Lynn, we have a viewer's question ready for your judgment call. My wife doesn't approve of me picking up my children at my ex's house, and she doesn't allow my ex to drop off the kids at our house. Should I refuse to cooperate with her demands or just find a neutral location?
You need to tell your wife that Judge Lynn said she needed to get her act together, stop being so insecure, understand that you had a life before you were with her, and behave like she's a grown woman and let those kids get dropped off at the door. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. You know, I read your paperwork, and I wanted to come out here and show some compassion for you because you were young, and you were messing up, and you got married too soon, and you're in a lifestyle where a lot of women are shooting at you and all this kind of stuff. And I was going to try to talk about leveling up and being a man and being able to say no and understanding what a commitment is until you came out here with all this who shot John about that letter. Grow up. Grow up. She hurt my feelings a half a decade ago, and I'm such a small person. I'm so less than a man that I can't get over what someone said about me 4 years ago. I'm that small. I'm that insecure. I don't have anything else going for me because that's just hammering in my head. It's not an insignificant, once past thought. It is a constant shining beacon of distress and disorder in my mind, and therefore I have to drop my pants at every occasion and type to every woman I can see because I don't feel good about myself. Grow up! Jeez! You know, the question isn't how small you can be. The question isn't how many women you can run around with. The question isn't how many excuses you can give for not being the best man that you can be. The question is, what do you overcome? The question is, what do you deny yourself? The question is, what do you achieve? Everybody asking the wrong question. I'm done. Now, something other than that letter, my brother. Say something about the state of your marriage that you believe I need to address because she is upset and she wants to go. Say something other than that letter.
She wouldn't come home at night. You know, she would stay out all night. I would be, you know, at the house. She would keep me at the house watching my kids to keep me from going out. So she'll stay out all night doing who knows what.
Is this a frequent thing?
It used to be occasional.
No,
it used to be occasional, which means it wasn't frequent.
No.
Twice.
Twice?
Occasional.
Twice.
Occasional.
You know you're an error hoarder, right? An error hoarder. She does one thing wrong. and you take it and you chisel into the wall, and no matter what wrong you do, you say, you made a mistake. I can't forgive you. I ain't getting over it because I'm a small man, and I'm going to leave it there. And I'm going to do wrong after wrong after wrong. Yeah, but you got that error over there. And then 2-3 years later, she goes out one night, all night. She does what you've been doing all along. 2 mistakes over there. So I can do what I want, when I want, how I want, with whomever I want. Because you're an error hoarder. Error hoarders end up very unhappy. Error hoarders end up alone. Now I'm gonna fuss at you.
Yes, ma'am.
There's this thing I called the process of installation. And I do believe you got installed. Installation occurs when a guy sees somebody he likes. She comes hard and strong with the wifely duty. She make the great mac and cheese. She clean the house. She's down for a man. She's solid. She's working. You working, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Guy says, that's good home base. Slips a ring on her finger, quick, fast, in a hurry, and then continues to do as he pleases because you've been installed as the best appliance that he has. A sex-having, money-making, mac and cheese serving, solid sister that's gonna stay no matter what he does. Now that I've done fussing with everybody, I'm gonna try to make everybody happy. Today's question sponsored by, how many times would you tolerate your spouse cheating on you? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I know what your history is. I know you came from a cut-up, choppy family and you were disassembled, and you don't want that life for your children. You want a home. You want a solid center. And I actually think this brother can give it to you. I think he has to grow up a bit, but he's given you a year and a half. Don't keep reaching back. Stay on that year and a half. It seems sad that you would have to applaud a brother for a year and a half worth of fidelity out of a 4-year marriage, but you do. And to the extent he has shown himself trustworthy, you go ahead and trust him because you know if the next thing happened, the next picture with the girl, the next way, you have the ability to go. You have the money. I know you the stable income in this sucker. And I think that this man is going to take that and do the right thing. He's going to level up. He's not going to take our community that's already shredded and tear it asunder even further. I think he's man enough not to be just another brother that runs around impregnating folks and not treating folks well and not treating his family, because your children are only as stable as the mother that holds them. And I think you love your children enough not to tear her into pieces. I think you're man enough for you not to be the poster boy for what's wrong in our community. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that. And I want to stay in touch with you, and I want to stay in touch with you, and I want you to prove me right.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think you're man enough to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
I got faith in you. Be worthy of it. Be worthy of her.
Trying.
This matter's adjourned.
And do you think he heard what Judge Lynn had to say?
I'm not sure. He's got tough skin. He's hard to get through to, but hopefully she was tough enough to get to him.
How do you feel after what Judge Lynn had to say today?
I believe that Judge is right, and some stuff that I need to work on, clean my laundry up.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm on Divorce Court today because I'm tired of playing house with Delvon.
Jessica, she wants to get married, but I feel like we're not ready yet.
I despise when Delvon calls me BM or baby mama. I feel as if I have earned my stripes.
I used to call her wifey, and then once we fell out, she told me to stop calling her that. So besides Jessica, I would call you baby mama.
I want the judge to let Delvon know it's time to grow up and be the man that he's supposed to be. Go ahead and lead his family and propose to me.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Jessica Bacon and Delvon Thompson. The two of you have been together for 8 years. You have 3 children. And Ms. Bacon, you can't get him to put a ring on it already. So I think you came here to get me to encourage him to do the right thing. Ms. Bacon, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about what's going on?
All right, Judge, we've been together for 8 years. 2 we were separated, but we're now back together. We have 3 children together. But I'm basically tired of playing wife and playing house, and I want a real proposal or commitment. I don't want to take another step as far as, like, you know, living together. We were supposed to move to Kentucky. And I feel as if I don't want to make that next step or commitment without being married. And that's just a huge problem for me.
Have you talked to him about what the holdup is?
We speak on it, but it's never more than just, it's gonna happen, babe, you know? So.
Let's see if we can get more than that right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk to him. Mr. Thompson, how you doing?
I'm okay. How you
Been with her 8 years, 3 kids. Do you see marriage in the future?
Yeah, I do. I see marriage in the future, but it's like, I know she's not the only female who has dream weddings or you know, they dream of having a certain type of wedding. It's like, I don't want to just get married or whatever without at least having the funds to try to provide her with at least some type of dream, you know, her dream wedding. So I don't have
what you're telling me is, if you had the money to pull off a dream wedding, then you'd be fine.
It would have been done already.
Do you believe that?
Maybe. I only say this because I feel as if we've been together all this time, and I don't care if we saved $1 a day the whole time. We should have made it a priority to at least have something. So we've had it where we didn't have any money. Now we're making a little bit of money, but it still isn't a priority. So I really don't know if it would be if you had the funds.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
If he were to take you down to the courthouse and marry you, would that be okay, or do you want to wait for a wedding?
Yes, ma'am, it would be.
Now, see, Mr. Thompson, that's always, to me, that's a convenient excuse. Oh, she wants her dream wedding and I can't afford it. Really? All she wants is the ring. That's all she wants, and it doesn't have to be a good ring. It could be $12.95. But as long as it comes with a marriage license and a ceremony, she's straight. So tell me what the real reason is that you don't want to get married.
Basically, that is the real reason. It's just like...
She just told you she doesn't want a dream wedding. She just told you
I've heard conversations that her and, you know, maybe her friends, her family members didn't talk. And it's like, I heard, you know, to talk about at least some parts of the dream wedding, but it's like, if we were to go to a courthouse and go down, you know, and get married, later on down the line, I'll hear about the regrets or certain things that she didn't get in the wedding that she would have wanted. So it's like, I'm just trying to...
That's like dudes talking about a Lamborghini. Man, I'd really like a Lamborghini. Yes, I would. Lamborghinis are nice. I'd like a red one. But that doesn't mean if you need a car, you can't go buy one. You know what I mean? Because you can't get a Lamborghini.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not buying it. You tell me what your biggest issue is with this relationship.
I mean, my biggest issue is, like, she's very controlling and she has a lot of trust issues with me.
Give me some stories that exemplify that.
Well, the trust issue, you know, I drive trucks. So when I first started driving trucks, I was over the road. I had to be over the road during the week, Monday through Friday, and I'm only home on the weekends. And I don't know if she let her family members or her friends get into her ear about me having another family, or, you know, truckers have other women on the road.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like, that's not me. Because if that was the case, whenever I come home, I wouldn't be bringing all the money home to help pay the bills. I would be dividing it up between my so-called...
second family.
Exactly.
And her.
Yeah.
Ms. Bacon, do you really believe he has a second family? And if so, why?
The reason I started believing that, and it was nobody encouraging me anything, I basically was truthful and was like, well, this is how I feel, because when you do come home, you may have a little bit of money, but I always have to hear, well, I don't have this much. I didn't make that much. When I know that I'm giving you full time for you to be out on the road by yourself. You only see us, 8 8 days out of the
Well, how much does he bring home on average?
You know what? I really don't know, because I always take his word from it. That's one thing that he's kind of private about. So I'll say, I was thinking he was making about 1,000, but I know that
1,000
a week.
A week?
Yes, that's what I assume. You know, once
based upon what conversation?
Yeah, a conversation when he just when he first took the job. But I know.
Are you funny about letting her know how much money you actually have? That's a yes.
Not at all.
That's a yes.
No,
How
not
come
at all.
She doesn't know. I mean, why not?
Because it's my money.
You living in the same household with her?
Yeah.
Do you know how much it costs to live there?
Yeah, I pay.
And how much are you contributing towards that end?
Whatever she needs, whatever she asks me for, I give it to her. If I don't have it, it's
on her.
No, it's not on her.
Yes, it is. If you don't have it, it's on her.
I mean, that's all I have to give. I mean, then, I just like, once I divvy out the money on the bills or whatever, and when I leave out for the week, I still leave her extra money, when I can. I have to spend my money to eat out on the road. I have to eat and, take care of my personal expenses.
When I can. What I got. You got 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Do they eat when you can? Are you going to tell me, hey, I ain't got it right now?
No, they eat before I do.
You say that not only do you not know how much he makes, but he's extraordinarily cheap when it comes to you. And I want you to tell me why you say that.
I've never received anything for my birthdays, holidays, anything.
You never buy her any gifts at all? Talking to you. Not only do you claim Mr. Thompson is cheap, you say he's especially cheap when it comes to you. Why don't you explain why you said that?
I've never received anything for my birthdays, holidays, anything.
You never buy her any gifts at all? Talking to you.
Judge, like when we first started, I wasn't working or anything. I really didn't have any money. So,
but you're working now. You've been together 8 years. You have 3 children together. Have you never bought her a gift? A Mother's Day gift?
Yes, Mother's Day. Last Mother's Day, I cooked for her seafood, and she didn't want it. She brushed me off for Valentine's Day to go to a concert. I had plans for Valentine's Day for us to do something. She goes to a concert. She didn't want that. So it's like, then the last couple of birthdays, we haven't really been together around her birthday. So it's like, why get you something if we're not even together?
Oh, you're on a break, so to speak?
We've been broke up for about 2 years.
No, that was when we're not broke up now. But we had a separation, that 2-year separation that I spoke about.
But you've been together 8 years. That's 6 birthdays.
Right. I wasn't working. I haven't been working for like the majority of our relationship.
Oh, so the truck driving thing is new?
Yeah, I just started driving a couple of years ago. About 2 years.
I just more so want him to think about it on his own to get me something like, cause
Do you consider yourself a considerate boyfriend?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Do you do things that I think what her main complaint is that you don't do things that show you care. Is she missing something, or are you missing something?
I mean, from my end, yeah, she's missing something, but I don't know if I'm missing something from her end. I'm not that type. Like I never been very like affectionate
Or demonstrative.
I'm just like I'm very laid back. I don't really show a lot of emotion, so I don't know if if she sees that in me, which like she said, I don't do romantic things, but I'm not that. I don't know how, basically. I've never been that type.
Well, I'm not talking about, pretty woman romance. I'm talking about just showing her that you care about her.
I believe I show it, but to her it might not show because.
In what ways do you show it?
I mean, basically, like, whatever she needs, I try to comfort her, and if she got anything going on, I try to help her solve her situations or whatever, but it's just like I don't know what she expects from me. She expects me to do more than what I know how to do, basically.
Have you ever been explicit with him with respect to the kind of things that you're looking for that you feel you lack?
Yes, I'm really verbal. We like night and day. He's the more nonchalant one, and I'm an open book. I'll always converse or communicate what it is I need or I want, but that's what we'll lead up to. Basically, it's like, I don't really know how to give it to you.
Yeah, I got you. And having said that, I would like to go on to my next topic, which is my understanding from Mr. Thompson. Not only are you verbal, you are loud and poppy with it. And that's part of and controlling, and that's part of his problem.
What are you doing with the child support money? You can't dip into that to help pay the bills?
Our child support payments are $300 when I receive them.
Should lack of funds keep you from getting married? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I had you guys take my compatibility test, and one thing that I noted was both of you said the same thing about her. You called yourself both controlling and anxious, and you use the same words, controlling and anxious. Why don't you give me some examples of behavior that demonstrates that?
For example, like if I want to do something like for the family or anything, like for my kids, for example, I bought me some shoes a couple of weeks ago, and I was going to buy the kids some shoes.
Right.
But no, save your money, keep it on for bills or whatever. And about a week or two later, she comes, my kids ain't got no shoes. My babies need some new shoes. Why didn't you just let me buy the shoes? You know what I'm saying? So like that's basically like you're trying to control me and instead of letting me be me. You know, if you would have let me buy my kids the shoes, then you wouldn't be complaining about them not having no shoes.
Give me another example of where she's controlling and. I understood she's like loud and poppy and on you all the time.
Yeah, like if we get into an argument, it's like if it's not her way, or if I'm not saying what she want to hear, or if I'm not agreeing to her terms, there's no way the arguments won't stop. And then I'll try to brush her off and, just leave it alone. She nitpicks, she'll say something here and there, say something here. And it's like, I don't.
Ms. Bacon, why don't you respond to those accusations?
I call myself that because I've noticed in this relationship, I've lost a lot of my femininity. And that's more so because of I have to play all these different roles. I'm wearing all these different hats. That scenario was correct. But in my mind, it's like priorities first.
Bills and then shoes.
Yes, I may be saying it out loud, but that doesn't mean that I know we need them, but I'm just, I need to get my kids some shoes. But it's not over the bills, or we're going to be outside walking. You know what I mean?
Bills got paid, though.
You know what? You say that, Mr. Thompson, but let me tell you what she's trying to say to you. You came in here and said, I give what I can, I do what I can. That means she's responsible for it all. She's responsible. If you can't that week, you just say, hey, I'm cool. And she's got to make up the difference between what you can and cannot do. She has to make sure the bills are paid. She has to make sure the kids have shoes. So she feels responsible because you feel casual. That's what she's trying to tell you.
But okay, if I'm trying to help out with the bills and on top of still paying child support while we're living together, what are you doing with the child support money? You can't dip into that to help pay the bills?
Our child support payments are $300 when I receive them. They go right on the bills. I'm so frugal, like I'm one of those people that barely spends money on anything.
His child support.
Yes. And it's into our household.
Right.
But we have plenty of, it's only $300. You have 3 kids. It's only going to go so far.
Do you understand what I'm saying is you're screaming my limitations, my limitations, my limitations. Right. And then you say, once I hit my limits, you're on your own. And that's why she's stressed out, because she feels like she's unable to rely on you to make up the difference when it's tough.
But when I hit my limits are $0. Mm-hmm. So if I can't give you what I don't have, what do you expect me to do?
I'm very resourceful. That's why I said we're totally different. First, when his back against the wall, there's nothing else. Me, I got to go out and get it.
You get your hustle on.
That's right.
You get your hustle on. You do something over the weekends when you come home. You get your hustle on.
But it's...
But let's say, I hope you live forever.
Okay. Yes.
She gets hit by a bus and dies. You got them 3 kids. And you come home and they say, I got $0, kiddo. No eating today. Would you do that?
Nope.
What would you do?
Make something happen.
That's what she's asking you to do. Make something happen even when she's there. That's what she's asking for. Because you know, well, I'll tell you later. Because I'm going to get wound up. Today's question sponsored by, what would you do if your partner wasn't contributing to the family finances? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. The mistakes that you two make are so common. What you did, you installed yourself in his life as his wife light. You had 3 of his children, so you're committed to the proposition. You've stayed so long, the idea of leaving now means, oh, I've wasted all this time that I invested. So you've got no leverage at all. He doesn't have to marry you. He don't have to show you a paycheck because he knows you're not going to go anywhere. He knows that you're stuck where you are and that there's nothing you can do about it. So he can limit his giving. He doesn't have to step up to the plate because you've already locked the door and he knows you're not going anywhere. You don't have the security of knowing that your man is only with you because he's on the road all the time and you can't understand with his money and he can't even do you the courtesy of giving you the calm of showing his paycheck, so you have some comfort with that. So you're just scared, and then when you're scared, you get angry. And then you, over there, get mad because she's angry, but you don't do anything to make her feel safe. And what I'm saying to you is, you have an obligation to your children to make sure that their mother is secure. You have an obligation to your children to make sure that their mother is not hooping and hollering in the house because she does not feel safe. You know, if you raise your kids in a house full of chaos, they get little tornadoes in their head. And then when they're 16-year-old running around on the streets, doing drugs and whatever, you ain't got nobody to blame but you because you didn't secure your household. How dare you give a woman 3 children and not be the man that's responsible for taking care of things? How dare you? You know, sometimes you have to do better than bare minimum. You can't just be a basic brother. Well, I knocked her up. I'm paying her $300. I knocked her up. She's fine. She's got it. And I'll give you whatever change you got. And I don't worry. I'm not going to make you feel loved and cared for and do anything for you. I'm going to get, you know what I mean? I'm just going to complain about you being loud and poppy. Stop being loud and poppy. It don't help.
I'll stop.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Mm-hmm. You know, don't do what you can get away with. Do what a man would show up with. That's the difference. If I were you, I'd get more education, I'd get more independent, and then I'd get me to stepping when I had the opportunity. Maybe he'll show up. Maybe he won't. But it won't matter, because you won't care. Always be good to your kids. This matter is adjourned.
You came here looking to, get proposed to.
You know, it's been something that we spoke about, but it needs to be really, really communicated about now. So once we go back home, then we'll see, I believe he will. I believe we will.
How much longer will you wait?
I mean, I waited this long. I still will wait, but, put the pressure on it a little bit.
Judge Lynn had a lot to say to you today.
Yeah.
She called you a basic brother. What's your reaction when you hear that?
Basically, I need to step it up. Obviously, I'm not doing my part, so I need to do better. Mm-hmm.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm at Divorce Court today because I'm just sick and tired of having trust issues, commitment issues, financial issues.
Everything I do is wrong. She's saying I'm cheating on her.
I am going into my 7th official year engaged. Basically, I'm just here to find answers if I need to stay or do I need to go.
Ms. Peace, I need you to get yourself together because if you really want to get married, you will change.
I feel horrible about, you know, being engaged for so long. All women want to get married. All women want to feel like they're being committed to and loved. And I don't think it's fair the way you're going with it.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Mapista Miller and Gary Brown. The two of you have been together for 13 years. You have 2 children together. You've been engaged for 5 years, but you can't get him to put a ring on it already. So, Mrs. Miller, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you've brought Mr. Brown here?
Well, me and Gary have been together for about 13 years. Basically, we have trust issues. I could go through story upon story with, you know...
Well, start taking them down.
Okay, well, I one day caught him in the house in a compromised position, and then he states, well, the person was just there buying a cigarette.
When you say compromising position, what are we talking about? Everybody had their clothes on?
Well, they did, but they were in the dark in my kitchen. And when I walked up, I kind of walked up silently, turned the door, came in, and then he was standing with his back to me, and she was at the door. And they were in the dark.
All right, go ahead. Number 2.
Another time we're riding in the car, and something said, get his phone, you know, because he has me blocked on social media, so I can't even see what he's doing. He was asleep, so I grabbed it, and then when I was in there, I was like, okay, go to inbox real quick. And then I saw where he was inboxing this one girl, and it said, oh, I remember how things were, you know, we're talking about their sexual relationship. Oh, it was good. We'd have 5 or 6 kids by now, and, you know, I miss you. And then there was another girl. Oh, can you feed me? Then, you know...
Okay, you feed me.
Like, you know, he was asking for dinner. Like, you know, can you cook for me?
Uh-huh.
And it's just X upon X. I'm blocked on social media because he say I do too much. I'm always jumping on a post. Barely can even text him.
Because he got you so heavily blocked.
Right, exactly.
Mr. Brown, why don't you tell me about all of these suspicious circumstances that she's caught you doing?
Well, as far as the first incident, it was one of her friends that was coming by the house, so quite naturally I thought that she knew that her friend was coming over there.
That's a lie.
I thought her friend was coming over there because, you know, she was getting ready to get off work at that time. Right. So, you know, she knocked on the door, so just being, you know, I thought I was being courteous.
You're lying.
So I'm like...
Stop.
So I'm like, you know...
You let her in.
I let her in. I was getting ready to say, well, you know, you can wait till she gets home, you know, because she'll be getting
She'll be home any minute now.
She'll be home in a minute now. Boom, here she comes busting in the door like, I figured she set it up, you know what I'm saying? So she gets to raising like, why is she in here? What are y'all doing? I'm like, you know, I thought this was your friend. I mean, if she's your friend, you should trust her at least, so you know.
Right. Well, who asked you if they could feed you?
Well, that was you know, I tried the social media thing with her, you know, but when I did let her on my site, you know, she went through old pictures and she wanted to start commenting on old pictures. So you know what I did? Block. I put the block on her. You know, I just went ahead and put the block on her. Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you tell me, what has she done that made you block her? I mean, has she been loud and proud with it?
No, it's just, you know, like for instance, I can leave my phone on the dresser and go in the bathroom, everything is fine and dandy. But now if I take that phone in the bathroom, oh, she come in there knocking on the door, she trying to find things. I'm like, you know, I'm in the bathroom. Can I get this little bit of privacy?
Is it right?
Oh, no, you in there sending naked pictures to people and stuff. I'm like, I'm in the bathroom.
Do you think he's sending naked pictures to people when he's in the bathroom?
Not necessarily, but I do know that I could be sitting next to him, right? And I could just glance over, here he go. Grabbing the phone, like he turning it, like he don't want me to see it. So, of course, if you're in the bathroom where it's private at, you're going to use that to your
time. Do you really think he's cheating on you for real?
Honestly, no.
Have you ever caught him?
No.
Then why are you so insecure?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily think that I'm insecure. I think that
Mr. Brown, tell me some stories that would allow me to believe that Ms. Miller is insecure.
Let me tell you this now. I'm at work now. She know I can't be on my phone. She's calling me all day. I'm like, you know, I can only talk to you on the break and lunchtime. One job site I was at, I wasn't picking up the phone, and here she come. She's at the front gate raising sand. Luckily, I knew the guy that worked at the front of the gate. He calls me and say, she's down here raising sand, talking about, where you at, where you at? She's trying to come on the property. She ain't got no helmet. He said, you know, you got to get down here before they call the police on her. I get down there. She's in a robe. Somebody, why you ain't picking up the phone? You know how I am.
She's in a robe?
Yes. She's in her night clothes. at the front gate.
Talking about why won't you pick up the phone?
Yes. And here's the kicker. Your associates called me from the
divorce court, from the show.
And they gave me a number to write down to call another associate.
Right.
So, not thinking nothing of it, I write it down, call them. Here she comes in the house. What's this? I'm like, oh, just a number, the producers called, told me to call this such and such person. Oh, no. Oh, that's some old broad or voodoo. I'm like, get out of my face. You just whatever. Come to find out, she done called the number.
I did get a report that you called one of my producers 3 times in a row to accuse her of messing with your man, and all we wanted to do was get you on the show.
Well, that is a form of truth.
Didn't believe me. I told her it's just a number. Oh, no, she didn't believe it.
No, I would have
that.
taken it different if he had gave me a different energy. Now, the energy he giving me is, oh, that's a number from the producer. Not, I don't want to talk about it. Just leave it alone. That's not for you. That makes my mind spin. Why is it that you just can't make a straight line like with me? Where are you at? I'm at the light at 3 o'clock. I'm turning in 2 seconds. I'm going around. And it doesn't have to be that way.
Why does he have to report at a red light?
Well,
that's absurd.
Well, no, I'm saying what I would do. Give me that much is what I'm asking.
But I don't
so you want, within 30 seconds, you want an immediate response no matter what he's doing to report exactly where he is and what he's doing and if anybody else is there. This is what you're telling me.
I mean, that would be nice, but I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to do that. That's what I'm saying.
Does he ask you to do that?
Not in so many words. No. But I've started playing his game. No. I'm at the nail shop getting my nails done, and it takes at least an hour or two if it's not full. What you doing at the nail shop? It's been 3 hours, but you asking me.
I'm just doing how she
am
does
I
me.
Still at the nail
just
shop?
Doing her how she does
or
me.
am I still at the salon?
I got you. I see the nature of crazy we got going on here.
Right.
Next, I want to talk about, you say that Mr. Brown belittles you and talks down to you and talks about your educational level, and I want to talk about that next.
I tell her it's at a strip club. Oh, she goes off. Oh, you're going to see all these women. I'm like, it's a party. That's where they have it at. I come back, now she done destroyed my things.
Did you destroy his stuff because he went to a strip club? So, Ms. Miller, why don't you tell me what he says to you that you find so belittling?
Well, basically, we could have a regular conversation. And the first thing he does is yells. So then he uses his charm. Oh, well, since you didn't graduate high school, you wouldn't know how to do such and such, or you wouldn't know how to react to the question that I'm asking you, or you wouldn't know how to be pretty much a person, a human being, the way he's putting me. But he fails to realize that I did complete school. I just didn't walk. I have more than enough credits that it took. I just went through a family bind where, I wasn't able to walk.
You weren't able to walk, just the ceremony. Ceremonies don't need anything. Right. I didn't walk at law school. I just walked off. But
I know, right? Exactly.
I mean, I got my law degree, but I didn't want to put on no pomp and say I packed my stuff up and went. But do you belittle her? Do you talk to her about, you don't have a high school diploma, all of that?
She be thinking I be trying to be smart, but, I just be trying to help her out, guide her, just give her a little advice or something. She always think, oh, because you graduated, you thinking all this and stuff, I'm
graduated from high school? Or,
yes, ma'am. I did a little college.
Little bit of college?
Yes, ma'am, but she always said I'm trying to...
Mrs. Miller, you say that you were a CNA, you're on the phone with a client, and he's yelling at you. Why don't you tell me what happened that day?
One day, I was on the phone with the client's daughter, and I was telling her that, I'm only required to do certain things, and that if he needed his back washed, that, I could come do it, but I can't do a certain level
do certain medical things.
Right.
Yeah,
and then he's in the back because I'm using 7th grade words. Oh, you think you a doctor? You not smart enough to tell them people that? And I'm like, shh, be quiet. This is my job. So it could be anything.
Did you holler while she was on the phone with a job?
I just be treating her like she treat me. If I'm on the phone, I could be on the phone with my mom and she hear a female voice, oh, who that B is? I'm like, that's my mom. You didn't even get time. You didn't even ask me. You're walking like that. No. Yes, it could be anybody. My friends come over.
That's not true.
We have to go outside. By
choice.
Then 5 minutes later, here she come peeking around the corner. My friend's like, oh, I was wondering when she was gonna come out
Right.
here. Yeah.
Right, because I'm
Or
offering
she's
them
peeking,
water
She might
juice.
lift the window up so she can listen to her. Or now she's walking the dog all of a sudden. Dog just came out. Now she's walking the dog coming outside.
What happened when your friend had a party at the strip club?
Oh, I want to go out. She thinking every time we go out, it has to be us. It's like that. The fact that she don't have a real big social network, she needs to work on that really. Because it's like, I don't even know more than 2 of her friends, but she know all my friends. So they asked me to go out. I hadn't seen them in a long time. She knew that. They like, you gonna be able to go because you know how she act? I'm like, no, I'm gonna tell her. I tell her it's at a strip club. Oh, she goes off. Oh, you're going to see all these women. I'm like, it's a party. That's where they having it at. I come back, now she done destroyed my things.
Did you destroy his stuff because he went to a strip club?
Yes.
I didn't even know you went to a strip club.
Well, why did you destroy his stuff?
The party?
No, I did
when
not.
I went to the club with my friend on his
didn't tell
birthday.
me that,
You didn't destroy his. You didn't put bleach on his clothes.
No.
And push his computer off at the desk.
He pushed my computer off the desk.
You know, just doing it like she does me.
No.
Have you ever bleached the man's clothes?
Yes,
Let's do
no,
that.
I think I did, but it was years ago.
Yeah, it was a long
It
time
was
when we
years
first
ago.
started off.
It was years
we
ago.
got into a little financial situation.
Yeah.
I said, hey, I'm going to go back to my mom's house.
Yeah, right.
You go your way.
So
you
I threw the
leaving me
bleach
out here
out
abandoning
the
it.
window,
I'm like,
and it was on his
no.
stuff.
It's a rebuilding process, so you know, rebuild.
So you have 2 children together, I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been living together for at least the last 5 years?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
More.
My understanding is that you both disagree on how to parent and on your finances. And I want to go into both of those things as we move forward. You've been with her 13 years. How come you don't marry her?
Look the way she acting now. They say it gets worse when you get married.
When is it appropriate for your partner to show up at your place of employment? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Miller, you say that because you put the kids on your income tax return, he feels like he shouldn't have to pay for anything for them. Is that accurate?
That's exactly true, because I filed them, you know...
But as dependents?
As my dependents on my tax return. You know, it could be a light bill come up. You know, if I'm not steadily just paying all the bills by myself, and then one month I might say, oop, I need help. You file the kids, you know, you need to take care of that. Don't ask me, you know, diapers, wipes, school. I might need a tire.
Do you not help out with the kids because she uses them as dependents on her tax form?
No. It's like the kids are mine all year until that time. Income tax time, I'm filing them, you know. Right. So I'm like, why can't I get to file them? And I'm like, plus if I file, we get more money because I make more money. The money that she's gonna blow will be the extra money that I will get if
I filed as your dependents.
Right.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Brown. Let me ask you this. You've been with her 13 years. You've been living with her for 5 and engaged to her for 5. How come you don't marry her?
Look the way she acting now. They say it gets worse when you get married. And you know, all my friends, the ones that have got married, you know, after they do get married, everything was good before they got married. But then here is a year or 2 later, they talking about getting divorced and stuff. So I'm like, wow. And she's watching Yes to the Dress all day, sitting at the house, want to get married, talk about marriage all day. So I'm like, come on now.
Well, my understanding is that even though you don't want to get married, you've given her 5 engagement rings, kind of as like a hush ring.
Yeah, I give it.
So she'll stop talking about it.
Yeah, to reset everything, you know, calm her back down.
They're right over there, and I want Nick to bring them to me.
Yeah, you know.
So I want to see the hush rings.
Yeah, I give it.
Now,
this number
Ms. Miller, you're the one who called them hush rings, so why don't you tell me?
All.
Well, how do you come by getting these and never get down the aisle? What happened?
We've been together 13 years. We've been living together almost 10 years. So after we had our first son, he brought it up to me. He's like, well, you know, he's holding the baby. Oh, you know, we're going to get married. So then I'm blushing. But, you know, then the next year he gives me a ring. Then every year it's like, okay, it's time, it's time. Here go another ring and another ring and another ring. And then this one was a few days ago. So still no date.
But we still
You're
together,
spending a lot of money on rings, Mr. Brown. You're spending a lot of money on rings. She got the one. All she wants is the band. She don't want any more diamonds.
I try to.
Well, I'm not going to say all that, but you know what I mean.
You know, I really want to get married. You know, I want to, like I said, give my kids the two-parent home that I never had. So that's why I've been trying to stay with her this long.
Right.
You know, that's everything is going going fine so far. So I figured.
So why mess it up with a marriage certificate?
With a marriage certificate, right?
I got you. Let me give my 10 cents on, you know, what you doing and why you don't have a wedding ring. Today's question sponsored by, what would you do if your partner blocked you on social media? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Y'all crazy, but y'all love each other. You not going nowhere, she's not going nowhere. I think one of the reasons he don't want to lock it down, because you got a level of crazy going on about the potential for cheating that he can't tie himself down to. When you lit up on my producer like, oh, well, who are you? That spoke to me. Not because you were mad at my producer, but she's a woman calling from a show trying to talk to your husband, and you're convinced he's cheating with her. It's not rational. You on his job. You gonna mess up his money on his job, worrying about a woman you can't identify. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, but I think I was rather nice about it. I wasn't mean at all.
You shouldn't have been there at all.
It was the energy he gave me.
Oh, listen, the energy. You need to stop that. Whatever energy you got is wrong. It's just wrong.
Right. You're right about it.
I think a lot of women have it these days, and I think it's because of social media and the DMs, so there's always these opportunities for hearing and seeing things, but they've lit up the fear centers of your brain, and you're running on hysterical all the time, waiting for that direct message. Oh, there's this way and there's this way. You know, he don't want to hear all that drama, so give it to him. Cool out, chill out. He's a wonderful brother. I like him. I know you like him, and I hope you live to be 150 years old. But if a bus hit him tomorrow, you would live on. You would mourn and get over it. You're acting like if he went off somewhere, your life would be over, and it wouldn't. See what I'm saying? But you're living under that stress.
Right.
You're fighting like somebody's trying to drown you every day. Aren't you tired of it?
Yeah, I am.
Free yourself.
I am.
Just trust him. It won't hurt you. And it will actually strengthen your marriage, and then you might actually get down the aisle. Good advice. I hope you take it. This matter is adjourned.
Why is marriage so important to you?
That's the way I was raised. Like, everyone in my family is married, and I know what a woman is supposed to be like, and, you know, she's supposed to be honored, loved, and cherished, and I don't want nothing different than that.
Think you'll make it down the aisle?
Hopefully one day.
Just give me a timeline. Anytime soon? Judge, today's case, backseat of my Jeep.
She says he's having a midlife crisis. He says she's just lazy. Let's see if we can figure out just what happened in the backseat of that Jeep.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kelsey Schlageter and Justin Johnson. The two of you have been together for 10 years, married for a year and a half, and you have 2 children together. Ms. Schlageter, you would like to get $2,000 from Mr. Johnson, and we're going to talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Schlageter, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, it's been a struggle the whole time, and I'm sick of him cheating on me.
She cheated first, Your
So
Honor.
what had happened was, back in March 25th, he took off.
Yeah.
We had been married. We are married now. He took off, left me with the 2 kids, his other 2 family members in the house to support. And then
he left you with his family?
With his family.
I didn't even bring them though. They just came.
So where did you go? Do you know what time she's talking about when you took off?
Not really, but I did leave.
Can you be more specific to jog his memory a little bit?
More details.
So he took off. He said he was working on himself. I did not even try to call him.
Stop.
I did not even try to call him at work or bug him on the phone at all. I was being a supportive wife, letting him work on himself. In April, he came back gathering supplies from the house. I asked him back then in April, what's going on? Are you trying to move back in with me or are you trying to get a divorce? He said, I want a divorce. Then May 5th, I got the messages from his girlfriend's baby daddy, and I have the messages here.
His girlfriend's
baby daddy. Mm-hmm.
She was not my girlfriend.
So did you have a lady friend at the time that she's talking about right here?
When I first left, I did not have a lady friend. She was just a coworker.
Right.
I left and I was doing my thing, and then I don't know, she just came along, and then I did start messing around with her, and then I stopped messing around with her, and then I tried to go home, and yeah, her baby daddy told on me.
The messages are back from February, so I don't know what
that happened.
So you said the following. Well, good. That's what really gets me going. Damn. I really like hearing you moan. You make it pretty difficult to control myself.
I just, it happened.
So that was that young lady.
That was that thing, yeah.
Mr. Johnson, let me ask you something. When you left to get yourself together, what were you trying to get done?
I was just drinking and just trying to get my mind under control.
It won't help.
I found that out. It don't help. Me and Jack, we tried plenty of times, but it did not work out too well.
It did not work out too well.
No.
Did you feel bad that you had left your wife and your kids with the family to go find yourself with Jack?
I felt terrible about it, but I just didn't want my family to see me, have that good relationship with Jack, and didn't want to put them through that, so I left. I didn't plan on cheating on her, and it just happened, so.
Your Honor.
Was he drinking before he left? Was he really?
No, he wasn't. He was sleeping all day, every day.
The day I left. What are you talking about?
And May 12th, when I served the paperwork of the divorce.
You know what, I don't get
She was sleeping in the back of the Jeep still.
She was sleeping with her, too. Yeah. Listen, I got a picture.
Hold up, Mr. Johnson. My question to you is, she slept with her too?
Oh, yeah.
Did you get involved with the same woman that he was involved in?
Yes, this was a point. You know what? He shouldn't have been cheating. He should have brought her home, and we should have used her
Was that a revenge cheat, or?
Yes, sure was. I mean, I'm not really a lesbian, but if, you know what, I'm willing to do what I gotta do to show him that I'm an open person. I would have been willing for a threesome if he had brought the, idea in the first place instead of being so sneaky and shady.
Messed up, Your Honor.
Are you started it?
Good
I know, but the wrong way, apparently. I should have just brought her home.
And when she was at the house, I said, girl, what do you want? Do you want some more? And she said, no, she didn't want none of that anymore.
Good.
Ooh, you got dumped?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
For your wife.
You should have saw her walk. Shame.
You say he works, but he spends more than he makes.
Yes, he does. He is a shopaholic. Me, I like to save money. I'm a penny pincher. Like, if I could, use a coupon, I would.
Right.
Not this guy.
Have you seen these clothes? I've had these since, 2010.
It looks it.
Exactly.
Mr. Johnson, do you spend a lot of money?
No.
On himself.
Where do you think she's gotten that idea from?
She's crazy. I spend my money on bills. And rent and mortgage, my Jeep, you know, the kids eat food every day.
Name some things that you say that are extravagant that he bought for himself.
Well, I just think like when you're at work, you should pack some snacks. If you feel like you're gonna be hungry, you shouldn't be going to eat $5 every single time you're at work.
So you mad because the man's buying lunch at work?
I am mad because you know what? I'm not buying food for myself at work. No, I'm not doing that. What am I doing? I'm eating a frozen bag of vegetables.
That's not extravagant. Come on now.
Oh, he is being extravagant. Because,
well, give me something else. That sounds reasonable.
When you add up all these drinking, all that, that's a lot of money.
Does he take care of the bills?
No, I take care of the bills. He tried to say, I take care of the bills.
About?
I put $900, he put $500. That means I pay more, that means he pays less.
And I
be working more,
I buy all the gas.
56 hours a week. While he's doing this shady stuff behind my back.
What is she talking about? She's home all the time.
But she's working. He is working. He makes less than you, but he's working.
Now he's working. But all the other jobs he ever got, I applied for those jobs, and he had not been working that much.
Well, Mr. Johnson, you say that Ms. Shalagadar is always late paying the bills.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that.
It was the first. I had both money orders ready on the 1st.
Right.
They were sitting on the counter until the 8th, you know? And I'm like, why didn't you pay the bills? She's like, oh, because I had to call the doctor. I'm like, call the doctor. It took 15 minutes. That ruined your whole week. You couldn't do anything else, so the bills didn't get paid. So we got charged an extra late fee.
Did you not pay the bills because you had to call the doctor?
No. He's a man. He should be paying the bills. I don't know why he's saying he's got to give me something.
I deal with this sexist stuff all day long.
I got to do everything. I got to walk the bills to the office. I got to make all the doctor's appointments. You need to pick up some of the slack if you want to be part of the family.
And that's why I stopped drinking.
Got
it. You know, I don't drink much.
How long have you stopped drinking for?
Well. She gets rid of all my tools, you know. She gets rid of.
I was going to ask you about that. She sold all these tools. Why'd she do that? Was she trying to pay bills, or she was just mad at you?
No, she's just mad. I come home and my tools are gone, my clothes are gone.
Why did you sell all of his tools?
Because this is what had happened.
What happened?
When I found out about the girl, that was whatever. But on Friday, when my paycheck got direct deposit straight into the account that we shared, and I went to go get my money out, $200 was already taken out.
$200, you know.
It's like, for what? To spend on your girlfriend?
No.
You were sleeping in your Jeep at the time. You
and I was
weren't
paying
at the
credit
house.
card bills
And
still.
I had to tell him that we live paycheck by paycheck. So for you to take $200 out the household, that is a lot. You're trying to make your family struggle because you want to work on yourself and bang some girl?
Work on myself. No. She spends way more money than me. I don't know what she's talking
My
about.
clothes I got for free from my sister.
Yeah, no, she sounds pretty cheap to me. I get it. Yeah,
Exactly.
She speaks like a person who's very frugal, and I know because I'm cheap. Let me ask you this. You say you admitted to it, and you complain about it. You say that he has a hot head, that he's got a bad temper. Give me an example of some time when he lost his temper, and please, while she's doing that, do not interrupt.
Okay.
So, one time, we were all hanging out, having a good old time. I took the only seat that I was supposed to. I sat next to his friend. When I got back to the house, he was mad that I sat next to his friend, started calling me names. So what happened? He punched a fish tank. His hand was bleeding, and my friend had to super glue it together.
Mr. Johnson, do you have a different version of that story?
Totally different.
Well, give it to me.
Okay, so we were all hanging out, drinking, you know, a lot, and I was pretty messed up, you know. She goes and sits next to this guy, and
who's his friend?
And they said I had a problem with it. He thought I was staring at him crazy. Yeah, I was just staring, and then I don't even remember what happened when we got back, but apparently, you know,
should see that.
I don't know what happened.
I wasn't in my right mind, no. And
so you don't know what happened?
No.
Yeah, so why disagree with her story if you don't know what happened?
That's our whole relationship. He never remembers anything, and I'm trying to say, why are you, saying you don't believe me when you drunk the whole time?
And that's why I stopped drinking.
Got
you know, I don't drink anymore.
How long have you stopped drinking for?
Well. I drank last night, you know, because I was over here. But I did stop drinking for like 2 months when I came back to the house.
months?
When I got back to the house, I stopped drinking.
You stopped drinking? Did he stop drinking, Kim?
No.
Oh, she's lying.
I will not,
You
because
see?
this is
what
a
I deal
cycle.
with.
He
She gives
always
me no
stops
credit,
drinking.
Your Honor.
This is repetitive.
Repetitive. Have you
I
ever
don't-
dealt with an
I need
alcoholic?
something stable,
You drink and you stop and you
consistent.
drink and stop and it happens.
Yeah.
But I don't drink like I used to.
Roller coaster.
I used to drink nothing but liquor all day. Now
you
if I
drink
do
beer?
drink, I have a couple beers, go to sleep, you know?
Right.
I drink like 20 and I won't be messed up like I did.
Do you understand how difficult it is to live with somebody who's drunk a lot?
Yeah, I do it
How
all the time.
hard that is?
Yeah, I do.
Do you feel at all obligated or compelled to do something about it so she doesn't have to live that way?
Yeah, that's why I stopped drinking. Plain and simple. Stop drinking. When this girl watches TV, the house could burn down. As
And
long as
she's-
the TV's
she's
right
all-
there,
she's
she does
fine.
not notice a thing.
It gets interesting. I'm just
You
going to
see?
say it
Yeah.
does a little bit.
Mr. Johnson, you say that Ms. Schlageter is lazy. Tell me why you believe that to be the case.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
She gets home from work and all
After
she
my
does...
56 hours, don't forget
Come
that
on,
part.
we're talking about now. How many hours did you work?
Ms. Schlageter,
13?
don't interrupt him. Mr. Johnson, talk to me.
Okay, well, she was working 56 hours like 4 months ago.
Right.
Now she barely works at all. She gets off work, pops
Still
her
work
butt
for
on
you.
on that couch, watches TV. Teen Mom. You could ask her anything about those people's shows. She knows
forget
every
Marriage Boot
detail
Camp.
about it.
Mhm.
You know, she knows everything about these shows. Kids are like, hey,
Marriage
I'm
Boot
hungry.
Camp is a good show.
I know that one.
Yep. I don't even watch TV, so I don't know. So yeah, she just sits there on the couch. She don't pay attention to the kids. They're asking for stuff. She's just when this girl watches TV, the house could burn down. As
And
long as the
she's
TV's right
all-
there,
she's
she does
fine.
not notice a thing.
It gets interesting. I'm just
You
going to
see?
say it
Yeah.
does a little bit.
24 hours a day.
Well, Mr. Johnson, when she's doing that, are you engaged with the kids? Are you
I'm
picking up
doing
the slack?
everything
You doing
else.
everything else?
No.
No, you're right. The kids are just running wild, and the house is just doing its own thing. No, I clean, I cook, take care of the
No.
kids.
Does he clean, cook, and take
No.
care of the kids?
Really?
Especially ever since he'd been back from the house, I had not had one meal from him, and I had to bring that up the other day
You see,
that
that's what's
someone
crazy is
asked
I
me.
just cooked a big old
what
steak
did-
and all kinds of potatoes
For
and
your
stuff at
son.
the barbecue. Oh
My
no, that's
son
for
asked for a
my
steak.
son.
I did
Yeah,
not ask for
but
steak.
she ate some of it though. But it wasn't for them. See what I deal with? She picks at things. She's always
you gotta
like,
do something for
she's
me.
like, you did this? No, it wasn't for me. It was for my son. He wanted the steak. What are you talking about? I cook for the family.
You can't throw me in
You
with
cook
your
a whole
favorites.
meal for the family?
Yeah.
And do you do that regularly?
I used to.
But not anymore.
Well, now that I've been in the house, you know, I work from 6 days a week. I wake up at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I'm at work at 7.
Right.
I get off at 7:30.
Wow.
So when do I have time to cook, you know?
Why? I got you. I
Can't
got
cook.
you.
I try to
Is he
clean.
doing that?
Now.
Is he working that hard?
Am I working that
Now,
hard?
now
Oh.
these ever since in April he got that job. Ever since he tried to like work 2 jobs to support his 2 girls. That's what I.
Gotta do what you
that's
gotta
why
do,
he
you
needed
know?
2 jobs.
I was
But
working 2
before
jobs,
he
though.
was working the grave night, he was supposed to be cooking 2 days a week. Once he got that grave night shift, which I had applied for him, and started banging that girl,
So
I got no
technically
food.
it's her fault
I
that
got
all that
neglected
happened, right?
sexually. Which is like one thing, if you're gonna cheat on somebody to fulfill my needs first, then go somewhere else. But I still am needy. Thank you. Take care of what's at home first.
Well, I tried to do some things for her. You know, I ran her a bath with, you know, flowers. She wanted something romantic. So I
Right.
did. I went and got some flowers and
That
like
was
some
thoughtful.
roses and a candle and like ran the bath.
That was thoughtful.
I tried. You know, I'm a
tried,
romantic
you know.
person. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this. I've seen it done before, and I've seen it.
I've watched
What
the
can I
movies.
say?
In the movies, right?
Exactly. It
But did
worked.
he try?
That was one good move, I think. That was recent.
Boom.
One good move in 10 years?
Yes.
That's it?
One
Yes.
good mood in 10 years, and she's
Because the
been with me
whole
this whole
other
time, right?
is a struggle, and that's why I was so surprised after this whole 10-year struggle. Then you go and backstab me like that. After I'm an open person, I'll go to the strip club with you, have boobs in my mouth for him, and then you're gonna go and do that behind my back.
Because you would have participated.
I know.
participated.
See, that's
I
all I
never
think.
thought
I messed
I
up.
made
I should have
myself
just brought her
look
home.
like a
We would have had a
judgmental
way better
person.
time. I wouldn't have had to sleep with my teeth for like 2 months.
I don't know whether to be amused or scared. You're asking for $2,000. Why don't you tell me why you believe I should award you $2,000 from Mr. Johnson?
Well, he had agreed to get me this LASIK eye surgery. After he got his last tattoo on his side.
How much did that cost?
Okay, but that was
$4,000.
still the
I drove her to
agreement?
Arizona. Okay, I got out. This was when I was working graveyard.
Were you having an affair at the
that
time?
I was not.
Yes,
No.
you were.
She keeps saying I was,
Yes,
but I was
you
living in the
That
house.
was March 21st,
I didn't sleep with
and
this-
those text
She's got
messages
all
are
the
from
dates.
February. The 16th says, I love you, babe.
What is it you're looking to do at this juncture? Are you done with it? Are you
I'm
want
not a
to?
quitter. We got a family. We got bills. We got a house.
You gonna
we got
try to work
cars.
it out?
I've been trying, yeah.
Well, what do you think she needs to change?
Clean more, watch TV less, you know, help cook more, take care of the kids, pay more attention to the kids.
I think you need to do something before you start asking more from me.
I do it all.
No.
I do
You need to
everything.
have some
Since I've been
ambition, you
back,
need to
I've
plan
worked
family
65
trips.
hours a week. I come home, hang out with the kids. My one day off, we do something. We go swimming, we go somewhere.
I've been asking to go camping for 10 years, since the day I met him. I still have not been camping.
You haven't taken a
He
camping?
sold the one tent we got. He sold it, not me. I asked him since he's been back.
I still
if he's
don't
ever
understand the
looked up any
$2,000.
Where's that coming from, you know?
Yeah,
Why should
he
she
went
get
to.
$2,000?
He took you to Arizona.
Bam.
You put that procedure on a credit card. Why does he owe you $2,000?
Because this was a marriage agreement. He said that after he got that tattoo, that
So why should
this
you
was
get
supposed to
another
even come
$2,000?
from our taxes. This wasn't even supposed to be put on a card. But he was out there banging some chick, spending all the money on her.
You wanna know what I
taking
spent
her
my
out,
money
driving
on? That
to
Jeep,
the
Your Honor.
beach with her
That
instead
Jeep.
of taking your kids
She
to the
drove
beach.
me to the beach. I didn't even drive.
So is that the Jeep?
That's the Jeep. Yep.
That's the Jeep. What was happening in the Jeep?
A lot of amazing things.
Now, what's that there?
Oh.
That is my blanket that she made for me.
And it says KJ
Yeah.
with the heart, and he was sleeping
So see,
with
she
that
says
girl.
I'm banging a chick with that blanket.
My Jeep, and with my
So
blanket.
you were having sex with the other woman in the back seat of the Jeep with the blanket she gave you?
I was using that that blanket to cover my body because I was cold.
Where y'all live? What
California?
Hemet.
Hemet?
Yeah. out in the
ghetto.
desert.
I'm never going to Hemet.
Don't go there.
Go to Hemet.
Don't go there.
Don't go there.
Y'all scaring me to death. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, you
between
should
the two
meet
of you.
everybody else.
I don't know where you are. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know why you think he owes you $2,000. I can't
deal
even
with this
figure
every
it out
day.
in my head why you do that. I think you two should stay together. You know what I mean?
Bam.
Keep each other off the street.
Yep.
It'll be good for everybody.
Exactly.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It's so ordered.
Boom.
What's next for you guys?
Just hopefully work through all of this drama, you know.
From the back seat, maybe to the front seat?
Maybe to the front seat, man. Yeah, you know. Leave that back seat alone.
For a little while,
Yeah,
right?
just a little while.
Good luck.
Thank you, bud.
Do you think he took in what Judge Lynn had to say today?
No. No.
He said really that you didn't either. So do you think we got anything out of today's session?
Probably not. You know, we're both gonna, I probably think, stay in the same kind of ways. If he don't, get rid of that Jeep first
He's
of all
not,
when we
he's not
get
getting
back.
rid of the Jeep, but trust me, it's not going.
He ain't gonna have me then. That's all I can say.
All right, good luck
Thank
to you.
you.
Judge, today's case is Church Girl.
He says she's uptight and not right. She says he's laid out and liquored up. Let's see if we can figure out a way to keep these two together.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tanika Curry and Titus Curry. Mr. and Mrs. Curry, you have been together for 5 years, married for 4, and you have 1 child together. Mrs. Curry, you have brought Mr. Curry here seeking $40 for a broken walker. We're going to talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Curry, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, for starters, my wife, she's dramatic when it comes to drinking.
She's dramatic?
Yes, ma'am. She think I drink, excessively, but throughout the week, I only a few beers here and there, but on the weekend, I might turn up a little bit.
You turn up a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. And she, she just takes it too far. She's religious. She's been in church her whole life. So she demonizes people who drink or smoke. So I feel like that's becoming an issue in our marriage because she airs it to all of our, our family members and people like that. So I think she need to really, just tone it down a little bit. Yeah, just chill a little bit.
Now, when we are moving the turned up dial, 1 is stone cold sober.
Right.
10 is lit to the gills. Where are you on any given weekend?
Occasionally I've hit an 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
But typically you're a...
Yeah, I'm maybe 4 or 5.
You say one time he skipped paying the rent because he spent his money on liquor. Tell me about that.
He said, well, I ain't got the money. I done blowed it all on me and my friends. He's like, we gotta find somewhere else to go. And I was like, no. So I ended up working more to make the money up.
Mr. Curry, did you blow the rent money on liquor?
That's the excuse I gave her, but you know.
What really happened?
I was really fed up with coming home, and there was, you know, the house being a mess, because I was working more than she was in many places during the relationship. But I was fed up with coming home and her being there all day and nothing really being clean, the food, you know, food not being prepared. And I knew in the beginning she wasn't a home keeper, but along the way when we had our daughter, you know, I felt that she would at least
pick up a game a little bit.
Yeah, try to participate a little bit. But I told her that, you know, we could move on because I had another plan, but she think I just blew the money. But there's been times, you know, she didn't pay at all and I paid, you know, so.
But let me ask you this, where did the money go? I understand you didn't want to go home. I understand she wasn't cleaning the house. I got that part. But what actually happened to the money? Did you spend it on liquor?
Not all of it. That's a lot of liquor. But I did have a few debts that I
paid.
Yeah.
Why did you choose to use the money for something other than rent when you know rent keeps a roof over your head? I'm not quite sure I understand your reasoning.
My goal for our marriage is to be independent, not having a slave every day, you know, to make
ends meet, yeah.
So I'm looking for, like, in the future, maybe we get an RV. And the only way to bring her out of that psychological, you know, slave everyday mentality was to have us, live in a car, get ahead on some of our debts, you know, for a couple
Live in a car, did you say?
Yeah.
Just for... Wait, no. What you're trying to tell me is you're trying to get her out of the everyday slaving for money mentality by impoverishing yourself to the extent that you must live in a car. You thought that would make her want to work less?
Only temporarily, so we could meet a quota.
You know, Mr. Curry, I'm going to congratulate you. I've been on this show for 13 years, and rarely am I dumbstruck. But you managed it.
Oh.
I have never in my life heard anything quite that convoluted. Mrs. Curry, there's so much to unpack here, I don't even know where to start. So let's start with the easy thing. Do you not keep a clean house?
I feel that once you mess up, then you clean it up right away. And I feel like if a job called me in on my days off, I have no time to clean.
Right.
But I was thinking, like, before I met him, hiring a maid because I work so much.
Mm-hmm. And she did
tell
me
that.
that.
If she works so much, why don't you help clean since you want a clean house?
And, that's in the beginning, I told her it was okay that she didn't cook or clean. And that it was fine until she began to nag me about my shortcomings. And so she didn't understand the things that I was tolerating within her. So I had to begin to, bring her memory or her vision back.
What was she nagging you about?
Drinking, first and foremost. You know, we would go in the beginning, it wasn't that bad. It was only weekends. And then it kind of led to drinking more often, dealing with her. but yeah.
Oh, she drove you to drink.
She drove me crazy. Mad crazy.
What was she saying? What was she doing? Be Mrs. Curry for a minute and give me an example of Mrs.
Why
Curry.
you drinking? Why you doing that? You know, you should be doing it. You doing it just nagging. You know, so it just kind of took a toll on me. And I would address it, in a cordial manner. Mm-hmm. But in the beginning. But after 4 years of the same behavior, like I had a friend we would go visit on the weekend, and his wife, his kids, me and my wife and my kid, and we would drink outside. You know, that was the time she knew what was going on the weekend. But for some reason, she would always find her way out to nag me and disturb me about, drinking. Instead, I just think it was more so of her wanting my attention, because she's very manipulative when it comes to my attention. She demonizes.
Explain that to me.
She demonizes all of my friends. If it's one guy I was hanging with, my main homeboy, we would kick it on the weekend, and then she started telling me that, okay, he's a hoe. She didn't even really know him. So, okay, if I switched to another homeboy and hang with him, the other guy, she'd say, well, he's a dope dealer. It was never.
It was always something. They were never good enough. Let me ask you this. You say she's manipulative with respect to trying to get your attention. If you're kicking it with your homeboys on the weekend and if she's working all the time, maybe the problem is you need to kick it with her a little bit, and then she won't be so jealous of your homeboy. Have you ever, put that into the equation and toss that around a bit, see if that'd get you anywhere?
I did, but it really didn't. That's not the explanation, because I'm with her Monday through Friday, every day.
Mr. Curry, I'm gonna throw this out here. You don't have to respond if you don't want to. But since you're the only person she's been with, you're the only instructor she's had. So where have you fallen light on that? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Mrs. Curry, what do you think about the time and the attention that the two of you give to one another? Do you think he spends too much time with his friends and not enough time with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Give me an example of how a week goes that makes you feel abandoned.
When he just say, like, my days off, I be wanting to do something like go to the movies or whatever, then something comes up and it's like, oh, plans change. Like if his homeboy call and say, oh, I'm throwing this cookout, boy, come on over. And he's, running, I can't go with you.
Let me ask Mrs. Curry, and I want you to take an objective look at this. Are you fun to be around when he's around you? I mean, or is it always you telling him about his deficiencies? Because that'll keep a brother out the house faster than anything.
I try to be fun to hang around.
You do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, you're not a chit-chatter, are you, Mrs. Curry? That's all right.
Chit-chat. Let's get into the chit-chat.
You want to get into chit-chat?
Yes,
what about
ma'am.
the chit-chat, Mr. Curry?
She's always on the phone with her church members. He was drunk again. He was drunk again. I think there's you can share some things, but if people don't have your best interest in mind, your home, you shouldn't always tell them what's going on within the home. And she's really young. I understood she was really young, and we developed.
How old was she when you two
it was about
married?
26. She was 26.
26.
I think, and I was like, what? 31.
26, not that young.
Well, it ain't been it's young if you're green. And
Gotcha.
she's been really green along the way.
She was inexperienced.
She was a virgin. She was a virgin when I met her. Unexperienced in a lot of areas. Grew up in the church. I understood that. I was actually celibate about 7 years before I met her. I met her. I really had given up on the thought of marriage, but I met her and I was like, wait, hey, it's a possibility. I can give it a shot.
Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What about her made you change your mind about that possibility of marriage? Because this is a good thing.
The chasteness that the possibility that a woman would, keep herself for the love of her creator was very attractive to me. At the time.
Is that it?
Yeah. And it was more... that ain't it.
You had me all excited, Mr. Curry. I thought I was going to have a moment where I could turn this thing around. You were going to tell me how intelligent, funny, pretty... No, she just was a virgin, so that was cool.
Well, I think... all the other stuff, the values and stuff, all that comes along.
That she was a good church going.
Yeah, all that comes along with that. But that means a lot these days,
But you don't like it now that you're with her.
I mean, she don't really, I started out, but she don't really like the bedroom kind of, I need her to kind of, because I'm from the streets.
You know you like it.
I'm from the streets. You see me? I'm from the streets.
But now, Mr. Curry, I'm gonna throw this out here. You don't have to respond if you don't want to. But since you're the only person she's been with, you're the only instructor she's had. So where have you fallen light on that? I mean, you know what I'm saying? If she don't know what to do, maybe you didn't.
Well, I've tried along the way, but I've taken into consideration, you know, because she told me in the beginning she don't like smoking. And I started smoking, you know, socially as I drink cigarettes occasionally. And I think that's a turnoff for her.
I think you need to learn how to live your life, especially now that you have a child. And you have to do so as a mature woman who understands what needs to happen and is willing to learn and grow and be better than. Tell me what you think's going wrong at your house.
You know, I think that when we first met, he said, "Oh, I like to cook and clean." And I was like,
"Cool, you can, right?"
Yes, Your Honor. And then we got to a point to like, when we didn't have a child, everything was so organized. And then it got to a point he just got into the I don't care mode. So I was like, you don't care no more, and I just felt like I shouldn't care either.
Well, if she's not going to assist and help out, you know, why should I continue to put forth effort? Because it don't really take a lot of effort to pick up behind yourself. You know what I mean? If she's not going to assist me and help out at the house, and I'm working too, 'cause don't try to feed the narrative that I don't work. Sometimes I'm out, because I'll leave a job sometimes because I believe you should know your worth. But, you know, if she's not going to help out, I just began to grow discouraged, as I am at this point. That's why, you know, we seeking your assistance today.
Let me ask you this, because I'm always interested in, you know, everybody's discouraged and unhappy. Did you ever sit down and discuss, not fuss, discuss what was distressing to the two of you? Did you ever sit down now, baby? This is going a little bit over. If you could just, things would be a little better. You ever do that?
And that's why it's discouraging, because we've had those talks.
And it didn't work out?
It didn't work.
Did you have those discussions?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what came of them?
He would say he gonna change and do this and do that. It didn't ever happen.
Well, since I can't figure out what's going on between the two of you, I have your sister on the phone, Ariel Curry. Ms. Curry, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. When you look at this union, what do you see?
I see a nut and a fruitcake.
Can you expand on that a bit for me?
I mean, like, I told my brother when he first met her that she is way too immature for you. Like, you can't fix what's going on up there. I mean, like...
Is it your contention there's not enough going on up there with Mrs. Curry?
Oh, yeah. That's very much so. Like, he used to bring her around to the gatherings, family gatherings and whatnot. And she would run around screaming, "King Dingaling, King Dingaling," chasing them with the kids running around. I'm like, Tanika, stop saying this.
I think it's more so she ain't really, you know, she don't know the code, because she, like I say, she's been in the church her whole life.
Right.
You know, she has a lot of great attributes about her, but the things that are very serious when it comes to street code and ethics, she don't really quite know.
She doesn't get.
And that's my family, we kind of from that. So, you know, I've tried to train her along the way, but, you know, some of the mistakes can't be overlooked, you know, if you put somebody in jeopardy when it comes to those type of things. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Ariel, I'm going to call you Ariel because there's a lot of Currys in here. Do you have anything else you want to say that you think I ought to know when I get off the phone with you and talk to your brother and your sister-in-law?
Tanika, you need to pay more attention to that baby, because we at the family gatherings, and you worry more about him than you was about your baby.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Curry. We appreciate your commentary and taking the time to speak with us. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
At the cost of my sanity, I am going to now discuss the $40 you want for that walker he broke. Tell me what happened.
He had been drinking that night, late that night, and he wake up and he had a hungover. He just
and he fell on the walker
over and broke it. Like the thing went down.
But can I say this to you, Mr. Curry?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Women are people. We're not a resume, and we're not what we didn't do, or we're not, you know, a description out of a Bible. We're people.
Right.
And you've got to talk to women as people. You got to know their personality, their heart, their passion, all the things that make them people, because you're going to marry a person not simply, oh, she's chaste, let me do this, and then let me form her into what I want. That's not how it works. So when you move forward in life, look at women as if they are people and be discerning about who you marry. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Mrs. Curry, you're going to have to grow up. I don't think that you can just stay in the church and not learn everything else that you need to do. The church teaches you how to live a life.
Yes,
and I think you need to learn how to live your life, especially now that you have a child. And you have to do so as a mature woman who understands what needs to happen and is willing to learn and grow and be better than. You with me? You can't just stick with who you were. You always got to be just a little bit better.
Okay.
No matter what happens, Mr. and Mrs. Curry, always love that child and always be in that child's life and treat each other with the respect that the mother and the father of that child deserve. You with me?
Yes, John.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
She had some good advice for you.
Oh, yeah.
What's your reaction hearing what she had to say?
I think she gave some good insight, like she always does. My wife needed to hear that from somebody, you know, who understood her position. I think she was balanced. She wasn't biased. I think we both learned a lot here today.
So what's next for you?
I don't know. We're just going to let time, you know, let it play out. I think really the best case for us maybe to, you know, try it out from 2 different homes. But we'll see how that goes.
Judge, this is the case of Freaky.
She accuses him of being financially irresponsible, being unfaithful, and belonging to social media sex group. But here's the kicker. She still wants him.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Anita Scott and Ronald Davis. Ms. Scott and Mr. Davis, you've been together for 4 years, married for 2. You have some items you would like me to make a determination on, and we will get to that momentarily. But before we do, I want to ask you, Ms. Scott, what's going on and why are we here?
We're here because I started a relationship with a person who has a narcissistic personality disorder. 4 years later, 2 infant children, I thought he would change, and he didn't. So when we started dating, 30 days after dating, he was incarcerated. He calls me to come and bail him out. I go to bail him out. There's another woman there. She's asking me who I am. Do I have my half of the money to bail him out? She's already talking to the man who does the bail bondsman, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I have his money. Who are you? Well, I was with him when he got locked up.
Here's the $64,000 question. Did you bail him out?
Yes, I gave her my half.
Dude, you met 30 days. He gets arrested, calls you for bail. First of all, I would say, I don't do bail. Hang up the phone, and that would be it. But you actually go down there for a guy you've known for a month, give the bail, another chick greets you there with half the bail money, and you still came out your purse for this dude.
I did. Well, that's not the half.
Oh,
so
Lord.
He unlocks his phone before he goes to jail, and I find out that the same day we had sex together, he was having sex with another woman that morning.
Did you do all that?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did you do when you found out that he had actually had sex with another woman on the same day he had sex with you? What did you do?
I asked him about it, but I continued to put money on his books. The first 8 months of our relationship, 6 of those months, he was incarcerated.
Well, I mean...
I sound sound desperate. I know I sound desperate, but that's who I chose, and that's what I chose.
What's crazy is I didn't even know that other lady was gonna be there. I gave her my money, and she was supposed to, you know, I told her, like, look, hold that. If I do get locked up, use that to get me out. I didn't expect
Hold
her.
some money for me in case I get locked. So you knew there was a warrant out on you.
I didn't. I do armed security, so.
What an odd thing to do. Just in case I get locked up, here's some money to get me out.
No, what had happened was I went to
That's a great one right there.
to buy a gun, and then they ran my name, and they said that they called the police and said that, oh, you have a warrant. So
did I not just say did you have a warrant? Did I not just say that?
You did. You did.
Did I not just say that? Oh man, you're one of those.
No.
You just lie.
No.
And you lie so much they're not even good.
Preach.
So you knew you had a warrant out on you.
I really didn't, because if I knew, I wouldn't have tried to buy a gun.
Yeah, but once you did, they ran you and said you had a warrant, so you told this woman to hold the money for you in case they get locked up.
They didn't tell me I had a warrant. The police came and locked me up right then and there.
So you keep a woman on the side with cash just in case a warrant you don't know about pops up out of nowhere. That's what you do.
Well, she popped up because I didn't know she existed.
No, man.
Who
was she to you? Who was this other woman?
It was somebody I used to talk to. She knew somebody that had like a discount on a gun or whatever, so I was like, all right, I'll go with you. At that time, the police came, locked me up. I gave everything to her, so like, look, if I have a bond me out.
But he calls me and tells me to come and doesn't tell me that she's there. So when I walk in, I'm coming from the bank and she's just standing there.
If you already gave one woman bond money for you, why would you call another woman for that same bond
Because
money?
I didn't expect her to be there. I didn't expect her to stay there. So I was like, look, I'm talking to her, so I called her. I was like, listen, I have a bond. Can you come bond me out? And she was like, yeah, I'll be there. So when that story came about, I didn't even know that she was going to be there. My cousin was there, and he didn't do anything about it. I wasn't talking to the girl. I ain't messing with the girl or nothing like that.
But she had your money.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Exactly. She did.
So why did you think she wouldn't be there if you called her and said, I'm in jail, bond me out with the money I gave you to bond me out with?
Because, I mean, she wasn't really trustworthy like that.
Help me, Judge. Help me. So then there's the whole. But that's.
I'm gonna fuss at you later. But before I do, I want you to tell me about why you think he is both a sex and porn addict.
Oh my God. Well, he watches it all the time. And when he unlocks his phone, I have children who are old enough to just tap a phone and look for games. Well, whenever you hit Google, the very first site is somebody doing something that adults do. He has actually masturbated in the living room while watching porn, where my children can walk to go to the refrigerator and get something to eat.
Mr. Davis, did that happen?
That ain't even true.
Yes, it is. Okay, well, let's talk about the sex addiction. We had our first pregnancy. I lost that baby. I had to get a D&C, and I called him the night before the D&C to tell him that I felt bad that I couldn't carry his first child. I just really wanted comfort.
How long had you known him when that happened?
It was about 9 to 10 months.
9 to 10 months. So he was out of jail.
Yes, and we got pregnant.
30 days, went to jail.
What happened was, while I was in jail, she told me about a situation that she was going through. She's saying, oh, I have to get surgery. I'm like, are you all right? And she's like, yeah, I will be. But in the process of telling me that, she tells me that she slept with a man inside our home.
What do you mean our home? You were with this chick for 30 days.
See, this is what I mean.
Thank you. And I still came to the jail. I still put money on your books.
Within 30 days?
Yes, because I wanted to show her that you're
Oh,
serious.
am I gonna yell at you?
I know.
Mr. Davis, do you deny her allegation that you are in fact a cheater?
I'm not going to deny that because I have cheated, but there's reasons why.
Why? What are the reasons? much rent did you pay an hour home?
Every time I got paid, I gave her money.
You were in jail.
I'm saying when I got out.
Thank you. But Your Honor, the
But
DNC
also while I was in
surgery-
jail, I did give her access to my bank account that she cleaned up.
To put
How
money
much
on
did
his
you
book.
have in there?
I mean, you know.
$150.
How much did you have in there?
$150. He was making $7.25 an hour part-time, $150.
So she cleaned you out of that $150.
But Your Honor, the DNC surgery, he
Yeah.
actually decided he wanted to have sex the night before my DNC surgery. That's why I believe he's addicted. I've had multiple surgeries, and I can't come home for 48 hours without sleeping with him.
Did you know she was about to have surgery and you still asked her for sex?
It wasn't an act. It was a mutual thing. It wasn't an act. It was like, oh, I know you're about to do this. I mean, that's the way I show I care.
Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear?
I heard.
Okay.
Why did you marry him?
He secured me physically. He just never really secured me emotionally. And I can honestly say I have dad issues. I never had a dad around to say, do this or you're going to get this. So his presence was security for me. And my children love him.
She told me she married me for multiple reasons.
Would you list them?
I'm good with her children. I'm good around the house. I'm emotional. I'm very emotional. And she also said she married me because of what I do.
Okay. The sex
But he
is
does
good.
it with everybody else, too. I have evidence.
What evidence do you have
He's
that
a cheater.
that he's a cheater?
He's a cheater.
Mr. Davis, do you deny her allegation that you are, in fact, a cheater?
I'm not going to deny that because I have cheated, but there's reasons why.
Why? What are the reasons?
Well, first reason, she cheated on me while I was locked up, and that opened up Pandora's box. I tried to forgive it, but it was multiple things. It was showing that, you know, you were doing things behind my back, not telling me everything, trying to be a dictator instead of my wife, my woman. She's trying to be the man and the woman in the relationship, and that's not...
Well, give me an example of some controlling behavior she engaged in.
Well, you know, I go out with my family sometimes. She'll tell me I got to be in the house at a certain time. I'll come in the house maybe 11:30, 12 o'clock. It's not reasonable for me to be out that late. I'm a married man, and I have a family that I need to take care of.
Do you tell him he can't go out past 11:30?
If you're married, then you need to hang with married people. And the majority of his family members sleep around on the people they're with, so they're included in the category of people I don't want you to be around.
Okay.
We have like little group meetings or whatever.
They have sex
You have
parties, Your
group
Honor.
sex meetings?
No, that's not what it's
They
about.
have spades
Well,
parties.
what does the group meeting... I want to know, what does the group meeting do? If you would like your case to be heard on divorce court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Tell me about the economics of the household.
It sucked. I had to go to college just to get the refund checks to pay bills. Like, it sucked. There were times where he would work 2 jobs. I've seen him have $1,800 in a weekend and be at zero. He'll get it on Friday, and he's at zero on Monday. I'm looking at bank accounts. He's buying $200 worth of groceries for family members, but he doesn't put any groceries in our house.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm a very giving person. You know, I do what I can. I don't really make much. If you don't make much,
why don't you keep it all at home?
Thank you.
Because it's... I feel like, you know, if it's going to be... I can't just not say no, say yes to her and say no to, like, my or my cousin.
She's your wife.
But that's what I'm saying.
Your kids are with her.
I understand that. And whatever I have to do to go out there to make that, I'll go make it.
So he'll be absent from the children's lives to go make up what he spent elsewhere.
But with his family members, you big time in it, aren't you? Whenever you got some money, you spreading it around because you that dude.
No, man, not at all. And another thing, you know, it's about the cheating. I'm very affectionate. You know, I like the kissing and all that stuff, and she's not.
So it caused him to go to sex groups and cheat on me with random women.
Are you on a social media sex group?
Multiple, current day. Multiple.
While you were married?
Yes, ma'am.
What do? Do you just meet up there and then...
We have like little group meetings or whatever.
They have sex
you
parties,
have
Your
group
Honor.
sex meetings?
No, that's not what it's
They
about.
have space
parties. What does the group meeting... I want to know. What does the group meeting do?
I mean, we drink, we play cards, we talk.
They have sex?
But it's a sex group.
Yeah,
So there's some sex involved?
Yes, there is.
Which he participated in unprotected while married.
Yes.
Did you?
While I was pregnant.
So did.
While I was pregnant.
But while she was pregnant, she also slept with her friend's brother. While she was pregnant, unprotected.
Mm-hmm. And that's a yes, right?
Because he wasn't living with me.
Huh?
He wasn't living in the home.
After you kicked me out.
For sleeping with someone prior to being kicked out.
You kicked me out multiple times, and then you say you want me back.
This man is...
Well, that's the point. That's what I want to hit on now.
Okay.
Because in my paperwork, I thought there was a typo.
Okay.
I went to my people. I said, you have got to have this wrong. It says that last week you wanted to marry him again.
Correct.
What's up with that?
I will stay no matter what because I believe in family. We have a child that is 1 and a child that is 6 months. They were born on the same day, 12 months apart. While he's talking about what I wouldn't do in a relationship, how do you have 2 babies 12 months apart if I'm not giving you any? And then you want to deny me as your wife on Facebook. If you get a message from someone claiming to be my wife, you have the photo.
If you receive a message from someone claiming to be my wife, you memorize that sucker. Making fabrications about me, please disregard as I have been hacked. Did you in fact post that on social media?
Did. She kicked me out.
Yeah.
And she hacked my Facebook page. Sending messages to my friends.
Ask him if the woman you're reading about, if he slept with her.
Do you really want to know? Does it matter?
Yes, it matters because he refuses to take accountability for what he does.
You know, she's a woman that you met after 30 days. She came and bailed you out. And then she stayed with you, put money on your books for 6 months or whatever it was. She took you in your home with her children, you know, and you married her, you got 2 kids with her, and the only thing you can be incensed about is that she used your page to stalk your side pieces with.
That's not...
You're not going to remarry him, are you?
I would remarry him if things changed, yes. Your Honor, all I ask for is honesty.
Mr. Davis, you can relax. You are off the hook. It's all over for you. If you don't have enough sense to see an elephant when it walks in the room, I can't help you. This man, if a dude that I'm dating for 90 days comes 15 minutes late to a date, I don't go. You have to, he can't respect the line you did not draw. He dated you for 30 days. You moved into him. He could have been a serial killer. You don't know. You'd have been sleeping in the bed, your kids in there. You don't know what he's going to do in the middle of the night. He could be touching little kids. You don't know nothing, but you brought him into your house. Then what you find out about him is that he had bought a gun, got his record run, had a warrant, went to jail. You went down there. He had another chick, and you still stayed with him. I don't mean... I'm a jerk. He got a sign on the top of his head. I'm a jerk. I'm a criminal. I'm a philanderer. And you continued to pursue him. And then you married him and got the nerve to be distraught because he showed up the same guy he represented himself to be from jump. Holy moly. You know, you can't pretend You can't talk about all of these great, you know, it is wonderful to have a two-parent household. It is wonderful to have a solid and stable home, but you can't build a solid and stable home with an unstable dude. How am I gonna get mad at him? I'm mad at you. Because you did her dirty. I said I was gonna let you off the hook, but I lied. You exposed the mother of your children to diseases from women you didn't know.
That's fine.
You had the nerve to ask me for $1,400 from the mother of your two tiny children because you want the $600 in rent you paid to put a roof over her and her kid's head before you left. You want $300 for a gaming system, oh my God, and that she pawned because she didn't have no money to feed your kids, and she wants $500 for a TV that Anita broke. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You feel foolish, don't you? You can't take your money out of your baby's mouth because you two don't know how to act. Can't do it. What kind of thing is that? No recovery. This matter is adjourned.
Judge, today's case is Miss Sophia.
They have been on and off for 10 years. She says it's because of his drinking and insecurities. Now she says she's done for good. Let's see if she really is.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Sophia Landrew and Aurelius Bates. The two of you have been together for 10 years, on and off, engaged for the last 3. You do not, however, want to be together anymore. Ms. Landrew, you're seeking $700 for the value of original music you say Mr. Bates destroyed in a fit of anger, and we're going to talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Landrew, let me start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Dealing with Aurelius and his attitude, his temper, his lack of control of his finances, I'm about ready to check myself into a mental hospital. I can't deal with that anymore. It is ridiculous. It's like raising a little boy. It's like he's a little boy trapped inside this grown man's body. I remember this one time where I was having a discussion, minding my business, on my own cell phone, and he was overhearing some words that I was having with the person I was talking to. So I get us off the phone, and he tells me, well, he asked me, you know, why was I still talking to this person? Who was I talking to? Just all up in my Kool-Aid, don't even know the flavor. I'm talking to whoever I'm talking to. That ain't got nothing, absolutely nothing to do with him. So I see that his temper was kind of, you know, rising, so I decided to go ahead and leave the room. Just leave the discussion, leave where it says it's not that serious. I'm talking to Tom, Bill, Sally, Jane, and Paul. It don't matter who I'm talking to. So I end up coming back into the room. He done had him a temper tantrum. I walks around where my dress and everything is at, and I see some CDs on the floor. I'm not thinking anything about it. I'm like, okay, he done had a little tantrum, so let me go ahead and clean up the mess. I goes over there, I see my name on one of the CDs. I'm a hip-hop artist. I produce all of my music and everything myself, distribute all my music myself. So I'm looking down, I'm like, Lord, please do not say this is my name on this CD. And I walks over there, I see all of my broken music, all of my music broken up. He done had him a fit.
Spitting lines. Mr. Bates, did you tear up her original music?
Yes, ma'am, I did out of anger. But
what were you angry about?
This is, as she's still associating with the same people that's dealing with the ex. These people she does music with, they're all in this together. This guy is kin to these people. And all these people are associated with these people in this group. So I'm like, you know, why you not telling me, you know, exactly what you have going on?
I don't have to. You want Wait, no, hang on. Let me ask you a question. Do you think she's still messing with the ex? Because, you know, you're in the music business, you have an ex in the music business, you can't just distance yourself from everybody you deal with and start fresh. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it's your business.
Right, I understand that, but I did it out of anger because I didn't, you know, she don't tell me things.
Because you
like,
didn't know who I was talking to.
Stop.
And I'm like, you know, you still associating with these people. You know, you're not telling me exactly, because in the conversation she was beating around the bush like she's not telling them exactly what she's in Colorado for.
Oh, I see
different
what
stuff
you're
like
saying.
this is. It's like I'm out the picture and it's like, well, now I got this going on, but I'm in this place and I'm doing this.
I'm with you, Ms. Landrew.
In the conversation,
you go ahead.
While I'm trying to talk to her, I'm trying to tell her how I feel about it. I'm trying to get her to understand. You know, if you're not doing anything, you don't have anything going on with these people. I'm trying to get you to understand how I feel about it. Mm-hmm. Well, you're not. She don't want to hear that. It's like, well, then it's nothing. It's nothing. It's not. It's like an attitude to the point of where I can't tell her exactly how I feel about something without her shutting me off.
Right.
So then at that point, I'm like, I'm not getting no understanding out of what's going on. So
he says you're being circumspect. You said if there's nothing to hide, people who have nothing to hide nothing. So you're not being clear and upfront about what you're doing. That's what he's saying.
Judge, I did not have to tell the individual that I was talking to. I didn't want to tell them where I was at. Me and Ariz had just got back together. We wasn't even back together that long. No one knew that we was back together. So who I was talking to, I didn't let them know that, hey, look, Ariz and I are back together, and we're trying to make everything work this time, because we had separated. I had only came back for 3 days. I just came back. I was even there 72 hours, and all of a sudden, he's doing the same thing that he was doing that led me to leave him the
first place.
20th time.
Yeah, right. Gotcha. Tell me about his temper. Give me some examples of what he does and how far he goes.
Outside of the music, which that's something, but my job. Now he messing with the church's money, because now you taking from mine, you taking food out of my mouth, your mouth, everybody's mouth. Everybody got to eat off of this. Now we working together. Reese and we work together at the cow plant. So this is a dangerous environment, dangerous job. So you have to, when you train someone, you have to have some type of professionalism or something about yourself. Some people are training, but everybody not able to train. He is not able to train, not even a dog. I wouldn't even train a roach, a rat, or nothing. He can't train anything. So we over here, we working together, and he expect me to get the job down in 72 hours. I have 45 days to learn the job. So he getting upset and everything with how I guess I'm not doing it up to
You're not picking up on the job quick enough.
I was going to be the first woman to actually do this job. No woman has ever took on this job type. So this is a very
big deal.
It's a big deal. So his temper, he got so aggravated and everything with me, frustrated. His temper was so bad to the point where I had to go to the supervisor and say, hey, look, I'm no longer able to work in this department and work with him any longer.
Were you crunchy and cranky when you were trying to help her learn the job?
No, ma'am. At this time, we're working with a machine that it stops the line every time. So I'm training her, but I don't expect her to get the job overnight like that. I just was trying to get her to the point where she can get the job down pat. She was doing a good job or whatever. So all of a sudden, at one point, she didn't get the job do it right at that moment. And so it was like, well, then she letting the machine just roll by. So the guy telling me, well, then catch the machine. I'm like running, trying to catch the machine. And she's in the way. So she's kind of in the way. So I didn't push her. I just tried to go catch the machine.
It was an emergency.
And then I tried to catch the machine because she just letting it roll on by. So the guy told me, get the machine because it's going to be on me.
Right.
So
you didn't push
at that
me.
time, she was like, she just got angry, like, as if I ain't want her to, like, she really mad because she didn't get it. Right. And then it's like
she put it on you.
Where she like, you know, like they
now you couldn't just let it. You couldn't let the machine just roll on down the plane.
I understand. I'm in training. That's his job.
But that's what he was trying to catch the machine.
Yeah, but he didn't have to push me either.
He might have. It was an emergency. You had a loose machine.
He's a trainer.
No, he's right about that one. You blew that one. You gotta catch the machine. 6 months into the relationship, she cheated on you. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that. What happened and how did you find out? You say sometimes when you drink, she irritates you. I thought that was interesting. Could you explain that to me?
Well, yes, ma'am. Well, I do, you know, when alcohol kind of influences things a little bit more. But when she's on it too, it don't make it no better.
She drinking too?
Yeah, if she was at that time.
Oh, okay.
So it ain't like she's just innocent over there, like, you know, I'm the only one that, and I'm
So do you guys fuss and holler a lot when y'all drinking?
Yes, ma'am. It gets to the point, if somebody, let's say, for instance, we can be having a conversation or an agreement, disagreement about something, one of us want to be heard. And so at that time, both of us want to be heard, and it's not going to work at that point. So if I say something I can't get out to her to reach out to her, and it's not working, well, then we clash right then, and nothing's going to be said at that time. Or it's just going to, the argument
just escalates.
Escalate.
Look, Ms. Landry, what do you have to say about that? Anything in the communication department?
Yes, we have lack of communication. It's a hit and miss, especially when he's under the influence. You can rarely talk to him while he's sober. You can't really get anything through to him when he's intoxicated. Everything go over his head. Mr. Bates is right. Everything is right. And if you don't want to hear it, he throws him a tantrum. Oh, well, forget it then. Don't worry about it. You ain't even giving me a chance to say anything. If I don't say it the way that he wants to say it or it comes out the way he expects it to be said, oh, you can't talk to Mr. Bates, especially a little bit, a whole lot.
So we twins.
Well, when you say a whole lot, how often does he drink and how much does he drink when he does drink?
Every day.
Every day, and how much?
Oh, about 4 or 5 beers.
Every day?
The big beer.
Look at that, that's the truth.
Yes, man, it's the truth, it's the truth.
How do you stay so thin? 4 or 5 big beers every day? I'm just asking.
I've been inside all my life.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. I've been inside all my life.
Got a fast metabolism, good for you.
Right.
6 months into the relationship, she cheated on you, is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that. What happened and how did you find out?
At this time, we had just got together, whatever, and so she comes to the car one night, and she was like, I got something to tell you. I'm like, what? You know, we was like into a relationship, but we really wasn't. I didn't know if she had a boyfriend or not. She didn't tell me that she was going with this guy this time or anything. She just popped up and tell me something about, well, you know what, Riz, I'm sorry, I cheated on you. I'm like, you cheated on me? She like, how do you feel about that with her? I'm just sitting there like, ain't nothing I can really just do or say or nothing about that because, you know, people, I'm the type of person, people do things, they're just life. And they, you know, people mess up in life. You know, I didn't look at her the wrong way or anything. Ever since I met Sophia, I always looked at her as a friend. I never looked at her as anything less than that. You know, I looked at her as a friend. You know, you still my friend. Understand people mess up. That's how I looked at it. Because I had a lot of love for her, you know. So
does it make you insecure now, or has it messed with your ability to trust her? Because that was a very forgiving spirit, which I congratulate.
Well, at this point, it doesn't, because I grew out there because I got much understanding for people as a human being. I'm not the perfect person in the world myself, but at the same time, if something's keep reoccurring, and from that situation, then, you know, yeah, I'm gonna have a problem with it. You know, I can trust, you know, trust. I can give you the benefit of the doubt, but full trust, I can't.
I can't stay there. I have to just transform my whole life if I'm around this man.
Mr. Bates, what's your version of that?
Well, here's my thing, young.
Why do you say his insecurities are overwhelming?
So one day, the roommate gave me a call. He was at work. He was leaving work early because he was sick. He gave me a call and told me that, hey, look, you know, I'm coming home early because I'm not feeling well. Mr. Bates didn't know anything about he was coming home, so I was like, you know, Mr. Bates, he coming home from work early. he was like, why is he coming home early? Why he called you? Why he didn't call me? Why he didn't tell me? I don't know. I don't have any of those answers. I just know that he told me that he coming home. So he felt some type of way about the man giving me a call saying, hey, look, I'm coming home. He felt like we had this whole thing going on. He called me and he was like, you know, I didn't answer the phone. He called me when he was at work and by this time the man had made it home. I didn't answer the phone because I was asleep. He felt like it was some funny stuff going on.
Funny business.
And I tried to explain to him, you know, hey, look, you know, it wasn't anything going on. This went on for weeks and to the point where I was like, you know, you need to talk to this man. And I told the man, I said, look, you need to talk to him too. Let him know, hey, look, this not going to go right. He don't want me at the house by myself when the man is around. I can't stay there. I have to just transform my whole life if I'm around this man.
Mr. Bates, what's your version of that?
Well, here's my thing, young. We always communicate whether, you know, where I got something to do, getting off work early, this and that, this and that. Well, here's the thing. He usually tell me, we'd be like, well, I'm getting out early. You didn't tell me that you was gonna get out early or nothing. You know, she's at home by herself, and I'm like, well then, okay, why are you not telling me that you about to leave work early and go to the house? I mean, you're not telling me anything that's giving me the...
Oh, Mr. Bates, that's a little off. Isn't that a lot to ask of a roommate that he has to report to you his whereabouts so you can make sure that he's not home alone with your lady?
It's just that I look at it from a respected side. That we always communicate.
And this time it was out of the ordinary.
It's out of the ordinary because usually we communicate, okay, at this time, you just pop up and leave. You were my ride to and from work. We always communicate.
Well, you should have led with that, Mr. Bates.
Don't say that to me.
The story a little better. I got you. You should have led with that. I understand what you're upset about. I want to ask you a question. You say she always says she's going to put you out whenever there's an argument because she says, because her name's on the lease, you got to go. Give me some examples of what she's been doing in that regard.
It all depends if things not going right financially or I got a temper problem or something like that.
You got to go.
It's time to go. I can't deal with that. You got to leave. You know, she wants me to work on something, but if it's not happening within her time frame or the money is not right at the time, you gotta go.
Are you quick to put him out, Ms. Landrew?
I surely am. This is the thing. You are not no little boy. You are a grown man. I didn't take on the role of being no one's mother.
You say you want $700 for the destruction of the original music that he engaged in while he was hot about something. Tell me, is that the story you told me in the beginning?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, what did he destroy and why you value it at $700?
Man, that's over 11 years of music material that I have put out myself. I have been making music for 11 years. It's not easy to do that. Everything, I work for that and I distribute my music myself. So I pay for the studio time and everything myself. So all of that costs.
Yeah.
But
what did he destroy?
He destroyed my entire collection I had all of my original music.
I guess I'm trying to figure out what the platform is.
My CDs, I didn't have anything on no hard
Nothing was
drive,
downloaded,
like
uploaded,
everything
or whatever they do?
It's at the studio that I recorded it. So in order for me to get it, I have to pay for that to be onto a hard drive.
How much does it cost to put that on a hard drive?
More than $750. Because that is a lot. That is years and years and years of material.
But where'd you get $750 from? $700
just from the No,
It was only 4 CDs.
Where the rest of my CDs are? Where's the rest of my music?
I don't know.
Did you destroy her music, though?
It doesn't matter if it was
4
one.
CDs of her music.
It's mine.
Yeah. But you have to pay to get them downloaded from the thing. Listen, I don't know how much that's worth. I don't know how much that costs.
Too much.
You can't destroy your stuff. But you haven't proved $700. I'm gonna give you a nominal amount that just shows that I know you have to do something. I don't think it's gonna cost $750. I don't know. But you could have proved it to me by bringing a bill or a receipt or something.
I could have.
So I can't give you what you asked for. I'm just gonna give you $100. Now let me tell you something about the stupid tax. You seem to pay it a lot. All of those tickets and the fees, state are you in, whatever state you're in is making a mint off of you not taking care of your business. There's no reason to have all those tickets. It's no reason not to take care of your tickets. It's no reason for all of that. The state has plenty of money. Don't volunteer to give them any more of yours by not following the rules.
Yes, ma'am.
$100 in favor of Miss Landrew. It is so ordered.
Judge, this is the case of Old Town Road.
Thank you, Nick. Money. It is a major problem in a lot of relationships. When what's going out is more than what's coming in, it causes stress. Stress causes arguments, which causes people to come see me.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jennifer Beam and Josh Futch. You two have been together for 6 years. You have one child between the two of you. Ms. Futch, you say he is a financial disaster, and you're seeking $2,500 for a variety of items. We're going to talk about that momentarily, but before we do, Ms. Beam, I'm going to ask you to tell me a little bit about your union and why you're here today.
Basically, it's just like every day I wake up and I ask myself, what am I going to lose next? We have lost everything in the period of 2 months. You know, a year ago when I lost my job, he told me that he wanted me to stay home. I homeschool the kids, so he wanted me to stay home and to be able to do that. You know, and so he promised me that he had it. So the whole year went by. I thought everything was fine. Within the period of 1 week, I found out that he was $1,000 behind on everything: the electric, the internet, the cable, the phone, everything. Yeah. We ended up getting evicted from our home. I didn't even know we were past due on the rent. This all happened within the period of 1 week. And then we ended up in what we're in now, which is a tiny house. And I have a video of that to show you. Okay. And a picture.
Now, how many kids do you have with you?
I have 3 children. I have the 2 that I brought to the relationship and then the 1 that I have with him.
And they're all living together with you?
We all live together.
In that?
Yes, ma'am, in that. You know, he's got the bathroom in the front, which is not completed. It's usable, but it's not completed.
It's outside of the house?
He built it on.
He built it on. Oh, I got you.
Built it on. We needed more room, so he built it on. And then the inside, you know, I mean, both lofts are big enough, but I mean, you know, the stove and the oven doesn't work. So I cook out of the toaster oven and the microwave. You know, I mean, the floor needs to be completed. It's not insulated all around. You know, it's just so many things that need to get done. And every project that he starts, he never completes if he ever starts them in the first place.
Mr. Futch, what do you have to say, sir?
I work 6 days a week. I only have 1 day off. I bust my butt to make sure everything's done. I mean, I come home, I try and get as much done as I can when I'm home after work. But I don't have that much time. The only day I have off is Sunday, and I try to spend it with her and the kids, but I mean...
Yeah, but I mean, we could spend it together doing something like finishing some of these projects around the house. Right, I mean, you know, I mean, these things need to get done. We can't live like this anymore.
Well, Mr. Futch, let me ask you this. She claims that within a week of you taking over the finances, everything collapsed. Do you agree with that, or do you have a different vision of what happened?
No, because she was out of work for, it was a year we lived there with just me working. I mean, it wasn't...
No.
It wasn't...
Hang on, let him finish.
It wasn't that short of time. I did most of it by myself. It's just that, like, I didn't have enough to pay everything all at once, so I would just pay what I could to keep the stuff on, you know? But then I had some problems with the job I was at, and things got chaotic, and I had to leave there. And that's when things got really out of hand.
So what do you have to say about that?
Well, I mean, you know, our cell phone was shut off, and he told me that we only owed $125. I called. It turns out
No.
$600 behind, and he's only made 3 payments since the thing was turned on in the first place. The electricity, you know, I've worked the entire relationship, and usually I was the one that took care of the bills.
Yeah.
But the
What?
It was $150 to get the phone turned back on.
It was not $150.
But the
See, he
contract
tells
I
me
had
that
told
lied
me-
to him. That's what he
It's only
says.
because they turned it off. If I come up with the $150, they would turn the phones back on.
Uh-huh.
But it had to be done with a certain amount of time or it voided the contract, and then I would have to pay the full amount.
He told me
and I
that-
didn't have it in time to do that, so
You had
it
to pay
turned
the
out
full
to be
amount.
$600.
I don't believe a word of it. I'll just be straight up with you. I don't believe a word of it.
You don't believe anything I say.
Well, no, because he has a bad track record. I mean, you know, you trust people just about this far, and then when they show you that they're not deserving of that, then obviously you're not going to trust them anymore. I mean, you know, and that's where I'm at with him. I mean, you know, I have to call, I have to check on him all the time. I have to make sure what he's telling me is true. I have to make sure his story makes sense. I mean, the electric. I mean, the situation that we're in right now, it's the electric's already set up in someone else's name, a family member's name, and it's pay by the day. And so he'll put $20 on Monday, you know, I mean, and by Wednesday it's shut off. So around 11 o'clock, I'm in there on the computer doing stuff with the kids. All of a sudden, everything shuts down.
She'll call me and say the electric's off, and within 30 minutes to an hour, I got it back on.
Right, but it's not.
It's a pay-as-you-go.
It's not a matter.
So I put on there what I can, and then.
It's not a matter of. I understand
there's other stuff we got to get to.
You take care of it after the fact, but you need to think about it beforehand. You need to think about how everything is supposed to be paid beforehand.
Well, Mr. Futch, that leads me to another question. The one that you raised in your paper is that your communication with Ms. Beam is just simply non-existent or ineffective. Why don't you tell me why you say that?
Because, like, she called me the other day, asked me to bring some stuff home for her. So I picked up some stuff, and I got some dish soap. And it was the wrong kind. She wanted a different kind. So I just explained to her the last time I got it, I got the kind you wanted, and you weren't happy with that either. And then she went into this whole thing. She gets very angry.
Yeah, I get angry because you frustrate the out of me. You don't ever listen.
And then
watch the language.
Sorry.
And then I just shut down like that. I just shut down. I'm done. I don't want to hear no more. And then she goes into,
He's
you
not
don't ever listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. I don't. All you're doing is screaming. You know. I don't want to.
Does he not listen?
You can get this far with him, and then there's a wall that gets built up. And I think it's a defense mechanism, maybe. He doesn't want to hear it. He feels like he's not getting enough affection in the relationship right now, and it's because I don't have any kind of connection with him. You know, like, I don't feel like he's taking care of his business, so I don't feel attracted to him.
And come in and give her a hug and try and kiss her, and she'll push me away and say, I ain't got time for a hug right now. If I got time, I'll give you one later.
Well, I got 3 kids. I got stuff to do. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
you got time for a hug.
I don't got time for a hug.
It takes a nanosecond.
We'll sit down.
Don't sell me that.
We'll sit down on the couch at night to watch a movie. I want to snuggle up with her. And don't put your arm around me. You can sit next to me, but don't get too close. I don't
say
want
that.
You can sit next to me, but don't get too close.
Yeah.
Don't pull on me.
I don't know. I told him I did not want to scrap the car.
At the time, we needed the money, so
it was $140 as opposed to just putting a new motor in the car and having a car.
And there was a lot more.
You didn't have it. He needed the $140. You don't have electricity. You got toilet outside, all that kind of stuff.
Well,
and you want him to put a new motor in the car, but there's no electricity in the house.
What's going on? I don't know what it is. I mean, I just feel like he's just, you know what I mean? Like, it used to be there, you know? I don't know where it went. I still love him. I love him with every ounce of me, but he's irresponsible. You know, like there are things that I want him to do. I have 3 horses, and I have just a little barn, this tiny little barn out back. I know, I have a lot of ridiculous responsibilities, and I have no money, but I thought everything was fine a year ago, you know? I thought everything was fine. So anyway, these 3 horses kind of just fell into my lap. Anyway, so
horses don't fall on your lap.
They did.
That goes back into the thing of me getting stuff done, because when I get home from work, that's what I take over the kids, and she goes out and does the horses. So I
don't see anything wrong with that.
Mr. Futch, I'm beginning to see the light. I'm starting to see your point of view.
So the only time
starting to see that. You say she's angry all the time. Is that true, or is that just...
Every once in a while, we'll have a good time. See, that goes back into it, too. She can't... I don't think she can let things go. Like, she'll get mad, like, say, for the electric. Like, we'll be having a good day. Everything will be going fine. We'll be talking, joking, laughing. And then, I don't know what will trigger it, but she'll go right back into the being mad about the electric.
It's because it's...
And then 20 minutes after we're done fighting, everything goes back to normal, and then she'll go right back into it.
It's because I'm trying. You know, I am trying to departmentalize all of my feelings. I'm trying to... I know he made this mistake, and I know it's a huge mistake. I get it. You know, I mean, a lot of girls would have left him, you know, but you see there are good points about him, and he can do this, you know, but he needs to communicate with me. He needs to talk to me. You know, I've struggled my whole life. I have no family. It's just me and my kids, and I've always had to survive. So, I mean, I can put in my 2 cents. I can help him, but he doesn't come to me. It's all a secret.
Does he not come to you because he knows what's going to come at him once he does?
Yes, and that is a problem. I know that's a problem. I mean, like, the big thing with me, you know, right now what's aggravating me, not the most, but it's aggravating me on the list. You know, the fence that we have around where we have the barn, you know, he every single day, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And it just never gets done. And it's the same way with everything else. So, okay, I mean, like, this will just show you, that's where the horses are at there. And then this is all stuff like that's all broken right there.
Is this property you rent?
No, this is family-owned property that we're parked on. And see, all that all needs to be fixed. That post was falling down. The horses can't be in certain areas. You can't have barbed wire with horses. It all needs to be fixed.
Like I said, I work 6 days a week. I have 1 day off. When I get home, she goes out with the horses. I don't really have time except for on Sunday. And I don't mind doing it. I'll do a little bit on Sunday, but I don't want to spend my whole day.
There's one last thing I want to talk about. You say he's disrespectful because he threw your dog away without your permission.
That is absolutely what broke my heart the most.
Tell me what happened.
Well, you know, I had this dog for 8 years. 8 years. Bought her as a puppy, put clothes on her and stuff. I mean, you know, you know, and she meant so much to me.
Is he bull terrier?
Yeah, well, mix, yeah.
Yeah.
Mix.
Oh, I got one.
And I mean, she just meant so much to me. You know, she was my ride or die. She was with me through everything, okay?
And what did he do? What did he do? What I have to say to you is this. What you doing with 3 horses living in a shed? Horses are expensive. They gotta eat, they have to have vet bills, their feet have to be taken care of, they have to have all that kind of stuff, and you got some horses. What's up with that?
What happened was, I was at the hospital having his baby, and I left his in charge of the dog. I mean, she was tied up outside, whatever. I guess apparently she was screaming and crying, so he told them to take her, pack her up in the car, and just drop her off. And so that's what they did. They packed her up in the back of the car, and they just dropped her off in the middle of nowhere.
Mr. Futz, do you have a response to that? That's a little cold.
I take full responsibility for that. I did do that. She was pregnant. She was complaining, you know, the dog was starting to stink. And
oh, my God, really?
It was an old dog. It was getting old.
Oh,
so
yeah.
She was stressed out, and I did that. I thought it was...
You know, that's something that requires a conversation. You know what I'm saying? It requires a conversation and a decision. She's kind of got to be led into, you know, it's time to let him go because we're just not in a position to care for him, that kind of thing.
I take full responsibility.
You understand why he did it, though? He didn't do it to hurt you.
Well, yeah, but this is my problem, though. When I came home from the hospital, I didn't know where the dog was at, obviously. So I'm standing out in the driveway calling her name. He's telling me, oh, she's probably just at a neighbor's house. She'll be back. They lied to me about it.
I did. I didn't tell her right away. So
I got it. So, Ms. Beam, you're seeking $2,500, one for the value of a car and the place for the car. Tell me what you're talking about here.
Okay, well, when I was an independent single mother when I came into this relationship.
Right.
And I had a car. And so, but I didn't really maintain it quite so well, so the motor was starting to tap. And, you know, he's a mechanic. He could have easily fixed it. But, you know, he let it go. And, I mean, you know, it's not much. It was just all I had. And so, I mean, I bought it, you know, with money that you know what I mean? It's a
so his sin is not fixing the car that you didn't take care of.
He's not fixing, well, no, not, well, that. But the motor finally went in it. I told him we could just replace it. Wouldn't be that expensive to buy a new motor. And instead, he decided to scrap it. I told him I did not want to scrap the car.
At the time, we needed the money, so
it was $140 as opposed to just putting a new motor in the car and having a car.
And there was a lot more.
You didn't have it. He needed the 140. You don't have electricity. You got toilet outside, all that kind of stuff.
Well,
and you want him to put a new motor in the car, but there's no electricity in the house.
This was back before all that. This was back.
Well, how long ago was it?
This was
about 3 years
4 years ago.
Oh, let me tell you what.
Yeah, but I mean, the Florida plates, how it works in Florida is if you have a car and you have plates on it, you keep those plates and then you buy a new car and you put those plates on that car. If you don't have plates and you buy a car, you have to pay, it's like $500.
I gotcha.
You know, so now I'm in that position where I got to pay that money plus buy a new car. You know, and I feel like
we
you
had
almost
the
kind of
plates
subconscious.
off the car. She just don't remember where we put them.
Well, that's not what you told me before.
Yeah.
Now we got.
Okay.
You have 'em.
I'm sure that's what happened. Let me say a few things. Number one, you're not getting any money.
Okay.
The doctrine of latches, this was 3 years ago, you know. He's not responsible for the fact that you didn't take care of the car. And you were relying him on to making financial decisions. You guys were in it to win it together and whatever. And he did take the plates off the car and can't find them. And I saw the mess that's going on over there. I believe he can't find them. I'm going to have to say this. You've put yourself in a situation in which finances are going to perpetually be a problem because you made a decision to stay at home, which, by the way, is perfectly reasonable under your circumstances, given the number of children that you have and the fact that you do have one that needs special attention. And I get that, and I'm never mad about that decision. But what I have to say to you is this. What you doing with 3 horses living in a shed? Horses are expensive. They gotta eat, they have to have vet bills, their feet have to be taken care of, they have to have all that kind of stuff, and you got some horses. What's up with that?
Well, I had them before I knew that we...
And when stuff gets shaky, you sell them. And you use that money to put linoleum on the floor, whatever they put on the floor these days, get up at, you know, people, you can't have everything you want and then complain about not having what you need.
Understood.
Horses are discretionary. Horses are fun. Horses are lovely, but horses are very, very expensive. You have to help this man maintain this household. When you've made the decision to stay home, that also includes a decision to marshal your money in a way that best allows you to continue to stay there. And that's not what you're doing. That's number one. Number two, I didn't get any information that would seem to indicate my man is taking his money and flailing it about around town with the hookers or the holes or nothing like that. He brings home what he has and says, here it is. Let's do the best that we can with it. In order to encourage consistent and constant communication about the situation that you happen to be in, you've got to be able to receive that information without going crazy. You know what I'm saying? He's doing the best he can. You know? And if he knows that he's going to run into a whole lot of static when he shares it, what he's going to do is borrow from Peter to pay Paul, put a little on this, put a little on that, to keep you and the horsies quiet. If you don't like your financial situation, you be a part of the solution. And that solution involves giving up some of the things that you want and enjoy in order to help him supply you with the things that you need. That's it. That's right. There'll be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Can this work? Can you guys stay together and make this work?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely. I love him way too much to just break up and, you know, forget about the last 6 years. As long as we can communicate with each other, which is key. I mean, if you can't talk to each other, you don't have anything.
दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए ओढ़क जा विच खाक समाए ओढ़क जा विच खाक समाए आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे हाय कुछ नहीं खड़ते नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कुछ नहीं खड़ते नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी हाय कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी हाय कंजरी दी मिसाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा बे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी पुत वे तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा पुत तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बतावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बतावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए हरे हो गए खाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हरे हो गए खाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी